Junu Kim, a triple S-rank hunter, returns from a dangerous dungeon raid and finds himself surrounded by reporters hungry for answers. Rumors about an international invitation are already spreading, but before he can respond, a citizen steps forward and accuses him of assaulting a cleaning staff member. The media erupts with questions. The association rushes into emergency meetings. Kim, filled with rage, walks away, determined to crush anyone who stands in his way. On his way home, a truck suddenly rushes toward him. As soon as he gets out of the car, the traps activate. He tries to fight back, but anti-superpower devices shut him down. Despite all his strength, Kim is overpowered and shot. Instead of the end, it's a reset. His hidden skill karma activated. He wakes up 10 years in the past, gasping. His body ached all over as he muttered about the terrible dream and wondered how long he had been asleep. As he looked around, confusion clouded his face. The room was unfamiliar. It was tiny, barely larger than a pigsty. Certainly not his house. Even his bathroom was more spacious. It couldn't be Miss Lee's place either. She wouldn't let him inside even if the world was ending. He had no idea where he was. Suddenly, a translucent window appeared before his eyes. The system message read, "Death confirmed. Your death has successfully unlocked a hidden skill." Seeing this, Kim could only scoff in disbelief. Then he turned toward a mirror and froze. The reflection staring back at him was his younger self, Junu Kim, age 28. His face and body, everything, matched the man he was a decade ago. The system revealed more. The skill he had unlocked was called Karma, triggered by his death. It explained that the skill had sent him 10 years back in time and could not be deactivated at will. Realization hit him hard. It hadn't been a dream. He had actually died. Another system message appeared. With the activation of the new skill, he had been assigned a new career. Memories rushed back. At age 28, he had already achieved the rank of A-class hunter. He was ranked 22nd in the country and 525th in the world. If he had truly gone back 10 years, then he should have been on his way to becoming one of the top hunters, respected, admired, and full of potential. But the system had other plans. His new career was not that of a hunter, but a dungeon cleaner. Then came the real blow. The condition to deactivate Karma was revealed. He had to become the Secretary General of the International Superpower Association within 5 years. If he succeeded, the skill would deactivate and he would return to the moment before his death. If he failed, he would perish completely. The countdown had already started. 4 years, 11 months, 29 days, 20 hours, 32 minutes, and 48 seconds remained. The weight of the condition left him stunned. Becoming the Secretary General meant reaching the most powerful position in the world, greater even than the President of the United States. The association controlled all superpower organizations worldwide. He admitted to himself that the goal was out of reach. Even as the world's first SSS rank hunter, becoming the Secretary General in just 5 years seemed impossible. It wasn't about a lack of desire, it was simply beyond belief. Yet, the system was clear. His only path to life lay through this position. With no other option, he decided that becoming a hunter again was his best chance. With his previous skills, reaching SSS rank should be easy. But when he checked his skill panel, all his hunter abilities were locked. Frustrated, he cursed the karma system. Just then, a new notification appeared. He had acquired a skill. A glimmer of hope lit his eyes, until he read what it was. A passive skill named, "Get Cleaning, You Moron." His frustration deepened. Lying back on the bed, he tried to make sense of everything. He had returned 10 years in time, only to become a dungeon cleaner. His past achievements had vanished, and his skills were sealed. He wondered if he truly had to go through with the cleaning job. As a former SSS rank tanker, it felt like a blow to his pride. But more than that, he needed to find out who killed him. The group responsible had been highly trained. They might have been a civilian guild, or maybe sent by the association itself. Just then, his phone rang. He picked up the call, and a man introduced himself as his boss, Park. The man asked if Kim was coming in to work today, mentioning that he was already an hour late. He also noted that the previous dungeon had been quite a tough one. Kim silently recalled his new assignment, being a dungeon cleaner, all thanks to karma. Park chuckled and assured him that today's task wouldn't be as hard. In the background, another man scoffed, calling Kim a coward who had ditched the job. A second voice tried to calm things down, but the first man continued, complaining about being kept waiting and calling Kim useless. Kim, still on the call, heard it all. Anger simmered inside him. Even dungeon cleaners were looking down on him now. Park snapped at the others to be quiet, saying Kim must have had a good reason. He told Kim to take it easy today, but to give a heads up next time. Kim responded that he understood. Before ending the call, Park told him to save his number under the name Juntai Park. Hearing the name, Kim was momentarily surprised and asked him to repeat it. Park laughed, saying it wasn't easy to remember, and repeated his full name again. Then he told Kim to rest and let him know if he'd come in next week. But Kim, determined and without hesitation, said he was coming in now. Park, confused, asked again what he had said. Kim repeated firmly. He was coming in. Sitting inside the bus, Kim was lost in thought. He couldn't believe he had no wearable clothes, and was even more shocked that there wasn't a Bentley waiting outside. Left with no choice, he had to take a cab but didn't have a single penny in his wallet. The once great Junwoo Kim, now forced to ride a bus. The situation was infuriating. He never imagined such a downfall in his past life. This shift also meant his relationships had changed. In this timeline, he had no confrontation with Juntae Park. For now, there was nothing between them. But if Park was responsible for his death, that would change everything. He needed an explanation. His death wasn't random. It was orchestrated. A superpower seizure device had been used to prevent him from using his abilities. The weapon that killed him wasn't ordinary. It was the Titan, a high-class firearm used to burn monsters. With its immense cost and advanced tech, a simple dungeon cleaner like Park couldn't possibly possess it. But Park's grudge against him might have led him to hire a professional. Park's son also had deep resentment toward Kim. All Kim did was give the boy a slight push, and they called it assault. Things could have been different if they had simply listened. The memory of a past encounter surfaced. In that moment, Park had pleaded with Kim to take something back. Kim hadn't recognized him at first. Park had introduced himself as the cleaning team leader and explained that he heard Kim had suggested a cut in the cleaning team. Park argued they were already short on staff and couldn't afford further reductions. But Kim made it clear that he merely made a suggestion. He had no authority in the matter. That decision belonged to the control team. Park insisted, saying everyone in the industry knew how influential Kim was. The association heavily depended on him, and reducing the cleaning staff probably wouldn't even affect him much. He begged Kim to reconsider the cutbacks. Kim recalled knowing that word about his suggestion would spread, but he didn't expect Park to confront him directly. Judging by Park's expression, he knew this conversation would drag on. Kim then used a metaphor, explaining how lizards cut off their tails to survive. It was painful and inefficient, but it was their only chance at survival, a true last resort. Park responded by saying they weren't the tail. Kim found it ironic. Everyone liked to believe they were important. But the association was facing a major financial crisis. There were talks of cutting top hunters' salaries. When Park accused him of pushing the cuts for his own benefit, Kim justified it by saying hunters protected the citizens and carried the real burden. As Kim turned to leave, he explained that working hard for nothing made no sense. Apologizing, he said they had no other option. Park, angry, shouted back, questioning Kim's conscience and reminding him of the effort cleaners put in. Kim dismissed cleaning as simple work and suggested they could always hire more people later. Park declared they took pride in their job. Kim agreed, saying they should have made cuts earlier. Now, they were paying the price. He believed Park would understand eventually. Park countered, reminding Kim that cleaners were citizens too, and pleaded for him to reconsider. Kim stepped closer and coldly explained that people like Park should be thankful. They didn't risk their lives like hunters did. Cleaners only cleaned up the mess and still earned money. Yet they kept demanding more. To Kim, they were parasites. Hearing this, Park's anger exploded. He grabbed Kim by the collar, demanding he repeat what he said. Kim responded by shoving Park, causing him to crash into a wall. Furious, Kim called Miss Lee and ordered her to deal with the parasite, reminding her he had warned her not to involve him in such matters. The scene shifted to the present. Kim had arrived at the site and recognized it immediately. A yellow-level dungeon, categorized among high-risk levels. Its boss was the Foxtrot Centipede. He had once conquered this dungeon at the age of 28. That confirmed it. He had truly traveled 10 years back. In the distance, Park spotted him and called out. Kim looked at him with a serious expression, identifying him immediately. Juntae Park, the dungeon cleaner. Kim looked at Park and noted how he appeared to be the same middle-aged man in a cheap, worn-out uniform, just as he remembered. He didn't look like someone capable of committing murder. Park pointed towards Kim, showing him to the others, and confidently stated that he knew Kim would show up. He believed in Kim's dependability from the moment they first met. One of the team members, Sang-hyuk Han, dismissed the praise, claiming Kim only came because he got caught trying to escape. Another member, Huijang Lim, remarked that Kim didn't do any work the last time, simply because he claimed he couldn't handle it. Soyeon Moon, the only woman in the group, questioned Park's insistence on bringing Kim, saying the four of them were enough. Park cut them off and got straight to business, asking Sang-hyuk about their remaining time. Sang-hyuk informed him they only had 45 minutes left. Park was shocked, and Sang-hyuk sarcastically suggested they thank Kim for putting them an hour behind schedule. Park urged everyone to hurry before they received another scolding. Handing Kim a respirator, Park said it should fit just fine. Kim looked at it, puzzled. Park asked if there was an issue. Kim responded that it wasn't necessarily a problem, but asked what dungeon cleaners actually did. At that moment, the story provided context about the Korea Association of Supernatural Ability Management, commonly known as the Association. It was made up of 4 teams: the Command and Control Team, the Hunter Support Team, the Strategy and Operation Team, and the Dungeon Cleaning Team. The Command and Control Team monitored dungeon openings and collected relevant data. The Hunter Support Team was responsible for producing weaponry and items for the conquests. The Strategy and Operation Team handled combat and terminated monsters inside dungeons. The last was the Cleaning Team, which Kim had no prior knowledge about. As the team prepared to enter the dungeon, Kim observed their chatter and wondered why they were pretending to be so busy. Then, changing direction suddenly, he started moving elsewhere. Park called out, warning him he'd get into trouble for wandering off alone. Kim responded that he thought they were heading toward the boss's room. Park confirmed but pointed in the opposite direction, telling Kim to follow him. Kim pointed toward a different path, insisting it was the correct way. Sang-hyuk was confused and frustrated, asking what Kim was talking about. Soyeon told Kim to back out if he wasn't up for it. Huijang, growing impatient, said they didn't have time for this and should ignore Kim. Sang-hyuk handed Kim a dungeon map provided by the control team and told him to look at it and locate the boss's room. Kim considered that previously subdued dungeons were always mapped out by the hunters who completed the conquest. Since the map was from the control team, it should be error-free. Yet after reviewing it, Kim declared the map was incorrect and pointed in the direction he believed was accurate. He criticized the control team for failing to do their job properly. Sang-hyuk whispered to Park, asking if Kim was high. Park asked Kim what made him so sure. Kim started to explain but stopped himself, realizing no one would believe him anyway. He brushed it off and told them to lead the way. The team resumed walking. Park then pointed out the time left before the dungeon would close and asked Kim if he had heard about that before. Kim realized what Park meant. All dungeons perish after a conquest, usually within 2 hours. Hunters didn't worry about this since they left once the mission ended. However, it was important for the cleaning team, whose work began only after the conquest. Kim still didn't understand the need to clean a dungeon that was going to disappear anyway. Park laughed and explained that a subdued dungeon didn't simply vanish. It entered a resting phase until a new monster eventually took over. Kim acknowledged this. Park elaborated that if a dungeon reopened, filled with monster carcasses, it would be dangerous. Hunters could lose their way during the conquest, and the gas from decomposing monsters could be fatal to humans. The more carcasses there were, the higher the risk. That was why the cleaning team's role was crucial. Their job was to make sure hunters could focus entirely on the conquest. Without the cleaners, the hunters themselves wouldn't be able to function safely. Their duties included cleaning monster remains, removing byproducts, and ensuring no trace of previous hunter activity remained. On rare occasions, rescuing stranded hunters could also fall under their responsibilities, though such situations hadn't occurred before. Kim immediately dismissed the thought. In his entire life, he had never heard of a cleaner rescuing a hunter, but maybe these people weren't just wasting time after all. Soon they reached a large gate. Sang-hyuk announced that, according to the map, this should be the boss's room. Moving ahead confidently, he pushed open the gate, only to freeze in surprise. It wasn't the boss room after all. Kim couldn't help but point it out. He had been right the whole time. Even Huijang had to admit it. The group gathered to reassess the situation. Sang-hyuk turned to Park, suggesting they should call it a day since there was nothing they could do here. Park asked how much time was left. Sang-hyuk checked and replied, 22 minutes. Park believed it was enough time and looked to the team for their thoughts. Sang-hyuk agreed it was worth a shot. Soyeon noted that the decision was unanimous. They decided to keep moving. Kim, still confused, asked what Park meant by enough time. Park smiled and clarified, enough time to get back to work. At the very least, they needed to finish what they had started. Kim was shocked. With only 22 minutes left, he reminded them that once the dungeon closed, the earliest it could reopen was a week. In the worst-case scenario, it might take an entire year. Park responded with a casual smile, saying they could just chill inside if that happened. It was no big deal. Kim knew what that meant. Being trapped inside a dungeon for a whole year was a death sentence. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Risking their lives for a cleaning job? It was insane. But Park remained unfazed. He told Kim to say something he didn't already know and urged everyone to get moving. As the others marched forward, Sang-hyuk looked back and told Kim he was free to leave. No one had expected much from him anyway. One by one, everyone left Kim behind. Standing alone, Kim reflected on his past. 15 years as a hunter. Not a single failed conquest. The first to achieve SSS rank worldwide. The first to earn the title of #1. No one had ever looked down on his dungeon record. Yet now, he was being judged by a group of low-level cleaners. A laugh escaped him. Then he called out to the group, mentioning a narrow path from this room. Sang-hyuk scoffed, assuming Kim was making things up again. But Kim snapped back, shouting at him to shut up and listen. The boss's room was only 500 meters away. If they took the shortcut, they could reach it in 8 minutes, maybe even 5 if they ran. His words shocked everyone. This time, Kim took charge. He declared that he would lead. Anyone who had complaints was free to walk away. With that, he dashed ahead, and soon, the others followed him. Eventually, Kim stopped in front of another gate. When they entered, they were stunned. Inside lay the corpse of a massive boss monster, the Foxtrot Centipede. It towered over 10 meters in size. Sang-hyuk admitted that Kim had been right again. This was indeed the boss's room. Looking at the scene, Kim analyzed the situation. The battle must have been intense. At least 5 or 6 hunters likely lost their lives. Surprisingly, they had managed to strike its vital spot, the creature's dented forehead above its enormous jaw. Sang-hyuk announced there was no time to waste and urged everyone to begin dismantling the monster. But Kim stepped in, trying to stop him. Sang-hyuk didn't understand and demanded to know what Kim was doing. He assumed Kim was trying to get back at him for earlier insults. Before the argument could continue, the supposedly dead boss monster suddenly began to move. Everyone froze in disbelief. It was still alive. The subjugated boss had somehow come back to life. Kim's eyes widened. There was no doubt now, this was a serious problem. Kim looked at the monster and realized that without his skills, he had no chance of defeating it. But before he could do anything, the monster suddenly collapsed to the ground. Kim figured it must have been rigor mortis and blamed the strategy and operation team for slacking off on their job. Just then, Huijang approached and assumed it was Kim's first time seeing a boss monster. He told Kim to step back, thinking he had frozen in fear. Kim, offended, questioned him, but Huijang insisted on handling it. Kim grew angry, wondering if Huijang was shutting him down on purpose. Without a word, Kim snatched the knife from Huijang's hand, called it ridiculous, and confidently walked toward the dead monster. The others asked what Kim thought he was doing. Kim reminded them they said they were dismantling and told them to watch and learn. He explained precisely how the knife only fit into the 3rd, 6th, and 12th points on the monster's outer shell and wouldn't go in anywhere else. He warned them about the live nerves and told them not to be scared of the wriggling while dismantling. Everyone was shocked watching Kim work. Kim asked if they planned to just stand there and watch. Park snapped out of it and called everyone to get to work. Kim continued guiding them, explaining how to push the knife in first before sliding it up, warning them not to stab aimlessly. He told them to avoid touching the tail since many hunters had died from its poison, and warned that although the blood wasn't poisonous, it was extremely sticky. Sang-hyuk turned to Park and asked if he had shown Kim the control team's file to boost his ego. Park denied it. Sang-hyuk found it hard to believe a rookie cleaner could be this skilled. Park insisted the file didn't even contain that level of detail. Confused, Sang-hyuk wondered where Kim could have gotten all that information. At that moment, a system notification informed Kim that he had unlocked a new passive skill, OCD. With that, the dismantling was completed. Kim felt an unexpected wave of satisfaction but quickly questioned why he was feeling that way. Park, visibly impressed, praised Kim and asked if it really was his first time. Sang-hyuk admitted Kim wasn't bad for a rookie. Soyeon pointed out that Kim had done all the work alone. Kim, however, dismissed the task as just cleaning. Nothing big. Park joked to Sang-hyuk that they had a promising cleaner among them and that he better stay sharp. Sang-hyuk brushed off the remark, clearly annoyed. Sang-hyuk then checked his watch and urged everyone to move out, stating they only had 5 minutes left. The group started walking away. Park, still impressed, mentioned how things worked out better than expected, all thanks to Kim. But then Kim's foot got stuck. Looking down, he noticed his boot covered in blood and thought it must have leaked from a hole in one of the sacks. Sang-hyuk teased him for stepping in the blood. Kim told him to stop making a fuss and asked for some space. In his mind, Kim realized this creature's blood was more than just adhesive. He remembered even during his hunter days, he couldn't escape it. But now, with his skill, it should melt under high heat. Kim attempted to use his Hellfire skill, only to be informed by the system that it was currently locked. Realizing the situation, he muttered to himself that he was screwed. Seeing this, Park turned to Huijang and asked if he had brought ropes. Huijang quickly tied a rope around Kim's waist, and the group began pulling together. Despite their efforts, Kim didn't budge. Park asked for the remaining time. Sang-hyuk informed him they had just 1 minute left. Park called out to pull again on the count of 3. Then, without hesitation, he told Kim to remove his hazmat suit. Soyeon protested, saying gas levels were too high and it was dangerous. Park shouted back, asking if she'd rather everyone get trapped inside. Kim, confused, wondered why they were willing to risk themselves for him. He compared them to lizards that cut off their tails to survive, thinking these people were even more foolish than that. Still, he began removing his hazmat suit. Park ordered everyone to leave. Sang-hyuk asked what his plan was. Park replied that those who still had a chance must survive. Sang-hyuk refused, stating he would rather stay. But Park shouted that it was an order. Hearing this, Sang-hyuk reluctantly started walking away, announcing that 10 seconds remained. With only a few seconds left, Park rushed to Kim and helped him remove the suit. Then the two of them began sprinting toward the exit. With 5 seconds remaining, the others had already exited the dungeon. As the timer hit 0, the dungeon gate shut, but Kim and Park made it out just in time. Seeing them escape safely, the rest of the group erupted in relief and happiness. Kim stood there overwhelmed by the thought that he had almost lost his life, just from cleaning up monster carcasses in an empty dungeon. At that moment, Park extended a hand toward him, asking if he was all right. Kim grasped it and confirmed he was fine. Park expressed relief, saying the gas levels weren't as dangerous as expected, and apologized for such a harsh experience on Kim's very first cleanup task. He tried to lighten the mood by calling it a learning experience, but Kim, still shaken, thought to himself that he had barely survived. Curious, Kim asked what Park meant by first cleanup task. Park smiled, revealing that this was just the beginning. When Kim asked how many more cleanups were left, Park simply raised his hand with a grin. Seeing this, Kim's face dropped in disbelief. The narration then explained the harsh reality of their work. There were 8 strategy and operation teams in Seoul alone, and across Korea, a massive 96 teams in total. Including freelance hunters not officially registered, the nation had about 11,300 hunters. In contrast, there were only 5 cleaning teams in the entire country, totaling just 25 cleaners. This meant each team had to clean an average of 3.3 dungeons daily, and on unlucky days, up to 5. Today was clearly one of those unlucky days. Later, Park gathered everyone and suggested going for drinks to end the long day. They all stepped outside a bar. Park invited Kim to join them, saying he deserved a drink and even told him to pick the menu. But Kim refused, surprising the group. He reminded himself not to get too friendly with them, but then reconsidered. Food was food, after all. He changed his mind and requested steak. Park, laughing, assured him he wouldn't be forced to drink. Still, Kim decided to leave and walked away. As he did, Soyeon thanked him for his hard work and said she'd see him tomorrow. That night, lying on his bed at home, Kim reflected on the day. He was certain Park couldn't have been the one who hired an assassin to kill him in his past life. Park was far too soft-hearted for that. So who could it be? He thought of possible enemies. Kwan Mo Yang, a rookie he used to bully. Yoojin Min, his ex-girlfriend with whom he often fought. And Donghui Huang from the control team, whom he had rough encounters with. The list of grudges seemed endless, and he realized that his killer might not even exist in this life. For proper revenge, he needed to deactivate the karma system and return to his past life. But to do that, he had to become the Secretary General of the International Superpower Association. If only he had his past skills, he could easily become a hunter, or join the control team again. Suddenly, Kim remembered something and opened his system. He hadn't checked the requirements to unlock new skills. He read them and laughed bitterly. The first condition was that the average salary of dungeon cleaners had to exceed $46,000. The second required that job competition among cleaners exceed a ratio of 30:1. Furious, Kim realized every single requirement was centered around being a cleaner. The system demanded full commitment to this role. He angrily threw a bottle across his room. But then, looking at the mess around him, his OCD skill activated. Compelled by the urge, Kim began cleaning his room and then the entire house. After finishing, exhausted, he muttered for a break. At that moment, the system notified him. A requirement to unlock a skill had been met. The message confirmed it, show up at work, and declared that a new skill had been unlocked. Hyper Boost. A full week had passed, with Kim commuting by bus every morning. This meant he had now worked as a dungeon cleaner for 7 days. During that time, he had cleaned 25 dungeons, used up 6 bottles of disinfectant, and disassembled over 30 monsters. Yet, despite all that, he wondered how many skills he had actually unlocked. The system highlighted the Hyper Boost skill. It significantly increased the user's movement speed during battle. Kim reflected on how absurd it was that this skill was unlocked simply by showing up to work. Though it was an efficient movement skill without an attack skill to pair it with, it held little value. Worse still, it was useless for cleaning, as it only activated during combat. Realistically, earning 60 million won a year as a dungeon cleaner or making the job the most preferred career seemed impossible. Everyone knew dungeon cleaning was one of the most extreme jobs out there. Some of the skill requirements seemed a bit more achievable. The system listed them: interest from association leaders for unlocking 1 counter, and a budget increase for unlocking Hellfire. Among these, getting the attention of the association leaders seemed most doable. With Kim's knowledge as a former SSS ranking hunter, he believed he could provide advice useful for the next decade. That would surely catch their attention. However, he doubted they would believe him so easily. For a moment, he thought about reaching out to his former teammates to gain their trust. But with over 1 million hunters out there, he realized it wasn't a practical idea. Continuing this way, he feared he might be stuck as a cleaner forever. As he stared out the bus window, he suddenly panicked, realizing he had missed his stop. Arriving late at the worksite, Kim noticed only 2 people were present and wondered why the others weren't there. Sang-hyuk mentioned that not everyone was like Kim and that the boss had gone to get more disinfectant. Soyeon explained that Huijang was taking some time off for personal reasons. Kim was irritated they were 10 minutes behind schedule and couldn't believe the timing. But Sang-hyuk pointed out that Kim himself was 10 minutes late. Kim admitted missing his stop. With a smile, Sang-hyuk handed him a coffee and told him to drink it while waiting. Kim noticed a change in Sang-hyuk's attitude since the first day. He assumed Sang-hyuk was surprised he hadn't quit yet. Kim then asked about the delay and suggested they get a head start. Sang-hyuk responded that the others weren't done yet. Kim asked what they were doing and Sang-hyuk told him the conquest was still ongoing. Looking at the dungeon ahead, Kim realized he didn't recognize it. Judging by its appearance, it could only be an intermediate blue-level dungeon at most. It didn't seem very challenging, so he couldn't understand what was taking so long. Sitting to the side, he figured there wasn't much he could do and assumed it would be over soon. But 30 minutes passed. Kim's patience wore thin and his irritation grew. He muttered angrily, frustrated with how long it was taking. Just then, Soyeon spotted the hunters returning. They emerged from the dungeon in a badly injured state. Seeing them, Kim could only think of how unworthy they were of their salaries. Among the returning hunters, Kim noticed a girl with long, silky hair and pale, smooth skin. The sight startled him. He recognized her immediately. Minju Kim. She had once been a junior hunter on his team, but he couldn't understand what she was doing there. Minju looked directly at him and asked if he had something to say. Kim replied that he didn't. However, deep down he was furious. Of all people, why did it have to be her? Earlier, he had thought about contacting his former teammates, but she was an exception. That woman had always despised him for no reason. He recalled a time when he suggested she retire after a severe injury. Her reaction had been intense. She cursed him out harshly, despite his intentions being considerate. Her pride was nasty and unrelenting. Still, he admitted, she had undeniable potential as a hunter. As Kim stood silently, Soyeon turned to him and asked if he knew the hunter who had just walked out of the dungeon. She had noticed the way he was staring at her. Kim denied it, saying she just looked like someone he knew. Soyeon nodded but remarked that his intense frown had made her think the woman might be his ex. Hearing this, Kim grew irritated and snapped back, calling it nonsense. Just then, Park arrived and asked if something had happened. Kim replied that it was nothing, but Sang-hyuk, grinning, added that it was just Kim seeing his ex. This pushed Kim to shout at him to shut his mouth. Without wasting more time, Kim moved ahead and told everyone to stop fooling around and get back to work. They entered the dungeon, and Kim observed that it was a blue-level building dungeon. An entire building turned into a dungeon. Soyeon asked if he had researched this one too. Kim admitted he hadn't, only that the boss was a humanoid monster. He thought about how the team had been constantly bombarding him with questions about dungeons and monsters over the past week. He had been feeding them fake information, yet somehow, it seemed to convince them. Park gathered the team and reminded them that finding byproducts in a building dungeon was tough. Everyone was instructed to search every corner carefully and check for blood pools at the bottom of staircases. Then, Park told Kim to accompany him to the boss's room. Inside, they came across a corpse. Park expressed his dislike for humanoids, as they looked too much like human corpses. Kim identified the creature, a humanoid monster named Vega. It appeared female and was about 5'2" in height. Kim assessed that there was no need to dismantle this one. Park agreed and asked if something was wrong. Kim replied there was nothing, but something didn't sit right. He recalled that Vega wasn't a particularly dangerous monster. As long as one could dodge its quick movements, it was manageable. That's why he couldn't understand why Minju had struggled with it. A decade ago, she had been a B-ranked hunter. Though that might not sound like much, B-rankers were still powerful. Without her injury, she could have become an S-ranker. Kim remembered how skilled she was with a sword. Despite her stubborn nature, her technique had always been sharp and fast. She was not someone who would ever struggle against a blue-level boss. Park called out to Kim, asking if he planned to stand there all day and whether he expected Park to carry everything on his own. Kim snapped out of his thoughts and said he had just gotten lost thinking. He reminded himself that none of it mattered anymore. Minju was a stranger now. As Kim bent down and examined Vega's body, he noticed the knife wounds. Something about them made him pause. The marks seemed familiar. The realization hit him hard. Could it be Minju? Outside another dungeon, Kim stood waiting, lost in thought. It was 5 a.m. He had only slept for 2 hours, and this marked the third day in a row filled with nothing but bad luck. He hadn't been this busy even during his active hunter days. Frustrated, Kim complained to Park, wondering why they couldn't be called only after the dungeon was cleared. He questioned how long it was going to take. Park responded calmly, saying they wouldn't know until it was over, and that they should be used to this by now. Kim understood. It had already been an hour, and even he could tell Park was just as irritated. Soyeon, noticing Kim's drained expression, told him he looked exhausted. Kim admitted feeling a bit tired and asked how she was holding up. Despite looking worn out herself, Soyeon simply replied that she was all right. But Kim didn't believe it. She clearly didn't look okay. Moments later, hunters began exiting the dungeon. Among them, Kim's eyes immediately landed on Minju. He was stunned. Out of all the hunters and dungeons, he kept running into her again and again. Their eyes met for a brief moment before they both looked away. As Minju walked past, she muttered under her breath, wondering why he always got in her way. Kim felt anger rising within him. Then, his mind flashed back to the knife wounds he had seen on Vega's corpse. He wondered if he should tell her. But what was the point? He still hadn't moved on from the last words she had said to him. The memory pulled him into the past, to the hospital, where Minju lay recovering. Kim had come to see her. She was surprised to see him and greeted him. He asked about her condition. She responded that it hadn't been long since the surgery, so she wasn't sure yet. Kim scolded her for neglecting her health. He reminded her how he had told her to strengthen her left grip and blamed her overconfidence for the injury. Minju replied that he could have told her sooner. Kim didn't appreciate her tone and clarified he wasn't being spiteful, only concerned. He told her plainly she wouldn't last as a hunter with that injury. Handing her a retirement letter, Kim urged her to quit. Minju was shocked and asked what he meant. He told her that everyone in the association agreed. She shouldn't push herself any further and risk making things worse. Minju protested, insisting she could still manage and that it wasn't a big deal. She reminded him why she needed to remain a hunter. But Kim dismissed her claims, saying she'd only drag the team down. The decision had already been made. He accused her of hiding her pain and making things worse. When she asked him to speak clearly, he snapped back, confirming he wasn't inconsiderate. Minju responded that she had spoken up, many times. She had told him she needed to get checked, but he had brushed it off, saying others were sick too and she should continue working. Kim fired back, accusing her of acting like she was the only one in pain. Minju yelled that she had kept her injuries hidden because of him, and now he wanted her to quit. Kim shouted back, calling it nonsense and denying the blame. He reminded her that he wasn't the one who damaged her shoulder. She should have taken care of herself. What kind of fool ignored their injuries just because they were told to? Minju replied coldly that she was still capable and that rehabilitation would help her recover. Kim questioned who would cover for her while she was gone and pointed out that a swordsman with a bad shoulder couldn't do much. He sarcastically suggested she join the cleaning team. That's when Minju asked him if he had ever seen her as a partner. Kim was caught off guard and asked what she meant. She dismissed it, saying it was a stupid question and that she was probably just disposable to him anyway. Kim lost his temper. He yelled that she clearly didn't care anymore. He admitted he had never enjoyed her company and accused her of never taking his orders seriously. Now she was acting like she was smarter than him. Minju calmly agreed. She had never liked him as her boss. He never cared. He always looked down on them. That's the gaze he gave them every single time. Kim, filled with rage, dismissed her again and said he didn't care what she called him. Minju responded by slapping him and with bitter finality told him she hoped he would do better in his next life. She called him a son of a bitch before walking away. Back in the present, Kim stood in silence, remembering everything. He admitted to himself that he had said hurtful things. She had tried to tell him about her injury, but he couldn't even recall listening. Most likely he had told her to just suck it up without thinking twice. Now it was too late. He realized that if it weren't for the injury, Minju could have become a great hunter. He just never thought the consequences of that injury would show up this early. Kim called out to Minju. Surprised, she pointed to herself, asking if he meant her. Kim signaled toward her and gave her some advice. He told her to strengthen her left grip. Minju looked confused and asked what he was talking about. Kim explained that relying too much on the right hand while holding a sword puts extra pressure on the shoulder. Although her current posture might allow for faster attacks, it would quickly wear out her shoulder. To reduce the strain, she needed to use her left hand for support. He emphasized that the key was to balance the pressure between both hands. Minju made an odd face and responded with a half-hearted agreement. Watching her reaction, Kim assumed she was probably thinking that he, just a cleaner, was babbling nonsense. As he entered the dungeon, Kim muttered to himself that it wasn't his business anyway. He brushed it off, suggesting she go get checked if she wanted. Minju, left behind, wondered aloud what that was all about. The next morning, the scene shifted to a hospital room. A doctor informed Minju that she had been lucky. There was inflammation in her right shoulder. While not serious yet, if left untreated, it could have led to a major injury. The doctor prescribed her some medication and warned her to improve her posture. Confused, Minju asked what he meant. The doctor explained that her overall balance seemed off and advised her to strengthen her left grip. Hearing this, Minju was startled. She realized the cleaner from before had said the exact same thing. By evening, the scene shifted again. Kim was exhausted from the day's work. Park addressed the team, commending everyone for a job well done. Sang-hyuk approached Kim and pointed out that he wasn't handling things properly. Kim asked what he meant. Sang-hyun teased him, saying he shouldn't keep his ex waiting. Just then, Kim noticed Minju standing nearby. He was taken aback, wondering what she was doing there. Seeing Minju, Sang-hyuk leaned toward Park and quietly mentioned that she was Kim's ex. Park chuckled and suggested they give the two some space. Wrapping up the day, he bid everyone goodbye. Sang-hyuk added that it must feel nice to have someone waiting like that. As everyone left, Kim turned to Minju, asking what she wanted. He was clearly exhausted and mentioned needing to catch the last bus home. Without a word, Minju drew her sword and placed it on Kim's shoulder. She asked how he knew and questioned who he really was. Kim, surprised and annoyed, thought about how she dared to place a sword against his neck. Minju demanded an answer, wondering why he had suddenly gone silent. Kim asked what exactly she expected him to answer. She pointed to her shoulder, telling him not to pretend like he didn't know. Kim figured she must have gotten it checked and casually claimed it was just a wild guess. He explained that he only wanted to prank a hunter using things he read online. Minju didn't buy it. She argued that her sword skills were confidential and never made public. Somehow Kim had known her posture and even which muscles she relied on. Kim regretted getting involved. He acknowledged that Minju had exceptional swordsmanship, and it wasn't the kind of information a dungeon cleaner should have access to. If the association found out, they might suspect him of being a spy. To cover himself, Kim explained that he had noticed the sword marks on the monster carcass. Some marks were ordinary, but a few stood out. The deep vertical slashes supported by the right arm were clear, but the follow-up cuts were much shallower. That pattern made it obvious her left-hand grip was weak. He pointed out that Vega, the boss monster, was known for its nimble movements. It wasn't especially dangerous, but its speed made it tricky. A common strategy was to counterattack its fast movements. However, he found no signs of such counterattacks on the body. For someone of Minju's skill, not using that strategy meant one thing. She couldn't keep up with Vega's speed. Minju was stunned by how accurate his observations were. She admitted she had felt momentary pressure on her shoulder. Kim responded that she probably didn't pay much attention to it earlier, but in the middle of a fight the symptoms would have been more obvious, especially for a swordsman. Though not a swordsman himself, Kim thought about how he could give such advice so confidently. It was simple. He had once been the first all-class hunter in history. Suddenly, Minju's expression lit up with excitement. She claimed she knew it. He must be a freelance hunter. The suggestion caught Kim off guard. He asked what she was talking about. Minju went on, explaining that she had heard of A-rank freelance hunters in the city. Hidden masters with elite skills who only appeared in advanced dungeon raids. Or maybe, she guessed, he was a high-ranked hunter from the civilian guild. Kim denied it. He insisted he wasn't a hunter. Minju, still curious, asked what he was then. Kim pointed out that it should be obvious. He was just a cleaner. That should answer everything. He turned to leave, thinking it was clear what she wanted. She had probably hoped to benefit if he turned out to be a powerful hunter. But right now, he was nothing more than a dungeon cleaner. There was no reason for her to get involved with someone like him. Just then, Minju thanked him. Kim paused, surprised. He wondered if she had really just thanked him. Minju then spoke again, politely adding a final comment. The next day, inside the strategy and operations team building, the head of the team, Soo-young Lee, questioned Minju about her sudden request for a vacation. Minju calmly replied that the support team also believed she needed some rest. Soo-young asked if it was because of her previous checkup results. Minju confirmed it. Soo-young expressed disbelief, saying that taking a vacation for shoulder pain would have been unthinkable during his time. Minju added that it could also be an opportunity for personal growth. Soo-young scoffed at the idea, claiming it sounded more like a vacation with her boyfriend. Minju denied it, insisting it wasn't like that. Curious, Soo-young asked what it was about. Minju explained that she wanted to improve her swordsmanship. When asked where she planned to take classes, she said it would be through a personal tutor. Soo-young was shocked and asked if she had found herself a martial arts master or if it was her boyfriend again. Minju clarified that the tutor was a cleaner, someone from the dungeon cleaning team. Soo-young exploded in disbelief. He couldn't understand how an actual hunter like her could even think of learning swordsmanship from a cleaner. He said he'd rather see her take kendo classes. Minju insisted she would handle it on her own. Soo-young pressed further, asking if it was the cleaner who had told her to get her shoulder checked. Minju was startled and wondered how he knew. She suspected the support team might have said something. As she recalled the nurse, she silently cursed her. Soo-young angrily claimed the cleaner was overstepping. He couldn't comprehend what a hunter could possibly learn from a cleaner. Minju responded that nothing was decided yet. She had asked him before, but he had rejected her. Soo-young was frustrated, questioning what there was to learn from someone with nothing to teach. Minju stood firm. She said she would ask again, and keep asking until he accepted. Soo-young gave up, telling her to figure it out on her own. He reminded her that a large-scale conquest was scheduled in a few weeks, so she needed to be back by then. Minju thanked him, and as instructed, left the office. After she was gone, Soo-young muttered to himself in frustration. He couldn't believe what the world had come to. A hunter learning from a cleaner? The idea was ridiculous. He worried about how other teams might perceive this. If the head of Team 2 heard about the clearing team being involved, the consequences could be severe. Immediately, Soo-young made a call, asking if the general manager was available. When the person on the other end asked about the purpose of the call, he said he needed to speak to the general manager directly. There was something important he needed to share. Several days later, inside a dungeon, Kim was working alongside his team, humming a tune as he went about his tasks. He recalled how, a few days ago, he had unlocked a new skill. According to the system, the skill was granted due to increased interest from the association in the dungeon cleaning team. The skill acquired was called One Counter. Kim reflected that he hadn't done anything special, so he didn't understand why the skill had been unlocked. Still, he figured the outcome mattered more than the reason. Just then, Park approached him. Kim asked what was going on. Park hesitated, saying he didn't want to interfere in Kim's personal matters but was curious why Minju was there. Kim explained that he had brought her along. With Huijung still absent, he thought having an extra pair of hands would help. Park acknowledged the practicality but pointed out that Minju was a hunter. If the association found out she was doing cleaning work, it could lead to serious trouble. Kim silently admitted that he wasn't thrilled about bringing her either. The scene then shifted to a few days earlier, where Minju had knelt before Kim with her sword placed in front of her. She asked him to teach her swordsmanship. Kim was stunned. He couldn't believe a hunter would ask a cleaner for such training. He immediately realized it was going to be a difficult situation. To avoid giving a direct answer, Kim told her he would think about it, but only if she helped with cleaning duties. Deep down, he believed her pride as a hunter wouldn't allow her to accept such a condition. To his surprise, Minju lit up with excitement and asked if cleaning was all she needed to do. Back in the present, Kim found himself overwhelmed. Things weren't going the way he had expected. He had clearly underestimated her. He thought she was all pride and ego, but she willingly took on the chores. Now he wondered how he had ended up involved in all this. Minju, struggling to clean a stubborn stain, called out to Kim, addressing him as master. Kim immediately scolded her, reminding her not to call him that. He approached and explained that scrubbing wouldn't help. The blood was a mix of human and monster, and cleaning it required care. First, the human blood needed to be wiped with a mop. Then, the monster blood had to be melted with fire. Minju understood and nodded. Kim took out his dagger and pointed to another sticky spot, explaining it was monster flesh. Using chemicals would be wasteful, so a dagger was better for removal. He advised collecting the byproducts on one side and cleaning the blade after every use, as monster blood could corrode it. Demonstrating the process, he swiftly cleaned the area with skill and precision. Minju was left surprised by how thorough and efficient he was. Kim noticed her reaction and teased her, saying it didn't seem like a task fit for a hunter. But Minju admitted she had underestimated how complex cleaning could be. Just then, Park approached and joked that Kim had become a professional cleaner. Kim laughed it off but silently reflected on his own pride. Once an SSS-ranked hunter, he now felt oddly satisfied about being praised as a cleaner. Park turned to Minju, complimenting her for doing great work for a first-timer. Soyeon, standing off to the side, quietly observed the group's cheerful dynamic without saying anything. A short while later, Minju announced that she had finished her zone and asked if there was more to do. Soyeon suggested she join her in another area, asking Park for permission. Park warned that the next zone would have a lot of carcasses to clean, questioning if they could handle it alone. Soyeon replied with enthusiasm, saying it was rare to work with a hunter. Minju agreed, and the two headed off together. As they left, Sang-hyuk turned to Kim and said he was betting on the hunter. Kim agreed with a smirk. On the way to the new zone, Soyeon found herself unsure of what to say. She had brought Minju along, but now felt awkward. Still, she couldn't help herself. Minju noticed Soyeon looked tired and asked if she was all right. Soyeon insisted she was fine, though Minju pointed out that it didn't seem like it. Soyeon admitted with a smile that she hadn't gotten much sleep in days. Minju asked if something had happened, then expressed her curiosity about Soyeon's story, since it was her first time talking to a hunter so openly. Soyeon said there wasn't much to tell, and mentioned that she simply followed her father's footsteps into hunting. Minju was surprised to hear her father was also a hunter and asked if they worked together. Soyeon explained that he had been fired due to a shoulder injury. His superior accused him of faking it, and his partners distanced themselves, not wanting to deal with the trouble. He endured it all, but his health only got worse. Soyeon was shocked and questioned how anyone could treat a partner that way. But Minju corrected her. There were no real partners in the association, only superiors and juniors. Her father had been a B-rank hunter until he was fired. No one cared about a constant B-ranker. To the association, he was disposable. That was the reality. Power and rank ruled everything. The strong were obeyed, and the weak were used. If they treated hunters like that, she didn't even want to imagine how they treated cleaners. But she stopped herself mid-thought. Silence fell between them for a while. Then Minju suddenly said that Soyeon had feelings for Kim. Soyeon blushed and asked if it was that obvious. Minju smiled and confirmed it was. Soyeon then opened up, admitting that Kim was good at what he did and responsible. He had slacked off the first day and arrived late on the second, so she hadn't expected much from him. But over time, he started working harder than anyone else. He had deep knowledge of dungeons and monsters, often knowing more than the control team's materials. Some of the information he shared wasn't even documented, and with that, a new layer of understanding settled between the two women, bridging the gap between hunter and cleaner. As Minju observed Kim, her thoughts echoed with certainty. This man wasn't just an ordinary cleaner. He had identified her physical condition by examining knife wounds on a subdued monster carcass. With knowledge of dungeons and monsters exceeding even the control teams, he was the true master she needed to become stronger. Minju then reassured Soyeon that she had no romantic feelings for Kim. Soyeon raised an eyebrow, questioning why Minju came to see him every day. Minju explained that the association looked down on the weak and submitted to the strong, which infuriated her. That anger had driven her to seek change. To achieve strength, she needed the master's guidance. Soyeon, slightly amused, asked if that meant Minju wasn't Kim's ex after all. Minju responded with confusion. Before the conversation could go further, they returned to their teammates. Seeing Minju and Soyeon chatting so comfortably, Kim wondered when the two had become so close. Park gathered everyone and gave them a warning. The monster they were dealing with today was venomous. While he trusted the team's capability, he urged them to be extremely cautious and avoid direct contact at all costs. Park noticed something off about Soyeon and asked her if she was all right. Soyeon replied that the suit felt uncomfortable and the respirator was making it hard to breathe. Still, she brushed it off as a minor issue. Sang-hyuk, hearing that, brought up the condition of their gear. He questioned whether Park had tried to get a better budget from the association, pointing out that better equipment meant better safety. Park, clearly frustrated, said he had tried, but the association claimed there were no funds. Sang-hyuk wasn't surprised, complaining about the heavy workload and poor compensation. Despite the complaints, Park decided it was time to get started. He opened the gate, reminding everyone again not to touch the monster directly and to handle their equipment with care. The team entered the dungeon. As they stepped inside, Kim analyzed the monster silently. It was a boss type known as Maximum Slime. Though it appeared to be an ordinary slime, it carried deadly poison and a foul stench. Prolonged exposure would lead to intoxication, and with only a 5-minute survival window inside the dungeon, extra caution was crucial today. Park checked in with Kim and Sang-hyuk, asking if everything was all right. Both replied in unison that they were ready. Then Park turned to Soyeon to ask the same. But she didn't respond. Concerned, Park reached out to check on her. Suddenly, Soyeon collapsed, falling to the ground without warning. Park rushed to Soyeon, lifting her limp body, urging her to get up. Sang-hyuk quickly pointed out that her face had turned pale. Her respirator seemed to be malfunctioning, and her protective suit was torn. Park immediately ordered the team to evacuate her and contact the support team. Kim blamed himself silently. He should have warned her earlier. But now, it was too late. The support team would never arrive in time to administer the antidote. Once infected by Maximum Slime's toxin, only excruciating pain and inevitable death followed. Realizing the urgency, Kim turned to Minju and told her to draw her sword. Minju was taken aback and asked what he was planning. Both Park and Sang-hyuk shouted at Kim, confused by his actions. Kim insisted there was no time to waste. All they needed was a small cut. Minju, hesitant and unwilling, said she couldn't hurt Soyeon, hoping for another way. Kim clarified. He meant himself, not Soyeon. Park pleaded with him, emphasizing Soyeon's critical state. But Kim stayed firm, urging Minju to hurry. Reluctantly, Minju agreed, still unsure of his intentions. She summoned her sword and began activating her skill. Before Kim could stop her, she slashed across his abdomen. Kim winced in pain, thinking how she never listens when it matters. Blood spilled onto the ground as he struggled to remain focused. The pain was intense, but he pushed through. Kim declared he would take Soyeon to the support team himself. Park was shocked. With Kim injured and the nearest team 30 minutes away, it sounded impossible. But without waiting, Kim activated his hyperboost skill, grabbed Soyeon, and launched himself forward. With only 3 minutes left, he raced against time. Moments later, the scene shifted to a hospital. Park, overwhelmed with emotion, thanked the doctor with tears in his eyes. The doctor confirmed it had been a close call. Had she arrived a moment later, she wouldn't have survived. Thankfully, she would recover in a few days. Park once again expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, the doctor turned to Kim and reminded him to visit the discharging office to pay for his stitches. Kim, visibly annoyed, silently fumed about being charged for just a couple of sutures. Sometime later, Soyeon regained consciousness. Park scolded her, saying everyone had been worried sick. She should have informed them if she wasn't feeling well. Sang-hyuk, furious, vented his anger. It was all because of their faulty worn-out gear. Park tried to calm him, reminding him to watch his language in public. But Sang-hyuk was livid. He shouted in frustration about being expected to work in gear that failed to protect them. While hunters received seasonal gear upgrades, they were left with nothing. He quickly added that he wasn't blaming the hunters specifically. Soyeon, trying to ease the tension, said it was fine. Park advised her to rest and assured her he'd try to get the medical bills cleared as an occupational accident. Soyeon asked if the claim would be approved. Park responded with confidence. It was clearly a work-related injury, so she had nothing to worry about. As the conversation in the hospital settled down, Kim quietly turned to leave. Soyeon called out, asking where he was going. Without looking back, Kim simply replied that he was going for a walk. While walking away, Kim reflected on the recent events. Soyeon's injury, caused by outdated equipment, had unexpectedly opened up a valuable opportunity. With the incident fresh and the team's frustration evident, this was the perfect time to push for budget expansion. The association wouldn't risk damaging its reputation by denying it. If everything went according to plan, he would unlock 2 more skills and soon say goodbye to the cleaning team. Back inside, Soyeon expressed concern to Park, noting that Kim didn't seem to be in a good mood. Park agreed, guessing he was furious. Soyeon wondered if it was because she had caused too much trouble. But Park reassured her that wasn't the reason. She was injured, and Kim, despite his seemingly short temper, cared deeply for his partners. Park recognized someone loyal when he saw one. Soyeon reflected on Kim's selfless act. He had put his own body on the line to protect his teammate. She realized he was a natural leader. Sang-hyuk then raised a suspicion. He asked if anyone else found Kim a little fishy. Soyeon, confused, asked why. Sang-hyuk reminded her that Kim had saved her life using a skill. Shocked, Soyeon hadn't realized that before. Sang-hyuk emphasized how absurd it was for someone from the cleaning team to use a skill. Even though he hadn't been on the job long, this seemed highly unusual. Soyeon, now stunned, whispered that she hadn't even thanked Kim yet. Meanwhile, Park turned to Minju and asked her opinion about Kim. Minju admitted that Kim seemed like a good person, but not her type. Park clarified. He meant Kim as a hunter. Minju looked a bit embarrassed at the question. Park explained that Kim was far too skilled to be working as a cleaner. His knowledge of dungeon tactics and monsters exceeded that of most hunters. Minju then asked if Park was suggesting a transfer to the strategy and operations team. Park admitted it was a bold idea, but one that might be in Kim's best interest. Minju agreed. Kim was clearly more capable than many hunters in terms of both skill and experience. However, the issue remained. He was part of the cleaning team. Hearing this, Sang-hyuk flared up in anger. He accused Minju of looking down on cleaners. But Minju quickly corrected him. It wasn't an insult. In fact, it was the opposite. As a B-class hunter, she couldn't even gauge Kim's full capabilities. That could only mean one thing. Kim was fully aware of his own strength, yet he deliberately chose the cleaning team over a higher-ranking department. This left everyone stunned. Park slowly realized the truth. Kim was staying on the cleaning team because he wanted to. Minju confirmed it. It was the only explanation that made sense. Park then wondered why Kim would choose to do such dirty work. Minju offered her guess. Kim was highly skilled but had no interest in climbing the corporate ladder. He valued camaraderie over hierarchy. Everyone was caught off guard by this revelation. Park decided to drop the matter entirely out of respect. Sung-hyuk, overwhelmed, muttered that he never realized Kim cared that much about them. Then a sudden thought hit him. If Kim cared so much about his partners, was it possible he had gone to the association himself to take Soyeon's matter into his own hands? Minju was taken aback by the idea, but the more she thought about it, the more it made sense. Kim was the type to go above and beyond. At that very moment, the scene shifted to the Seoul headquarters. Kim stood confidently inside the building, facing the head of the Korea Association of Supernatural Ability Management, Min Cheol-soo. The head asked who he was. Without hesitation, Kim replied that he was a cleaner. At the Seoul headquarters, Kim meets Min Cheol-soo, the head of the Korea Association of Supernatural Ability Management. Min Cheol expresses surprise that Kim is requesting a budget raise for the cleaning team. Kim firmly confirms this. The narration then reveals that Min Cheol-soo, the topmost figure at Seoul headquarters, took his post exactly a year ago. Since then, his followers had been strategically placed in important positions across the association, establishing a deeper influence than anyone had anticipated. Min Cheol brushes off the request, stating that budget matters fall under the management team's jurisdiction. But Kim challenges that logic, questioning what kind of hunter focuses on weaker monsters during a conquest when subjugating the boss could end it more effectively. Min Cheol then asks if Kim is a hunter, to which Kim calmly replies that he's just a cleaner. Min Cheol becomes visibly annoyed. A mere staff member, someone who isn't even a team leader, was standing before the general manager demanding a budget raise. Kim acknowledges that directly. Min Cheol scoffs, claiming youngsters wouldn't understand such matters and questions why a cleaning team with minimal expenses would need more funding. Kim counters, explaining that the problem lies exactly there. The budget is even less than the small amount they require. Finding the situation amusing, Min Cheol mocks Kim's courage, attributing it to ignorance. But Kim doesn't waver. He explains that a recent accident occurred due to outdated equipment. The team had no choice but to proceed with the old gear. As a result, a protective suit tore, the respirator malfunctioned, and a team member was exposed to monster toxins. Surprised, Min Cheol notes he never received a report about such an incident. Kim clarifies that it had just happened. Meanwhile, Min Cheol silently wonders what gave this kid the confidence to speak so boldly. Kim admits that while he understands the reluctance to spend on the cleaning team, accidents like this shouldn't happen at all. But Min Cheol coldly says that headquarters simply doesn't have the funds. Kim echoes his words in disbelief. Min Cheol adds that Kim likely knows nothing about how the association operates, especially since he seems like a newcomer. Smiling, Kim disagrees. He points out that Min Cheol was the one who pulled the strings on this year's budget. He reveals that the budget assigned to the Superpower Management Department likely totals millions of dollars, and that 70% of it had gone to the strategy and operation team. Min Cheol, now suspicious, demands to know how Kim knows all this. Kim continues, stating that the team won't be able to use up all that budget this year. Most of it would end up funding year-end celebratory conquests and union raids. He suggests that it would be better to divert some of those funds to the teams that truly need it. When Min Cheol demands to know who Kim really is, Kim simply repeats that he's a cleaner. Then he adds a reminder. Min Cheol had only been in office for 2 months. He should be cautious if he wants to keep that hard-earned seat. The cleaning team already had a reputation for being mistreated. If it were to come out that a team member had been injured due to lack of proper equipment, the backlash could be severe. Min Cheol accuses Kim of blackmail, but Kim calmly denies it. He insists he's only offering a suggestion. Curious, Min Cheol asks how much of a raise Kim is seeking. Kim replies that the amount doesn't matter. It's up to him. In his thoughts, Kim reflects that the system only required a budget increase to unlock the next skill. The actual amount was irrelevant, as long as the condition was met. As Kim prepares to leave, he states that the conversation seems to be over. But before he exits, Min Cheol suddenly asks if he knows Hunter Minju. Kim, surprised, asks why he's bringing her up. Min Cheol smirks, saying he'll respond about the budget expansion after a review, and dismisses Kim. As Kim walks away, he wonders why Min Cheol mentioned Minju out of the blue. The scene then transitions to Min Cheol making a call to Soo-young. He reports that a cleaner had just stopped by to speak with him. Min Cheol suspects this person might be the same kid Soo-young once mentioned, the one Minju Kim was learning swordsmanship from. On the call, Soo-young is stunned. A cleaner came to meet the general manager directly? Min Cheol, however, is convinced this person isn't really a cleaner. He confesses that the visitor had access to insider information and might be someone from within the association itself. Though the excuse was a budget proposal for the cleaning team, Min Cheol believes that wasn't the real objective. Soo-young finds this news promising. He had been planning to teach the cleaning team a lesson anyway. Now, with this information, He remarks that it's time to show them who's really in charge. The next day, the atmosphere among the team was tense. Park looked at a newly posted notice with disbelief, questioning the absurdity of the disciplinary action being taken. Sang-hyuk, equally furious, couldn't believe what he was reading. Instead of compensation, they were met with a disciplinary notice, which made no sense to him. He turned to Minju for answers, expressing how unfair and unreasonable the situation was. Minju, just as shocked, admitted she was astonished too. Park read the notice aloud. The reason for the disciplinary action against Soyeon Moon was cited as a violation of the prohibition on side jobs. The accident, they claimed, was a result of accumulated fatigue caused by her secondary work. Sang-hyuk exploded in anger, frustrated by the reality that they weren't even paid enough for the work they did. Park continued reading. Soyeon's accident was being dismissed as personal negligence, not an occupational hazard. Compensation was denied, and the authorities claimed there was no evidence that outdated equipment had caused the incident. Hearing all of this, Kim couldn't help but think to himself, Min Cheol-soo had truly chosen this path. Soyeon, trying to remain composed, told Kim not to worry. She said she was fine and that it was just a written warning. She had never expected the claim to be approved anyway, but Kim's mind was somewhere else. He wasn't worried about the warning itself. It was the skills tied to this situation that concerned him. Sang-hyuk then approached Kim, expressing genuine respect. He had heard about how Kim confronted the general manager and praised him for his courage, calling him a real badass. Park echoed the sentiment, saying they had all heard what happened. Even if the results were unfortunate, Kim's efforts wouldn't go unnoticed. Kim, however, was baffled. He wondered how they all ended up interpreting things this way. Soon after, Park and the rest of the cleaning team began heading into the dungeon for another shift. Park rallied the group, reminding them not to let Kim's efforts go to waste. He encouraged them to give their best and also advised Soyeon to go easy on herself. Soyeon responded cheerfully, assuring everyone that she was doing fine. As Kim watched them leave, he grew more puzzled. The more he thought about it, the less it made sense. He hadn't asked for much, just a small budget raise. He didn't press charges. So why were the authorities suddenly digging into side jobs and issuing disciplinary actions? Was there another reason behind their extreme reaction? Minju, standing nearby, seemed troubled. She wondered aloud if this could be her fault. Kim asked her what she meant. Minju explained that when she had requested some time off, she mentioned the cleaning team to her boss. She admitted that her boss hadn't looked too happy about it at the time. Now, she was starting to believe that might be the reason behind all this. Curious, Kim asked for her boss's name. Minju told him it was Soo-young Lee from Strategy and Operation Team 1. She asked if Kim knew him. Kim immediately recognized the name. Soo-young Lee was a known associate of Min Cheol-soo. He was someone who had risen to a leadership role despite lacking capability, notorious for his frequent power trips. With a knowing smile, Kim muttered that he had expected it. Without wasting time, he informed Park that he was taking the day off. The scene then shifted to Samsung Station in Seocho-gu, Seoul. Suddenly, a dungeon emerged in the middle of the city. Amid the chaos, Kim appeared at the scene, a smirk on his face. He looked ahead confidently, thinking to himself that it was finally time to show off his skills. As the dungeon unfolded near Samsung Station, Kim suddenly found himself surrounded by a swarm of monsters. Without hesitation, he activated one of his skills. The system notified him of a significant speed boost during combat. Utilizing his hyperboost skill, Kim swiftly eliminated every monster in sight, clearing them all in a single strike. Reflecting on his actions, Kim acknowledged that what he was doing was an uncivil subjugation. Freelance hunters often attempted such secret dungeon takeovers without the association's approval, aiming only for monetary gain. It had been so long since his last attempt that he found it difficult to control his own strength. Despite the high risks, tight time constraints, and limited intel, none of it mattered to him. There were only 15 minutes left before the strategy and operation team would arrive. He aimed to wrap everything up within 10. As a top-class hunter, that would have been easy, back when he had all the necessary skills. But now, lacking any defense abilities, even a single hit could prove fatal. The only reason he was able to move this quickly was because he had already been through this dungeon once before. With that, Kim hurled his weapon straight at the boss monster. At the same time, he activated his acquired skill, which amplified damage by 3,000% when hitting weak spots. A powerful blast followed, and the boss was obliterated instantly. Sitting down afterward, Kim quietly noted the day's achievements: the metallic boar, the junior succubus, the ghost, and the dimensional monster. That made 4 dungeons subdued in just one day. He thought about how a single hunter from the strategy and operation team usually managed to handle 3 or 4 dungeons per week. His own feat wasn't bad in comparison. Though the profits wouldn't be impressive since these were all low-level dungeons, it was still a solid outcome. Soon, vehicles from the association filled the area. Kim realized that he had likely triggered an emergency alert at headquarters. In their eyes, an unknown hunter had just cleared a dungeon without permission. If caught, he could be fired at the very least, or worse, held financially responsible for any damage. Still, he was confident they wouldn't suspect a member of the cleaning team. Kim stood up, knowing the hunters would be arriving any moment. It was time to leave. He didn't want to miss the look of awe on their faces. As the scene shifted, Kim returned from his 2-day leave. But it wasn't just others who were in awe. He was too. Arriving at the dungeon site, he was surprised to see Soo-young Lee present. The sight left him wondering if Soo-young had somehow caught on. Soo-young, maintaining a friendly front, spoke to Park about the importance of camaraderie among different teams. Kim, unimpressed, dismissed the words in his mind. He knew Soo-young had never even acknowledged the cleaning team before. With a smile, Soo-young turned toward Kim and claimed to be just a bystander, instructing them to carry on as usual. But Kim remained suspicious. For the chief of strategy and operation to show up at such a moment could only mean one thing. Soo-young likely suspected him of intercepting the dungeon. Park tried to resume normal operations, offering to bring the respirator and hazmat suit for Soo-young. However, Soo-young declined, stating he would simply observe from a distance. Once inside the dungeon, Park observed the situation and muttered that the task ahead would take a while. He turned to Sang-hyuk to check the remaining time. Sang-hyuk informed him that they had 1 hour left and could make it if they hurried. Kim asked Minju if she had any chemicals remaining. Minju confirmed she had a little left and asked about the required consistency. Kim instructed her to make it 60%, stating he needed it strong since the flesh had completely hardened. He also asked her to bring him another mop. Meanwhile, Park questioned Soyeon about the gas levels. Soyeon responded that it was at 150 micrograms per square meter and decomposing quickly. Kim then requested Sang-hyuk's help with the dismantling once he was done. But Sang-hyuk declined, explaining that there was too much blood down the passage and he needed to wipe it down again. Standing off to the side, Soo-young silently observed the team. He noted how everyone appeared unusually busy just because of his presence. He decided it was the perfect moment to throw some bait. Turning to Minju, Soo-young casually brought up the topic of dungeon interceptions that had occurred over the past 2 days. Kim, overhearing this, grew tense. Minju still thought he was currently just a hunter. But if she found out about the interception during his leave, he feared the entire team might turn on him. Kim suspected that Soo-young was trying to feel him out. Minju responded to the comment, noting how the hunters must be in chaos. Soo-young added that while a thorough investigation was underway, finding the culprit was proving difficult. He mentioned a substantial reward was being offered for whoever brought in the dungeon interceptor. Surprised, Minju asked about the reward. Soo-young explained further. Additional points would be given in the rank evaluation for hunters, and there might even be a departmental transfer for teams who caught the culprit. That meant even the cleaning team could be reassigned if they succeeded. He made it clear that the offer applied to everyone, not just Minju, and instructed them to report any suspicious individuals, specifically those who had recently taken 2 days off. Hearing this, Kim's anxiety spiked. The mention of departmental movement made the situation urgent. He realized he had underestimated Soo-young's cleverness, despite assuming his position was gained through internal connections. Breaking the tension, Park approached Kim and asked about his injury from the previous day. He reminded him to be more careful when dismantling monsters. Soyeon chimed in, pointing out how lucky Kim was to have been injured yesterday instead of today, when Mr. Lee was present. Sang-hyuk added that he saw it coming, having noticed Kim humming through his work. Park remarked that Kim had gotten too comfortable from all the compliments lately. Park then turned to Soo-young, joking about how unfortunate it was that no suspicious individual was found among their team. Soo-young, however, wasn't convinced. Park continued, pretending to lament that if the interceptor had been on their team, they could have reported him and earned a promotion. Sang-hyuk joined in, vowing that if they found anyone fishy, they'd bring him straight to Soo-young. He declared himself a man of no loyalty, but one who always kept his word. Witnessing all this banter and performance, Soo-young silently questioned whether the cleaning team had lost their minds from all the cleaning. The next day, the scene shifted. Soo-young, now fully convinced, made a phone call to Min-cheol. He reported that he had found the culprit, confidently claiming that the cleaner was behind the recent dungeon interceptions. He noted that there had been no further incidents since the cleaner returned to work. Min-cheol, however, responded differently. He suggested they simply let the cleaning team be. Startled, Soo-young questioned the decision. They had clear evidence and only needed to take disciplinary action. He asked whether Min-cheol truly intended to let the culprit off the hook. Min-cheol calmly responded that they had stirred up a hornet's nest. That cleaner, he revealed, was no ordinary employee. Then, Min-cheol revealed Kim's true identity, leaving Soo-young completely stunned. Inside a busy bank, a child pointed at Kim and commented to his mother that the man was bleeding. The mother, alarmed, hushed her child, warning that the scary-looking man might hear him. Kim, meanwhile, was lost in thought, reminding himself of the reason he intercepted the dungeon. If he couldn't secure a budget, he would have to create one himself. Elsewhere, Soo-young was on a call with Min-cheol, questioning his decision. He insisted they had clear evidence linking Kim to the interception. Min-cheol informed him that someone had just made an anonymous donation to the cleaning team. It wasn't a large sum, but matched the estimated profit from the recent dungeon incident. That, Soo-young believed, confirmed their suspicions and clearly identified the culprit. But Min-cheol wasn't convinced. He pointed out how unusual it was for a cleaner to intercept a dungeon. With such skills, anyone else would have left the cleaning team for better opportunities. Soo-young didn't understand the logic, but Min-cheol continued. Not only had Kim proposed a budget raise directly, but he also knew intricate details about the association. details no regular cleaner should be aware of. To Mincheol, it was obvious Kim didn't belong in the cleaning team. He then revealed his theory. Kim had to be an insider, someone high up in the association's hierarchy, possibly even someone acting under direct orders from the chairman himself. Soo-young was stunned. The idea that the chairman could be involved explained a lot, especially why the team had been protecting Kim all along. He realized he had overlooked something crucial. Mincheol warned him further, suggesting this might be a subtle message to fall in line before things escalated. Without Mincheol's support, Soo-young had no protection left. They had clearly messed with the wrong person. Back at the cleaning site, Kim was deep in thought, suspecting that Soo-young had chosen to back off for now. His only concern was when the promised funds would finally arrive. That's when the team noticed a stack of boxes in front of them. They were surprised, wondering what it could be. Sang-hyuk and Soyeon opened the boxes to find brand new hazmat suits and respirators. Park observed that they were also packed with respirator parts and gloves, possibly sponsored by the headquarters. Kim assumed the anonymous donation had finally been put to use. Just then, Park received an official notice. Kim figured it would state how the donation came from an anonymous source, but the amount seemed far too generous for the value of 20 million won. Park, reading the document, was shocked to discover the amount was actually 200 million won. Kim, equally stunned, took the notice from Park and read it himself, confirming it was 10 times what he had donated. Sang-hyuk continued reading the notice aloud. After reviewing the recent accident, the association had concluded that outdated equipment, caused by lack of funding, was the primary reason behind the mishap. As a result, the Seoul headquarters had decided to slightly increase the team's budget. Soyeon was surprised to hear about the budget raise. Sang-hyuk read on. The association also offered its deepest sympathy to Soyeon for her injuries and would provide compensation. The compensation amount totaled 100 million won. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears welled up in Soyeon's eyes. She turned to Kim, asking if he was behind it. Kim denied it. Sang-hyuk pressed him again, but Kim repeated it wasn't him. Park, still in disbelief, mentioned that this was the first time he'd seen the association change so drastically. Kim found it odd as well. The association was never the type to reverse its decisions or provide generous funding. Park pointed to the written notice, saying the decision had been revised and that was all they needed to know. It didn't matter who did what anymore. Soyeon agreed, accepting the explanation. Park sighed, noting it would take forever to move all the equipment to their office. He joked that whoever delivered it should have carried it in for them. Kim, surprised, asked if they even had an office. Park confirmed they did, though it hadn't been of much use before. Minju asked where the office was and offered to carry the boxes with Kim while the others went home. Kim resisted, saying he never agreed to help. But Park decided they would all do it together. Minju insisted it would be fine with just the two of them and looked to Kim for agreement. Kim responded with sarcasm, knowing full well Minju wouldn't take no for an answer. Soon after, while Kim was working, the system notified him that a new requirement had been unlocked, an expansion of the cleaning team's budget. Alongside that, he gained a new ability, the Hellfire skill. Kim was thrilled to see another skill added to his arsenal, thinking that he would be leaving the cleaning team very soon. Later, Minju approached Kim and brought up the recent dungeon interceptions from the past 2 days. Kim responded indifferently, implying he didn't care what she might do with that information. But Minju reassured him, saying she wouldn't report him just for a few extra points. She pressed on, pointing out that he had used the profits from those interceptions to fund the team's compensation and equipment. Kim was surprised she knew. Minju guessed that the rest of the team probably knew too, but they were deliberately ignoring it to avoid putting him in danger. Kim was shocked that everyone knew, even though he thought he had handled the matter carefully. Minju reminded him of the old saying, "You can't hide an awl in a bag," meaning true talent always stands out. She warned that while they let him off this time, they would now be keeping a close watch on him. In her view, his place in the cleaning team would no longer be secure. But Kim took this as a good sign. He thought maybe she was trying to push him higher up by reporting to the higher-ups. For a moment, he appreciated tagging Minju along with the cleaning team. He believed he was finally close to escaping the nightmare of this lowly post. However, Minju smiled and said something unexpected. She believed that Kim actually wanted to stay in the cleaning team. She offered to help him remain there for as long as he wished. While she admitted she couldn't do much now, she promised that once she reached a higher rank, she'd support him properly. Kim was instantly irritated and wondered if she was messing with him. Just when everything seemed to be going smoothly after the interception incident, a new problem emerged. As the team entered a dungeon for their next assignment, they found it completely trashed. The walls were covered in profanity written in monster blood, and monster corpses were scattered intentionally. Soyeon was shocked, feeling that things had gone too far. Sang-hyuk, visibly angry, urged Kim to join him in confronting those responsible, specifically, the Akudant hunters. Kim wasn't interested. He reminded Sang-hyuk that if those responsible didn't admit anything, there was no point in confronting them. He believed it was better to ignore them and let things settle on their own. Despite his calm demeanor, Kim knew the hunters from the operation team were the ones behind it. As much as he wanted to confront them directly, he couldn't afford to stir up trouble. He needed to stay quiet and continue unlocking his skills. He believed they wouldn't keep this up forever, but he was wrong. The harassment continued for 4 straight days. Sang-hyuk, unable to take it any longer, angrily told Park he would confront the operation team himself. Park explained he had already tried that multiple times. He even attempted to meet the team leader, but the man was supposedly away on a business trip. The operation team was denying any involvement. Sang-hyuk suggested they should at least inform Hunter Minju. Kim immediately shut that idea down. When Sang-hyuk pushed back, Kim, now visibly angry, told him not to do anything because he was going in himself. He also told the team not to clean that dungeon. Kim was furious. He was amazed at the immaturity of the hunters who had kept this up for days. But what truly impressed him was their dedication to annoying him. They had succeeded in pushing him to his limit. With boiling anger, he activated his OCD skill. Later, Kim, now deeply frustrated, expressed his anger over the situation. He cursed the hunters for extending his working hours to 15 a day. Despite already working relentlessly, he now found himself missing the last ride home every single night because of them. That evening, Kim stormed into headquarters, burning with rage. A staff member spotted him and asked how he dared shove a hunter. But Kim wasn't thinking of stopping. In his mind, he had decided to end this once and for all. Tonight, Kim reflects on the chaos surrounding him, noting it as a direct result of the incident from 3 days earlier. Outside the dungeon, 2 men mock the cleaning team, commenting on the revolting stench that greets them. One of them even calls it the cleaning team's trademark. As they pass by, one shoves Sang-hyuk aside with arrogance, while the other mocks the cleaners for watching them. They blame the cleaning team for interfering with another division's budget and say they should have known their place. Just cleaners, nothing more. One of them even claims he'd rather take a part-time job than be a cleaner. Just then, Minju arrives and demands to know which division they belong to. The 2 men scoff, dismissing her as a kid and threatening her to back off. But Minju, unfazed, repeats her question sternly. One of them mocks her again, but the other quickly realizes who she is and tries to silence his partner. The first one asks why, and then comes the shocking truth. Minju is their superior. Immediately, both men bow and greet her respectfully. Minju acknowledges that they're part of her team and remarks she didn't realize it until now. One of them apologizes, but Minju points out that their apology is misdirected. They should be sorry for behaving less like decent human beings. She then approaches Soyeon and Sang-hyuk to check if they're all right, and both confirm that they are. Minju shares her frustration, stating that many of the new hunters act arrogantly just because of their rank, even though most barely qualify as E-class. She apologizes for what happened, but Soyeon reassures her that everything's fine. The 2 hunters, however, continue to glare at the cleaning team. Later, Park arrives and greets Minju, expecting to begin their usual duties, but Minju reveals that she's there to say farewell. She thanks him for his support and guidance. Park humbly says they should be the ones thanking her for her hard work. Kim observes quietly, noting that although it had only been a week since Minju started helping with the cleaning team, she had picked things up quickly. She was already handling a full cleaner's workload efficiently, but now her time with them had come to an end. Minju expresses her gratitude for meeting such great people, and as emotions rise, Soyeon begins to cry. She asks Minju to promise that she'll visit sometime. From a distance, Kim watches them, thinking how close they've grown in just a week, like real sisters. But Kim's thoughts reveal a different perspective. Everyone was sad to see Minju go, but not him, because he had asked her to leave. The scene shifts to the previous day, where Kim had told Minju she didn't need to report for cleaning duties anymore. He recalls how surprised she looked, but she quickly understood the true meaning behind his words. Not having to clean anymore was his way of accepting her favor. Afterward, he helped her plan conquest schedules based on his own knowledge and experience. If she followed his guidance, she could reach A rank within 6 months. Kim admits he's still far from rebuilding the career he had in his previous life. But his plan is clear, to train Minju into the greatest hunter and use her success as leverage in future negotiations with the association. In his past life, she had asked if she meant more to him than just a tool. In this life, the answer remains the same. She is still just disposable. Minju, with a faint smile, thanks Kim and tells him to call her if he ever needs help, even though she doubts he will. Kim responds with a simple acknowledgement. Kim then informs us that all of this happened the very next day after Minju left the cleaning team. Inside a building, the 2 arrogant hunters were seen chatting casually. One of them mocked the old cleaner who had come in the previous day, finding the entire encounter hilarious. The other chimed in, laughing about how the bald man had practically begged them to treat the cleaning team kindly. They took pride in asserting that cleaners should never interfere with a hunter team's budget, considering it a foolish move. But before their laughter could continue, Kim appeared and punched one of them straight in the face. Shocked, the second hunter demanded to know who Kim was. As Kim turned toward him to attack, the man activated his necromancer skill, warning Kim that he was messing with the wrong person. He launched an attack, but Kim dodged it effortlessly. Enraged, the hunter used another skill, Death Assault, threatening to show Kim the price of crossing a hunter. But Kim struck him hard again, furious that a hunter would dare use skills outside dungeon grounds. He criticized their childish behavior, questioning if they had ever received proper hunter training. Kim reminded them of the seriousness of their actions, emphasizing that they were attacking a civilian. The hunter tried to defend himself, arguing that Kim had assaulted a hunter and would face consequences. But Kim shut him down, calling him an E-rank weakling and warning him to stay quiet. The man, now scared, apologized. Kim scoffed at his cowardice, saying he didn't deserve to be called a hunter. Kim then delivered a clear message. From that day forward, the cleaning team would no longer clean up after their dungeon messes. Everything they had done so far, every cruel and irresponsible act, would be exposed across headlines and social media, ruining their careers. He offered them a choice: come and apologize or face public disgrace. The hunter, still defiant, claimed the association would protect them as it always sided with hunters. But Kim laughed at the idea. He reminded them that they were mere E-rankers and far too insignificant for the association to bother covering for. He warned them again: apologize or make things worse. When one of the hunters questioned if Kim was taking things too far, Kim responded with a threat, suggesting a stripped skill match inside a dungeon. The tension was high when suddenly, Soo-young entered, asking what the commotion was about. Kim was surprised to see him, knowing he was supposed to be on a business trip. This unexpected arrival made things complicated. Soo-young, however, greeted Kim politely and asked if there had been any issue with the budget. Kim was puzzled by his friendly tone. Kim explained the situation, stating that the hunters had staged a ridiculous act during their conquest, scattering monster corpses and smearing blood on dungeon walls. He had only come to check if there was a problem with the cleaning team. One of the hunters quickly interrupted, accusing Kim of randomly attacking them. But before the man could say more, Soo-young slapped him hard, furious that he had called Kim a bastard. He apologized to Kim on their behalf. Kim accepted it and requested that Soo-young keep an eye on them. As Kim prepared to leave, he added that he never wanted to see those two around again. Soo-young acknowledged the request, wishing Kim well as he left. Kim thought to himself that everything had wrapped up smoothly, except for one lingering question. What had caused such a drastic shift in Soo-young's attitude? Later, Kim and Minju sat together discussing the situation. Kim asked if she had any idea why Soo-young had changed. Minju, just back from her week-long vacation, said she didn't know yet. Still, she found the hunters' behavior pathetic, saying their actions reflected their low ranks. Kim acknowledged that at least they received a proper apology. He hoped those hunters had learned their lesson and would never repeat their mistake. But Minju revealed a final piece of information that caught Kim off guard. The two hunters had been fired. Kim began to wonder if his complaint had gone too far. Because of what he said that day, 2 hunters had been fired over a single complaint from someone considered just a cleaner. He couldn't shake the feeling that Soo-young's overly polite attitude had hidden something strange. Kim felt uneasy, sensing that something wasn't right. The next day at work, Kim and his team were stunned by an unexpected change. Outside the dungeon, hunters had gathered and were openly appreciating the cleaning team's efforts. Kim also acknowledged their presence, complimenting them for their work. From that point on, the hunters' behavior took a strange turn. After every dungeon conquest, they would stay back, offering respectful salutes to the cleaning team, or neatly gathering monster carcasses into one corner. They even went as far as cleaning the boss's room until it was spotless. This new attitude didn't go unnoticed. Soyeon remarked that it wasn't easy getting used to this sudden change. Park, with 10 years of cleaning experience, admitted he had never seen the strategy and operation team act this way before. Sang-hyuk joked that at this rate, their cleaning team might end up taking over that department. Park quickly pointed out that it was all thanks to Kim, who had done the real work. Sang-hyuk, trying to ease the mood, agreed and credited Kim fully. Soyeon, though grateful, admitted her concerns. She appreciated Kim's support, but worried he might suffer consequences alone. Kim was confused about her comment, unsure what she meant by siding with them. She clarified that even though the hunters were careful now, someone might eventually try to strike back. Kim remained confident that no one would retaliate unless they were truly bold, so there was no need to worry just yet. Soyeon agreed, emphasizing that he had done nothing wrong. Later, Sang-hyuk approached Kim, expressing confusion over everything that had happened. Kim had gone straight to the general manager, increased their budget, got hunters fired, and now even had Team 1 walking on eggshells. When Sang-hyuk hinted that Kim might secretly be someone powerful enough to scare the higher-ups, Kim brushed it off with a laugh and told him to get back to work. Inwardly, Kim scoffed at the idea. If he were truly a big shot, he wouldn't be stuck cleaning. Meanwhile, Soo-young appeared tired and drained. Dongbin Lim, head of strategy and operation Team 2, approached him with a mocking tone. He had heard rumors that Soo-young had been trying to cozy up to the cleaning team, and he found the idea laughable. He sarcastically commented on Soo-young's teamwork and suggested that sucking up to cleaners wasn't exactly a good look. In response, Soo-young sternly told Dongbin to shut his mouth if he didn't understand the situation. He questioned whether Dongbin even knew who the cleaner in question really was. Dongbin revealed that he had heard the rumors, that the cleaner was backed by the chairman himself. He then mocked the idea, claiming that connections never lasted long in the industry. According to Dongbin, real credibility came from rising through the ranks alone, not by relying on powerful allies. Growing impatient, Soo-young warned him to stop stirring trouble, but Dongbin continued, offering to fix the problem for him. He insisted on taking care of the cleaner from the association, who, in his opinion, didn't know his place. Dongbin said he'd handle it as Soo-young's superior. Soo-young asked about his plan. Dongbin claimed it was nothing major, just following proper protocol. In his view, the cleaner wouldn't survive a fatal mistake, no matter his connections. When Soo-young questioned whether the cleaning team had made any errors, Dongbin admitted that nothing had happened yet, but they would ensure something did. This made Soo-young uneasy. He could sense Dongbin had something dangerous planned. Dongbin laughed and pressed further. He questioned whether Soo-young truly intended to keep siding with the cleaners for the rest of his career. He reminded him of his rank as an elite and leader of Team 1 and warned that the situation was spiraling out of control. Soo-young pushed aside the comment and asked for clarity. Dongbin hinted that he wasn't asking for much in return, just cooperation. He brought up that Team 1 was scheduled for a large-scale conquest the following week, a multi-zone dungeon operation in the Yeongdongpo area. The mention of that dungeon visibly shocked Soo-young. The scene shifts to a detailed overview of the upcoming multi-zone dungeon, a unique dungeon that only opens its next area after the previous boss is defeated. While it usually qualifies as a standard green-rank dungeon, its complexity arises from the fact that no one can exit unless all bosses have been subdued. Because of this, the operation demands intense preparation, requiring an entire month for planning and another for execution. Amid this discussion, Dongbin expresses interest in taking over the operation. His request sparks a sharp reaction from Soo-young, who yells at him for being insane. But Dongbin calmly reveals that the general manager has already approved the handover and only asked him to discuss it with Soo-young. Soo-young reflects on Dongbin's tendency to steal credit by hijacking the achievements of others. Yet, with the cleaning team involved, he finds himself in a tough spot. He realizes he can't afford to directly harm them. Frustrated, he thinks that if Dongbin manages to remove the cleaning team, it would still count as a win for him. Eventually, he agrees to the deal, but warns Dongbin to keep him out of any fallout. Dongbin, pleased with the outcome, mentions a rising star on Soo-young's team, Minju, and requests her assistance. Soo-young is irritated at how Dongbin always seems to know such internal details, but reluctantly tells him to take whatever he needs. Meanwhile, Kim is seen sitting on a bus, deep in thought. He notes how things have shifted since he regressed into his current body. With each success, unlocking skills has become less demanding. He also considers the fact that the cleaning team hasn't had any new applicants for months, and takes it as a sign that they are stable for now. Soon, a system message appears for Kim, informing him about a locked skill that requires him to initiate a joint project with another department. Kim realizes he would have ignored such a condition earlier, but with how the operation team behaves now, this might actually be achievable. As he examines more locked skills, he sees one that seems attainable, increasing public interest in the cleaning team, unlike the improbable wage increase. Suddenly, Kim receives a call from Minju. When he answers, she informs him about an upcoming large-scale conquest scheduled for the next week and that she has been appointed the leader of the subjugation squad. Kim immediately thinks of the multi-zone dungeon and wonders if this conquest is related. He compliments her rising value, but Minju brings up the real concern. The cleaning team has been requested to participate in the conquest. Kim is visibly shocked. Soon, the scene shifts to the interior of a building where hunters begin to grumble upon seeing the cleaning team. One of them vents that the cleaning team first took their budget, now their jobs, and is now even taking over their responsibilities. Another sarcastically blames their lack of connections, suggesting that favoritism is at play. The hallway buzzes with tension as more hunters gossip. Soyeon checks on Park, who assures her he's fine. Just then, one of the hunters gathers everyone, asking them to take their seats since the meeting is about to begin. Kim silently fumes, noting how low-ranked hunters are testing his patience. He turns to Minju, pointing out that multi-zone dungeons are usually assigned to Team 12, and the people present don't belong to her team. Minju explains that while it was originally her team's project, she heard that Soo-young handed it over to Team 2. Confused, Kim questions why Soo-young would give up such a major operation after months of preparation. Minju replies that the team leaders held an exchange, but she doesn't know the specifics. At that moment, Dongbin enters the room and greets everyone. Kim immediately recognizes him and thinks to himself, "That bastard, Dongbin Lim." Kim grew increasingly angry as he remembered how Dongbin used to steal credit for his performances during his rookie days. Dongbin had built a reputation for hijacking others' projects, and now he was the leader of Strategy and Operation Team 2. Minju noticed something off and asked Kim about it. Kim warned her to stay away from Dongbin, believing she would gain nothing from associating with him. Later, Dongbin began the briefing. He explained that the estimated time for the conquest was 24 hours. He reminded everyone that a multi-zone dungeon couldn't be exited unless all zones were cleared. Those who wanted out had until the end of the day to inform him. The operation would take place in the Yeongdongpo area and would be split into 3 groups. He warned that during the 24-hour-long operation, subjugated monsters would begin to decompose, releasing gas that could interfere with the conquest. This issue would be handled by Cleaning Team 3. Since it was a large-scale project, the team would receive a generous bonus. Dongbin then addressed the cleaners directly, asking if they could handle it. Park responded with confidence. Kim considered the offer seriously. It was an excellent opportunity to work alongside the strategy and operation team, earn a bonus, and start cleanup right after the conquest. It was highly efficient. More importantly, it was a chance for Kim to unlock a new skill. He feared that rejecting this joint operation might mean missing out forever, as their team was just a cleaning crew. But despite the temptation, Kim ultimately declined. He informed Dongbin that they wouldn't participate. Dongbin was visibly shocked. A short while later, Soyeon asked Sang-hyuk why Kim would reject such a rare opportunity. Sang-hyuk agreed. It seemed like a dream job with a bonus, and he wondered if Kim had simply backed out. Minju asked Park for his opinion. Park believed Kim was just trying to protect the team. Minju agreed, realizing that although the briefing made it sound simple, the operation was actually dangerous. It was a continuous 24-hour task packed with endless monsters. Park began to cry, understanding that Kim must have predicted the danger and rejected the offer to shield them from blindly accepting it. Soyeon also became emotional, realizing Kim had their best interests at heart. Sang-hyuk admitted that Kim often made his intentions hard to understand, and he had assumed Kim just didn't want to take part. Park, now smiling through his tears, stated that their team would not participate. Inspired, Minju announced she was considering backing out too. Park and Soyeon were shocked. Soyeon reminded her that she was the team leader. Park asked if she was doing this only because of them. Minju clarified that she had never felt confident about the role. Deep down, she didn't feel skilled enough to lead yet. But more importantly, her master had warned her not to get involved with Dongbin. Taking her master's advice felt like the right decision. Park smiled and said that made sense. Meanwhile, in a quieter moment, Soo-young thought about Dongbin and laughed to himself. He felt Dongbin got what he deserved and wished he had seen his shocked face in person. When he met Dongbin, he teased him, mentioning how badly things had gone. He reminded Dongbin that he had warned him. Kim wasn't an easy target and likely understood everything from the start. Dongbin, annoyed, told Soo-young not to pick a fight. Soo-young asked if he really thought his team could handle the operation alone. He had even heard Minju Kim had backed out. Dongbin, clearly irritated, told him to back off. Soo-young, still amused, asked if Dongbin planned to hire the civilian guild, only to reveal that he had already spent 200 million won of the budget. Enraged, Dongbin asked to borrow Soo-young's connections and demanded access to the required personnel list. The list, issued under the authority of the general manager, was essentially a forced operational order. Disobedience could result in disciplinary action or even enforced resignation. Fuming, Dongbin cursed Kim for daring to anger him despite being so inexperienced. A few days after the earlier incident, Kim learned that Dongbin Lim had managed to obtain the required personnel list. This left both Minju's team and Kim's team with no choice but to join the conquest. As the cleaning team arrived at the dungeon site, they noticed a large crowd gathered in front. The size of the conquest had clearly drawn media attention. Seeing this, some team members commented on the situation. Sang-hyuk wondered if they might get interviewed. Park joked that he would have shaved had he known the media would be present, while Soyeon regretted not showering that morning. Kim noticed Minju looking tense and reminded her of her position as the leader of the conquest. He told her to stay brave and act confident, warning that nervousness in a hunter could make citizens uneasy. He emphasized the need to hold her head high and stay composed, pointing out that real challenges lay ahead during the operation. Minju responded that she usually performed better in real situations. Kim advised her to focus solely on subjugation once inside the dungeon, without worrying about his team. Minju agreed but asked him to keep his radio on just in case. Kim warned her not to call unless she felt she was near death. She acknowledged this with a brief reply. Before entering, Park called for a final supply check. Kim confirmed they had 10 liters each of hydrogen peroxide, diluted hydrochloric acid, and saline. Soyeon added that the vacuum compressor and EVA film compression pack were ready, with no issues in goggles or respirators. Kim also confirmed they had enough food and water. Park stated that although it would be tough, things would go smoothly as long as they followed procedure. He encouraged the team to get pumped up for the mission. Some hunters observing from afar mocked the cleaning team's behavior, saying they looked like they enjoyed making fools of themselves. Meanwhile, Dongbin approached Minju, noting her presence with the cleaning team. He expressed hope for the conquest's success for both of them. Minju politely agreed. Nearby, Soyeon expressed surprise to Kim about Dongbin's presence, assuming he wouldn't attend since Minju was leading. Kim explained that it was rare for the team leader not to lead a conquest, but sometimes they appointed a capable hunter for such tasks. In this case, it was Minju. He admitted that Minju was capable of leading, but there was a deeper reason behind Dongbin stepping back. Dongbin lacked field experience and had only ever planned operations. In reality, he had never led a conquest himself and was used to piggybacking on others. Dongbin reassured Minju that he'd be on site during the operation and offered to handle any problems that arose. Minju respectfully acknowledged his words. However, Dongbin found her tone slightly off and took note of her attitude. Dongbin then addressed the cleaning team, reminding them there should be no delays in their work. Kim calmly assured him that everything was under control. Dongbin, growing irritated, silently challenged Kim's confidence, eager to see how long he could keep up that attitude. With all teams now present, Dongbin instructed Minju to proceed. She agreed and began briefing all the hunters. She reminded everyone that the subjugation would be divided among 3 teams, A, B, and C. Each team would take turns clearing zones in a rotating cycle until the entire dungeon was cleared. She also emphasized the joint operation with the cleaning team and expressed her confidence in their expertise. She added that in case of an emergency, the cleaning team could also be contacted for help. This unexpected line shocked the hunters and even left Dongbin stunned. Kim was equally surprised, questioning her intentions silently. Dongbin quickly corrected her, suggesting she had meant the strategy and operations team should be called in an emergency. Ignoring the tension, Minju unsheathed her sword and addressed all present. She instructed everyone to review the operation details one last time and prepare to begin once ready. With that, the dungeon opened. Kim looked ahead and signaled his team. It was time to start the dungeon cleaning. Inside the dungeon, all monsters had already been eliminated, and the cleaning team had begun their work. Soyeon expressed mild surprise at how manageable things seemed, admitting she was initially worried but now found it better than expected. Kim reminded everyone that despite the large scale of this operation, their role was limited to cleaning. He assured the team that they likely wouldn't even encounter the subjugation squad until the very end. Sang-hyuk seemed disappointed, pointing out that not getting to witness the conquest defeated the purpose of a joint operation. Park shut the idea down, emphasizing that they weren't hunters and needed to stay focused on their assigned duties. He instructed everyone to move on to embalming after disassembling was complete. He stressed the importance of vacuum packing each carcass separately to prevent decomposition before the conquest concluded. Sang-hyuk grumbled, noting it was the 100th time he'd heard that. Park insisted they needed extra caution, given it was a joint operation. Kim reflected internally, explaining that under normal circumstances, monster carcasses would have been incinerated immediately. However, with the conquest still ongoing, they had decided to embalm and vacuum pack the disassembled parts to keep them preserved. Feeling tired already, Sang-hyuk asked Park about lunch. Park reminded him they had just begun. Just then, Soyeon appeared with snacks. She offered chocolate bars to the team, having packed them just in case. Sang-hyuk perked up, surprised to know snacks were available. Soyeon offered one to Kim too, though she apologized for possibly distracting him, knowing how focused he stayed during work. Kim accepted, choosing a strawberry flavor. After their short break, Park urged everyone to get back to work. Kim thought about how, despite it being their first large-scale mission, the initial hours had passed without major issues. Their duties remained routine. However, as time dragged on, the contrast between them and the operation team grew. While the subjugation team proceeded smoothly, the cleaning team began to falter. At the 10-hour mark, fatigue started creeping in. By the 15th hour, Sang-hyuk injured his hand after dozing off, accidentally bursting a vacuum-sealed bag in the process. The team's pace continued to slow, and they gradually fell far behind the subjugation team. 18 hours into the mission, the strategy team contacted the cleaning crew through radio, alerting them that gas levels within the dungeon were rising. They demanded a status report. Park responded apologetically, admitting they were behind schedule. When asked about their current zone, he replied that they were working in Zone 5. The strategy team was shocked, revealing they had already completed Zone 10 and demanding to know why the cleaners were 5 zones behind. Park again apologized, explaining that they intended to take a quick hour-long break before resuming work. The strategy team exploded in frustration, asking if he had lost his mind. With gas levels rising, taking a break was unacceptable. Kim stepped in, explaining that the team was completely exhausted and operating far beyond their limits. He requested that a hold be placed on the subjugation and that the message be relayed to Minju Kim. But the strategy team rejected the request, citing that any delay would affect the projected end time of the conquest. Kim protested, arguing that continuing in their current condition was impossible. No one on the team had the physical capacity to move forward. Still, the strategy team dismissed his concerns, calling it a problem for the cleaners to handle on their own. In frustration, Kim demanded they send hunters who weren't actively working to help the cleaning team catch up. But the strategy team refused, questioning why any hunter should assist with cleaning. At this, Kim lost his temper and demanded to speak to Minju directly. Shortly afterward, Dongbin arrived at the scene and confronted the cleaning team. He scolded them, questioning what they were doing while gas levels continued to rise. He reminded them that they had claimed to have everything under control and accused them of slacking off. He warned them that their behavior bordered on misconduct. Kim, barely holding back his anger, demanded to know Minju's whereabouts. Dongbin dismissed the question, telling Kim it wasn't his business and accusing him of being unreasonable. He reminded Kim again not to interfere with the conquest. Kim snapped, yelling that they had been working nonstop for the past 18 hours without a single break. He asked if Dongbin expected them to function like machines. He stated that they couldn't continue any longer in such a state. Dongbin, unfazed, responded coldly, asking if Kim was giving up now. Dongbin suddenly exploded in rage, yelling about how the entire operation was now at risk because the cleaning team had failed to do their job properly. He reminded everyone that the hunters had worked tirelessly for weeks to prepare, and now their efforts were being wasted. He angrily declared that the team should forget about receiving any bonus. Kim, now clearly frustrated, questioned Dongbin's outburst, but Dongbin continued his tirade, accusing the cleaning team of slacking off, ignoring orders, and abandoning the operation. According to him, they had no idea how important this mission was, and he promised to make sure the cleaning team paid the price for their failures. At that moment, Kim started laughing. Surprised, Dongbin asked what he found so amusing. Kim replied that he had suspected something was off from the beginning. He had wondered why Dongbin was so eager to involve them in the operation. Now it made sense. This had been the plan all along. Dongbin had intended to nitpick every little thing the cleaning team did wrong, just to push them toward disciplinary punishment. Kim called it a cheap tactic, unworthy of a team leader. Dongbin, furious, shouted back, daring Kim to repeat himself. He accused Kim of thinking he was untouchable because of his connections. But Dongbin warned him that even the chairman wouldn't be able to protect someone who abandoned an entire operation. Kim responded calmly. If abandoning the operation was the issue, then what now? Would Dongbin proceed with the conquest despite the dangerously rising gas levels? Frustrated and desperate, Dongbin radioed Minju. He asked if she had a moment to talk. At the time, Minju was in the middle of a fierce fight with a monster and told him she was a little busy. Ignoring her situation, Dongbin urgently reported that the cleaning team had abandoned the operation. He warned that at this rate, everyone could suffocate before the conquest was over. Without waiting for approval, he declared that he would take the lead from now on. Minju asked for clarification, confused by his sudden announcement. Dongbin shouted that she was just a rookie hunter, and this situation was far beyond her capabilities. He demanded that she hand over the authority immediately. Kim, watching this unfold, muttered a sarcastic remark about how Dongbin never changed. Dongbin, infuriated, asked what he just said. Minju then addressed Dongbin directly, asking if it was true that the cleaning team had really abandoned the operation. Kim stepped forward and told her that she should already feel like she was nearing death herself. Hearing this, Minju froze for a moment, shaken by the realization. Dongbin snapped again, screaming at her to hurry up and hand over the authority. He accused her of being a fool who thought being a team leader made her important. His anger boiled over as he questioned if she wanted everyone dead just because of her pride. Finally, Minju agreed. She said she would pass the authority. Dongbin laughed loudly, satisfied, thinking he had won. But then, Minju made a surprising announcement. She officially transferred her authority not to Dongbin, but to Cleaner Kim. Declaring it clearly, she handed over command to Junu Kim, the leader of Cleaning Team 3. The entire squad, including Dongbin, was stunned by this unexpected move. Kim then stepped forward and calmly declared that from this moment on, he would be taking command of the operation. As he stood tall, he thought to himself that it was finally time to show his true abilities. Kim confidently announced that from this point forward, he would be taking full command of the operation. Hearing this, Dongbin burst into mocking laughter. He questioned how a mere cleaner like Kim could lead, claiming he was the actual team leader and accusing Kim of overstepping just because of a temporary authority transfer. In response, Kim called out Dongbin's manipulation, making it clear that he understood how authority inside a dungeon outweighed everything else, even rank. Dongbin, surprised, asked how Kim knew all this and wondered if he had been a hunter in the past. Kim, now visibly annoyed, dismissed the question and asked why everyone kept bringing that up, insisting that it didn't matter. But Dongbin insisted it was important. He argued that when a cleaner tried to take command, it put everyone's lives at risk. This situation, he warned, wouldn't just end with disciplinary action. Kim quickly turned Dongbin's logic against him, summarizing that Dongbin wanted him to surrender authority simply because he was a rookie and Dongbin had more experience. Dongbin eagerly confirmed this and offered to cancel any disciplinary action in return for authority. But Kim wasn't swayed. He declared that he didn't care about the punishment. What truly irritated him was how Dongbin's presence brought back memories filled with bitterness and injustice. His anger grew as he accused Dongbin of stealing the credit for others' achievements. Dongbin, confused, denied knowing what Kim was talking about. But Kim wasn't interested in explanations. With a sharp glare, he told Dongbin to sit back and watch, because from now on, he was eliminated from the operation. The declaration left Dongbin stunned. Kim then shut him down completely, mocking him by asking if it was his first time facing disciplinary action. Immediately after, Kim used his radio to broadcast an announcement. He formally introduced himself as Cleaner Junu Kim from Cleaning Team 3 and addressed the entire subjugation squad. He stated that Dongbin Lim had been eliminated from the operation. With Minju Kim having officially transferred her authority, he now held command, and everyone was expected to follow his orders to complete the conquest. Kim didn't waste time. He ordered Teams B and C to assist the cleaning team. The hunters reacted with disbelief. One of them said the order was crossing a line, while another reminded Kim that they were hunters, not janitors. A third hunter insisted they didn't earn their titles just to do cleaning work. Seeing their refusal, Kim immediately declared both Teams B and C eliminated from the operation for non-compliance. His sudden decision left the hunters completely shocked. Without hesitating, Kim tried to contact Team A. Minju responded on the radio, confirming that she could hear him clearly. Kim informed her that a few members had been dismissed, and her team would now have to take on extra work. He asked if they were still in Zone 11. Minju confirmed, but mentioned they were currently dealing with a monster. Kim explained the monster's mechanics in detail. He revealed that the bear-type creature was immune to attacks for 10 minutes after receiving the first hit. He instructed her to place Guardian-class hunters at the front and keep the healers ready with single buff skills. Once the immunity dropped, the monster would likely target whoever stood in front. He advised lining up those who could endure the hit, as the damage wouldn't be too severe, and then immediately striking back with a counterattack. He also asked if she had strengthened her grip with her left hand. Minju replied confidently. Hearing that, Kim gave her the go-ahead. Without delay, Minju turned to her teammates and relayed Kim's plan, signaling the start of their attack. All the hunters began using their skills. As the monster lunged forward, it targeted one hunter, who managed to block the blow using his own ability. Minju then activated her one counter skill and launched a powerful strike directly at the monster. Shortly after, Minju reported back through the radio, confirming that Zone 11 had been cleared. Hearing this, the hunters standing beside Kim were stunned. They couldn't believe what they had just heard and wondered how such a quick victory was even possible. Remaining calm, Kim responded over the radio and declared that the rest of the subjugation would be completed within the next 50 minutes. Kim continued giving precise instructions over the radio. He informed the squad that Zone 12 would be filled with ghost-type monsters, warning them that physical attacks would be useless. He ordered the inspection class to stay back while the magician class was told to unleash their strongest spells rapidly. He then alerted everyone about the upcoming hallucination stage, advising healers to use every bit of their purifying skills. His guidance was clear. No one needed to overexert themselves, but timing their moves right was critical. Witnessing all this, the hunters began to murmur in disbelief. They questioned how someone who was just an ordinary cleaner could lead with such command and accuracy. Suddenly, a voice came through the radio in a panic, declaring the situation impossible. Kim asked what was so impossible. The voice explained that everyone was drained, their powers were weakening fast, and they could no longer perform at full strength. They feared they wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Kim criticized their attitude, questioning how a hunter could fail to take down a single monster. Without hesitation, he told them to hang in there and that he was on his way. Meanwhile, Minju was locked in battle with a powerful monster. As the fight continued, she realized something was off. This monster was nothing like the ones they had previously faced. It absorbed punches without taking damage and, despite its massive size, moved with unbelievable speed. Minju leapt to strike the monster from above, but it caught her by the legs mid-air and slammed her hard onto the ground. Blood spilled from her mouth. As she struggled, Kim arrived at her side and extended a hand toward her. Minju managed a smile, brushing off the injury and claiming she performed better in real combat situations. Kim then asked for her sword. After receiving the weapon, Kim assessed the situation. He recognized the creature as the giant ogre log, a red-level monster, something he hadn't expected to find in this location. Understanding why the others had struggled, he recalled his newly unlocked skill that he had gained through the ongoing project. At that moment, a system prompt appeared, initiating a joint project with another department. Kim activated his skill immediately. The monster charged at Kim, throwing a heavy punch, but he blocked it with ease. In one swift movement, he leapt into the air, positioning himself directly above the monster. Kim activated his Hellfire skill, then combined it with over-immersion and one counter. With the fusion of all three skills, he drove Minju's sword straight into the monster's body. The combined power set the creature ablaze, killing it instantly in a single strike. The watching hunters were left speechless. One of them blurted out in shock, questioning who Kim really was. Minju responded with a smirk, saying he was just a cleaner. But the hunter disagreed, insisting that someone like him shouldn't be called a mere cleaner, and that they should recruit him immediately. Minju calmly suggested they keep their master's abilities a secret. She explained that things like wealth, honor, and power, or by their standards, skills, stats, and weapons, meant nothing to him. What truly mattered to Kim was being exactly where he wanted to be, working alongside the people he cared about. Mincheol was seen listening to a breaking news report. The anchor announced that Dongbin Lim, the team leader of the large-scale Yongdongpo operation, had been eliminated from the conquest. On top of that, reports had surfaced accusing Dongbin of embezzling bonuses meant for other employees. Enraged by the news, Mincheol shouted at Dongbin and Suyong, furious that Dongbin had let himself get eliminated from such a critical operation. Dongbin tried to defend himself, blaming Minju and the cleaner, suggesting they had plotted together. But Mincheol cut him off, accusing him of attempting to steal credit for Minju Kim's performance. Dongbin argued that Mincheol had personally approved the personnel list, trying to shift part of the blame. But Mincheol, losing his patience, grabbed Dongbin by the hair. He reminded Dongbin that he was never a friend to him, and he had only gone easy because of Suyong's seniority. Now that the scandal was public, he made it clear that Dongbin wouldn't get away with it. He ordered Dongbin to write an apology letter while awaiting disciplinary action and told him to leave immediately. Worried, Suyong asked what would happen if Dongbin exposed their plan to the cleaner. In response, Mincheol suggested promoting Minju as the new team leader. Soon, it was reported that Dongbin Lim and his team were placed under disciplinary action. Dongbin himself was suspended from his rank, a punishment that, for a hunter, was as good as being fired. He was swiftly replaced. Later, Soyeon met Minju and congratulated her with a bouquet of flowers for her promotion. Park expressed his confidence in her all along, while Sanghyok joked that he'd start bragging about being friends with the operation team leader. Overwhelmed with joy, Minju began tearing up. Soyeon told her not to cry, but Minju insisted it was just a pollen allergy. Kim, watching silently, noted that the flowers were artificial. Minju told them she wanted to visit earlier but had been too busy. Park reassured her not to worry. Soyeon asked if she was officially the captain now. Sungyeok confirmed it with excitement, saying she was now on the same level as Sooyoung Lee. Minju, blushing, humbly denied it, saying Sooyoung had far more experience. She then looked around and noticed how empty the office felt. Kim explained that many hunters had been removed, and there wasn't much that could be done about the emptiness. He asked how many were left on the team. Minju replied that only 17 remained, adding that they were practically outcasts now. That could be the reason the position was handed over to her. Kim told her not to be so modest. He reminded her that not just anyone could become a team leader, and she had every right to take credit. Minju thanked him sincerely. Privately, Kim grumbled in his mind, recalling how he hadn't become a team leader until the age of 30. Meanwhile, Minju was genuinely touched, thinking that her master was truly congratulating her from the heart. She then admitted that it was all thanks to Kim. She might be the team leader now, but in her eyes, the team still belonged to him. Kim warned her to watch what she said and told her never to say that in front of the team. Minju asked why. Kim explained that no hunter would be happy to hear that their team leader was just a cleaner, and reminded her that the team nearly fell apart because of him. Just then, some hunters entered the room, informing Minju that the others would be arriving late. One of them mentioned being hungry and asked if they could have some warm soup for lunch. As they stepped further inside and spotted the cleaning team, they paused in shock. Quickly, the three hunters bowed politely and greeted everyone. One of them introduced himself as Ji Yeon Hong from Strategy and Operation Team 2. The other introduced himself as Jinho Lee. Jinho then walked over to Kim and complimented him for his performance in the last operation. Kim thanked him in return. The new arrivals encouraged Kim to think of them as part of the same team and assured him he could count on their support whenever needed. Perplexed by their attitude, Kim wondered what was wrong with them. Minju, smiling, pointed out how reliable they were. She cheerfully added that not even the headquarters could mess with the cleaning team now. She told Kim that he could finally sit back and focus on his cleaning tasks. Kim, slightly amused, thought to himself that he had almost forgotten. Minju was never a normal team leader to begin with. Minju mentioned that it was about time for someone to arrive. Kim asked who else was coming, and she explained that the support team had sent over a secretary for her. Kim acknowledged it, noting that it made sense now that she was a team leader. Reflecting on the situation, Kim remembered how having a designated secretary was quite helpful during his own time as a strategy team leader. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in his mind. His secretary back then had been manager Young Lee. She was the only person with him on the night of his death and had spent more time with him than anyone else in the association. He realized she must already be part of the association at this point in time. Kim then asked Minju for the secretary's name, but she said she hadn't heard it yet. Kim decided to let it go, knowing that even if it were her, she wouldn't recognize him in this life. Park laughed and suggested they get going if a guest was about to arrive. Minju said it wasn't necessary, but Park insisted they had work to do. Minju then bid everyone farewell. As Kim opened the gate to leave, he was suddenly greeted by a young woman who introduced herself as Hyeon Song from the support team, assigned as Minju's secretary. Kim, with a serious expression, told her that he clearly wasn't Minju, which left the secretary flustered. Minju, laughing, stepped in and told the secretary that she was the one she was looking for and invited her in. The secretary apologized, admitting she was still new to everything. Park reminded Kim they were running late, prompting Kim to say his goodbyes and head out. As Kim walked away, Hyeon thought to herself that Junu Kim looked terrifying. Later that evening, Hyeon appeared completely drained from her first day. She questioned the weight of becoming a secretary just 2 months into the job, feeling overwhelmed. Another woman approached and asked her if her superior had turned out to be worse than expected. Recognizing the woman, Hyeon addressed her as deputy manager Young Lee. Young asked about Minju Kim and mentioned she had heard Minju had been appointed as the leader of Strategy Team 2, which had nearly collapsed. Hyeon confirmed it and shared that while Minju seemed like a kind person, she feared she had already fallen out of favor with the general manager. Young reassured her, saying that being on Min Chol-soo's bad side usually meant a person was doing their job right. When Hyeon questioned who said that, Young confidently told her to trust it, wishing her good luck. She also revealed that Minju Kim was quite close to a certain cleaner who had ties to the chairman, Junu Kim. She hinted that if Hyeon got on Mr. Kim's good side, she might end up in the chairman's circle. Hyeon quickly dismissed that idea, recalling her first encounter with Junu Kim earlier that day. She thought he looked terrifying, like one of those power-hungry types who took advantage of their connections. She remembered how he glared at her when she bumped into him and mistook him for a gangster because of the scar on his nose. In her mind, she was convinced he had never dated anyone in his life. Young, however, noted that Junu Kim seemed to be doing an impressive job with the cleaning team. Not only had he secured a budget expansion, but he had also stood up to hunters who looked down on his team. Still skeptical, Hyeon insisted it was all just a show and was certain he'd crumble at the first sign of real trouble. Young, intrigued by her reaction, admitted that Hyeon had sparked her curiosity about Junu Kim. Inside a dungeon, Kim was busy cleaning while casually singing to himself. Unexpectedly, Minju appeared beside him and started singing as she joined in the work. Surprised, Kim looked at her and questioned her presence, pointing out she should be working elsewhere. But Minju casually replied that she was working. Kim teased her, suggesting her team might be shocked to see their leader involved in such dirty cleaning work. However, when he looked around and noticed her team members happily working alongside the cleaning team, Kim was left speechless. Behind him, Park chuckled at the scene. Just then, Soyeon called out, asking for help with disinfecting. The hunters enthusiastically offered assistance, declaring that Strategy Team 2 and Cleaning Team 3 were united in both body and spirit. Seeing their unity, Kim decided not to interfere and let them carry on. Later, Kim turned to Minju, sensing she had come for more than just cleaning. Minju admitted she was facing issues while planning the operation for the month. Their team had a quota of 10 dungeons, but with the current number of members, she couldn't figure out how to achieve it. Kim immediately recognized it as an overquota for such a small team. Minju added that any dungeon below blue level wouldn't count toward the quota, which frustrated her further. Kim corrected her, stating it was a lie. The headquarters arbitrarily sets the required minimum level. Navy level dungeons should count for blue level quotas. He advised her to split the team into 3 groups and complete 2 conquests per day, 1 during the day and 1 at night. And if things got tough, she should request support team assistance. Minju was relieved and surprised, wondering why she hadn't thought of that earlier. But Kim knew that even seasoned team leaders wouldn't come up with such a strategy, so it was natural for a rookie like her to struggle. Grateful, Minju thanked him, jokingly calling him master, saying she felt like she kept owing him favors. Kim brushed it off and told her to leave if her business was done, assuring her his team would finish the cleaning. Minju then asked if he found her bothersome. Kim clarified that it wasn't her, but her secretary, as he glanced toward Hyeyeon, who had been secretly watching them. Minju was surprised and assumed Kim and Hyeyeon already knew each other. Kim denied it, saying they had only met for the first time yesterday. Laughing, Minju confessed that the way they stared at each other had made her think Hyeyeon might be his ex-girlfriend. Kim didn't take it well and playfully threatened her for the remark. Just then, Hyeyeon approached Minju, reminding her they had to leave soon to make it to the executive operation meeting. Minju, relaxed, said they still had time and suggested grabbing a bite before heading off. She asked Hyeyeon to go ahead and make a lunch reservation since there was no phone service in the dungeon. Hyeyeon happily agreed and said she would make a reservation for 9 people, including the cleaning team, before cheerfully heading out. Watching her leave, Kim dryly noted that there was service inside the dungeon. Minju acknowledged that, explaining she only wanted a private word with him. Minju then asked Kim if he had any connections in the support team. When he said no, she revealed that the support team had contacted her, asking for a secret meeting with him, and strangely, they requested that Hyeyeon not be informed. Kim was puzzled by this. He wondered if they were anxious because he had been responsible for the downfall of the strategy team, and perhaps they just wanted to warn him not to interfere with them. He decided there was no rush to respond to their message. As he prepared to leave, Kim told Minju to let them know he would come see them himself when he had time. Minju agreed to pass on the message. Once the work was complete, Park praised the hunters, thanking them for finishing earlier than scheduled thanks to their hard work. Minju responded by offering more help the next day. To celebrate her promotion, she insisted that lunch was on her, bringing joy and excitement to the entire team. The next day, inside a dungeon, a young boy was seen running in fear, desperately calling for his older brother and admitting how scared he was. Suddenly, a voice responded from ahead, guiding him toward it. The boy looked forward and, with hope, asked if it was really his brother. But the figure in front of him simply asked for help. Approaching closer, the boy checked if the person was all right. In a terrifying twist, the figure suddenly appeared right in front of the boy's face, revealing itself as a ghost-like monster. The boy was horrified and froze in fear. Shortly after, breaking news flashed across television screens. Around 12:30 p.m., a young boy had been attacked by a monster after accidentally entering a dungeon. Fortunately, he sustained only minor injuries, but he was hospitalized and currently awaiting test results at AB Hospital. According to the boy's statement, he had no difficulty entering the dungeon since it wasn't barricaded or marked as off-limits. As the news played, Mincheol confronted Minju and demanded an explanation. Minju, visibly nervous, clarified that the dungeon was supposed to be off-limits to civilians. But Mincheol, filled with rage, shouted back, saying he already knew that. He wanted to know why the area hadn't been barricaded, pointing out that it was a basic safety protocol. Kim reflected on how it was nothing short of a miracle that they had found the boy on their way home. If they had been even a second later, both the boy and their entire team might have suffered the consequences. Mincheol continued shouting, urging someone to take responsibility before the situation spiraled out of control. In response, Kim stepped forward and admitted it was his fault. He explained that he had intended to barricade the dungeon but forgot and left for lunch instead. Minju immediately tried to object, saying she had seen Kim set up the barricades herself the night before. But Kim quietly told her to lower her voice, reminding her that they were speaking to the general manager. Mincheol then asked if it was the cleaning team's fault, to which Kim quickly clarified that it wasn't. He took full responsibility and insisted it was his personal mistake, not the team's. Suspicious, Mincheol pressed further, questioning why Kim would shoulder all the blame. But Kim remained calm, stating that he was simply telling the truth. He even offered to attend a press conference the next day and publicly admit his negligence as a team leader. Min-cheol accepted the offer and said the press would arrive at 9 the next morning. However, he reminded Kim that with such a major accident, even he wouldn't be able to avoid disciplinary action. With that, the meeting ended. Outside, Minju was furious. She confronted Kim, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. Kim, confused, asked her what she meant. Minju shouted in frustration, repeating that she had seen him put up the barricades herself. She understood that he was trying to protect his team, but insisted that what he was doing wasn't right. She pointed out how strange the entire situation was. A boy had entered the dungeon with no difficulty, and a monster had been left behind even though the dungeon had supposedly been cleared. Nothing about the incident made sense. To her, it felt like a setup. She couldn't understand why Kim would take all the blame when he had done nothing wrong. Kim responded coldly, asking what could even be done. Even if it was a setup, was there any way they could catch the true culprits overnight before the press conference? The attack clearly wasn't planned by amateurs. Catching them in time was nearly impossible. He told Minju he would take the fall and urged her to stay quiet. Internally, Kim admitted that Minju was right. The whole situation was a setup. The monster Vega wasn't even a type that usually appeared in that dungeon. It was clear someone had already tampered with the place long before the boy entered. But despite all that, Kim felt it didn't matter, especially since he was about to unlock a new skill without paying any cost. Back in her office, Minju sat in deep thought. She tried to make sense of the situation. Perhaps someone had accidentally removed the barricade, but a child entering the dungeon just 30 minutes before its perish, purely by chance, seemed too far-fetched. On top of that, a monster had been left behind in a dungeon that had already been subjugated. Everything pointed toward a setup, clearly meant to frame Kim and the cleaning team. Judging by the circumstances, Minju suspected the culprit had to be an insider. Yet, despite knowing this, she felt powerless and frustrated at her own inability to help. Just then, her hunters entered and shared their concerns. They had heard about what had happened and believed it was unfair for Junwoo Kim to take the blame for something he didn't do. He had once helped them during a joint project, and now they wanted to return the favor by going after the real culprit. Determined, Minju stood up and declared that all operations would be put on hold. Strategy Team 2 would now focus entirely on searching for the true culprit. She stated that even if they failed to meet this month's quota, the mission would proceed. If anyone had objections, they could speak now. But the hunters responded without hesitation. They claimed they were already walking on eggshells and didn't care about quotas. They had always been treated like outcasts, and this was their chance to stand for something. As the group prepared to leave, Deputy Manager Ayong arrived and introduced herself. The scene then shifted to a few hours earlier. Minju's secretary, visibly stressed, lamented that the incident had to happen just 3 days after she started working. Ayong tried to comfort her, telling her it wasn't her fault, just bad luck. She then asked what would happen next. The secretary replied that Kim had decided to go public at the press conference scheduled for the next day. Ayong was surprised. A person with ties to the chairman making such a mistake was highly unusual. The secretary clarified that Junwoo Kim had taken full responsibility, but Miss Minju Kim had claimed he wasn't at fault. Ayong was shocked to hear this. A man willingly taking the blame for something he didn't do? She wondered if such a person could still exist in their corrupted association. She silently reflected on Kim. Despite having the chairman watching over him, he still carried himself with dignity. Perhaps, she thought, a man like that could bring change to their broken system. She turned to the secretary and suggested they keep things between themselves and help Kim and his team. Back in the present, Minju asked what brought the support team all the way to her office. Ayong explained they were there to help. She had heard from Hye-yeon about the incident involving Junwoo Kim and knew Minju was investigating the truth behind it. When asked if there had been any progress, Minju admitted they had only just started and were planning to visit the scene of the accident to retrieve surveillance footage from that night. Ayong warned that would have been a waste of time. Even members of the association couldn't access surveillance footage without police permission. Moreover, there weren't many cameras in the slums where the accident took place. Time was running out and Minju would have returned empty-handed. When asked for alternatives, Ayong shared a lead. Several cars had been in the vicinity that night, and fortunately, all of them had dash cams. Hye-yeon was currently working on tracking them down. She had remembered the license plates while heading out to make a lunch reservation. Once the cars were located, they could access the dashcam footage using an official written notice. Minju thanked her sincerely for the help. Ayong accepted, but clarified they weren't doing this for free. Minju expressed concern, saying she had just become team leader less than 3 days ago and didn't have anything to offer the support team in return. Ayong shifted the conversation, asking about Junwoo Kim. She wanted to know what kind of person he really was. Rumors swirled around him. Some claimed he was a freelance hunter, a spy from a civilian guild, or even someone connected to the chairman. Ayong was curious to know which rumors were true. Minju was surprised. She had never heard any such rumors. Ah-hyung was in disbelief. The rumors had been spreading throughout the headquarters for weeks. Minju, a little embarrassed, admitted that she didn't have anyone to talk to within the association. Ah-hyung was taken aback. She couldn't believe Minju might actually think Junwoo Kim was just a cleaner. She smiled slightly at the thought. Watching her laugh, The hunters misinterpreted her reaction and assumed she was mocking Minju for not having any friends. They felt bad for their boss. Ah-young, still in thought, reflected on what she had learned. A cleaner who willingly took responsibility for something he didn't do, and a team leader who rallied her entire team to help him. She wondered how such pure-hearted people even existed in their corrupted association. She agreed to help, but requested a small favor in return. She asked Minju to arrange a meeting with Junu Kim for her in the future. Then, Ah-young turned to Minju's secretary over the phone and asked if they had located the cars. Minju, now excited and energized, responded eagerly. The search for the truth had finally begun. Kim stood alone, adjusting his suit as he prepared for the upcoming press conference. Just then, he received a call from Soyeon. Her voice held concern as she mentioned Minju hadn't been answering her calls. She had been trying to reach her for something important. Kim assumed Minju was probably at work, subjugating dungeons, but Soyeon quickly reminded him that today was actually Minju's day off. Still calm, Kim reassured her that team leaders often remained unreachable during busy periods. However, Soyeon hesitated, explaining that she wasn't sure if it was a big deal or not, but a text message Minju had sent her earlier was bothering her. According to the message, Minju had promised she would save Kim and asked Soyeon to convince him to cooperate if she didn't show up on time. This revelation shocked Kim. When Soyeon asked again if something was going on, Kim didn't respond directly. Instead, he simply said he would call her later, ending the call abruptly. Immediately afterward, Kim dialed Minju, wondering what she was up to. When she picked up, she told him she was currently en route to Daejeon. This confused Kim, as Daejeon wasn't even within her assigned jurisdiction. But Minju clarified that she was going there to find evidence proving that the incident wasn't Kim's fault. 4 vehicles with dashcams had been parked in front of the dungeon on the night of the accident, and she was now on her way to retrieve those crucial footages. She expected to collect all of them by evening. Kim, clearly frustrated and anxious, reminded her that he had asked her to stay still and remain silent. But Minju, unwilling to back down, stated she couldn't just do nothing when she owed him so much. She promised to help no matter what. As Kim hung up, he thought to himself that her silence would have actually helped him unlock another skill. But once Minju set her mind to something, there was no stopping her. Realizing he had to intervene before she found the evidence, Kim told her to send him the vehicle locations. Minju quickly agreed and promised to text the details. Once the call ended, Kim collapsed to the ground, pressing his forehead against the pavement in frustration. Nearby onlookers stared in alarm, mistaking him for someone who had lost his mind. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Combat mode was now being activated. Without wasting another moment, Kim triggered his hyperboost skill and dashed away from the scene at high speed. While moving, he muttered to himself about how he was being tested yet again. The scene then shifted to a medical center, where Ah-young had just arrived. Approaching a man inside, she identified herself as a representative from the association and asked if he was the guardian of the child involved in the incident. The man, cold and defensive, made it clear he had nothing to say to anyone from the association. Ah-young informed him that the dungeon cleaning team would be speaking at a press conference the next morning. Although the investigation was still ongoing, early findings indicated the cleaning team wasn't responsible for the accident. She emphasized that unless he came forward with the truth, the cleaning team would face unjust punishment. The man, however, responded with a bitter smile. To him, this was good news. He didn't just want the cleaning team to suffer. He specifically wanted Junu Kim to be dragged down and ruined. In a quiet parking lot in Daejeon, a man sat inside his car when a sudden knock on the window startled him. Looking outside, he was shocked to see Kim standing there, looking like a lifeless zombie. Kim introduced himself as a representative from the association and requested the man's cooperation. The man quickly insisted he was just a normal civilian. Ignoring his plea, Kim angrily smashed the car's dashcam and began walking away. The man yelled after him, demanding an explanation for destroying his camera. Kim simply responded that he would receive compensation from the next association personnel. Then, Kim dropped to the ground again, slamming his forehead against the pavement to trigger his skill. With that, he vanished swiftly from the scene. Moments later, Minju and a team of hunters arrived at the same location. Minju approached the same man and introduced herself as another association member. But the man, now furious, lashed out, yelling at her and accusing the entire association of misconduct. He threatened legal action for their reckless behavior. Minju apologized calmly. One of the hunters inspecting the car called out to her, revealing that the dashcam was already broken. Minju realized that Kim had reached every vehicle before them and destroyed all the evidence. She couldn't understand how he had anticipated their moves so precisely. Meanwhile, back at the medical center, Ah-young continued speaking with the man whose brother had been involved in the incident. She questioned whether Junu Kim's involvement was due to an order from the association. The man scoffed at the idea. After losing his job as a hunter, he had no reason to trust the association. They hadn't even offered an apology for what happened to his brother, and now they were questioning his motives. Ah-young attempted to reassure him, saying they were exploring every option for compensation. But the man snapped back, accusing her of following a hollow procedure. He made it clear he had nothing left to say to anyone from the association. Nearby people began murmuring among themselves, speculating that Ah-young had come to negotiate a settlement, Noticing the growing attention, Young decided to leave, realizing she would need to return when fewer ears were around. After she left, the man approached his younger brother's bedside. He expressed his frustration and exhaustion from dealing with the association. But the boy, clearly tired of being confined, asked if they could stop now. He was fed up with staying inside all day and hated the constant medical treatments. His older brother snapped at him, reminding him of the promise they had made, to take revenge. He told him to be patient, as everything would be over by tomorrow. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room. Kim had entered silently through the window, observing the scene with a cold expression. He pieced everything together aloud. No child could have lifted such a heavy barricade alone, and a former hunter like this man could have easily repositioned a half-dead monster. It was now clear to Kim. The man had thrown his younger brother into the dungeon just to sabotage him. The boy was struck by the realization. The man his brother had targeted for revenge was actually the one who had saved his life. Overcome with rage, the older brother screamed at Kim, blaming him for everything. He ranted about losing his job and having no one else to support the family. Kim shouted back, reminding him that he was the one who had picked this fight in the first place. Kim then placed a hand on the man's shoulder. Rather than retaliate, he said he would let him go. In his mind, Kim saw no reason to cause more chaos now, especially when he could unlock a new skill tomorrow thanks to this very incident. As he turned to leave, Kim advised the man to stay low until tomorrow and warned him not to let others carry grudges. It could get ugly. Before walking out, he told him to be kind to his younger brother. After Kim left, the younger boy looked at his brother with surprise and said that Kim had just forgiven them. The next day at 9 a.m., the press center of the Association of Supernatural Ability Management at the Seoul headquarters filled with anticipation. A formal statement was scheduled, delivered by cleaner Junwoo Kim from Cleaning Team 3. Facing the crowd, Kim introduced himself and openly acknowledged his role in the recent accident. He took full responsibility, stating that the incident was a result of leaving the dungeon unsupervised and unbarricaded. He declared that he would bear all consequences for the tragic event. In his thoughts, Kim felt victorious. Despite facing resistance from low-level officials and a novice team leader, he had carried out his plan. Now he was ready for his next skill to unlock. Suddenly, Park stepped forward, interrupting Kim's moment. Kim was shocked by Park's appearance. When asked how he knew, Park explained that Miss Hyeon Song had informed him about the statement. Kim tried to dismiss the interruption, saying what needed to be said had already been said. But Park insisted, asking Kim to move aside, claiming that since Kim had done so much for the team, it was now his turn to take the burden. Kim questioned the point of taking honor from a tragic accident. Yet Park addressed everyone, introducing himself as the leader of Cleaning Team 3. He made it clear that as the team leader, it was his responsibility to shoulder any mistakes made by his members, and thus, the blame should fall on him. At that moment, Sang-hyuk joined the scene, pointing out that blaming only one person wouldn't absolve the seniors who failed to guide the juniors properly. Soyeon appeared soon after, surprising Kim further. She claimed responsibility as the one who had trained Kim. Then Sang-hyuk added that it was his fault for failing to understand someone as reckless as Kim. Kim grew frustrated. He couldn't understand why everyone insisted on getting in his way. He had come too far to let everything fall apart now. A reporter raised the question, was the cleaning team entirely responsible for the accident? In response, all of them began claiming fault simultaneously, creating chaos that made the live audience mock them. Unable to tolerate it, Kim shouted in anger, demanding the reporters to stop and to write down that the fault was solely his. Just then, Minju arrived, bringing along the victimized boy. She introduced herself as the leader of Strategy and Operation Team 2 and said the child had something to say. The boy admitted in front of everyone that he had been curious about the dungeon. He confessed that he had moved the barricade on his own and entered the dungeon, taking full blame for the incident. His apology left the reporters in shock. Minju firmly stated once again that the cleaning team was not at fault. She confirmed that the barricade had been properly placed, as per usual protocol. Elsewhere, the boy's older brother watched this unfold with tears in his eyes. He couldn't believe his brother was covering for him. He doubted that a child could even move such a heavy barricade. Young responded calmly, explaining that children could lie easily, and that the boy kept claiming he had done it all alone just to protect his older brother. Overwhelmed with guilt, the man admitted to himself that he had taken advantage of his kind-hearted little brother in his blind pursuit of revenge. Realizing he didn't deserve such loyalty, he decided to turn himself in and began walking away. The boy watched his brother leaving and broke into tears, remembering their parents. Running to him, he asked if he was going to jail. His brother replied that when someone does wrong, they must face the consequences. The boy, crying, asked if it was because of him. His brother gently denied it, asking him to take care of himself, to stay away from junk food, to get along with his friends, and to stay safe. He promised to return soon. The boy wiped his tears and smiled through them, telling his brother to take care too. Meanwhile, Kim awaited the notification of a new skill, but the system flashed a message. Requirement unfulfilled. Seeing this, Kim silently pleaded for it all to stop. Later, Kim's fourth skill finally unlocked, much to his own surprise. He reflected on how the chaotic scene his team had caused didn't ruin his plans, but instead drew unexpected public attention. Ironically, the public hadn't cared much about the accident itself. What truly caught their eye was the media exposure and perhaps Soyeon's charm. He couldn't help but think that, in the end, things worked out well. Later, Kim stepped out of the room and asked Minju what was going on. Minju introduced him to Ah-young, the person she had mentioned earlier who wished to meet him in person. As Ah-young extended her hand and introduced herself, Kim was taken aback. She looked different, more human, than the secretary he remembered. She was both the witness and the suspect in his past life's death. For now, he decided it was best to remain cautious. Kim shook her hand. Ah-young complimented his morning statement and Kim thanked her. As they sat, she remarked that he didn't seem as charismatic as she had heard. He simply asked if that was necessary. With a smile, she replied that it would be, given what she was about to say. Without wasting words, Ah-young asked how far he intended to rise within the association. Was he aiming to remain just the cleaning team leader? Or did he dream of becoming the chief of the supernatural ability department, or someone even more powerful? Kim pretended not to understand. Ah-young clarified that if he aimed for a higher position, she might be able to help him, perhaps even in taking the general manager's seat from Min Cheol-soo. She explained her discontent with the current hierarchy. The cleaning and support teams were always looked down upon by the headquarters, treated like trash. But then Kim arrived, shaking the very foundation of the association. She found him intriguing from the moment he stepped onto the scene. Kim summarized her proposal bluntly. She wanted him to take over the headquarters with support from her team. Ah-young softened the words, suggesting she only meant to help him expand his influence. They locked eyes for a moment, understanding the weight behind their conversation. She then posed a critical question. Did he really think just the cleaning team and an outcasted strategy team would be enough? Wouldn't it be better to have more allies? She assured him that the support team's help would be substantial. Minju interrupted, questioning whether Ah-young had the authority to speak on behalf of the entire support team. Ah-young confidently replied that she could manage it. Kim then asked just how far this help could go. Ah-young responded that they could provide everything, from manufacturing equipment to intensive care, an offer likely more appealing to the strategy team than the cleaning team. Kim pondered her confidence. Despite not being the support team chief, she carried the weight of her father's influence. Executive Director Doo-sik Lee, one of the few powerful figures in the association. Ah-young had climbed ranks quickly and alongside her father became a strong force within the organization. But their reign wouldn't last. Within 5 years, Doo-sik Lee would be dismissed after falling out of favor while attempting to reform the headquarters. After his downfall, Ah-young would lose her authority and end up working as Kim's secretary, slowly losing her essence and becoming a shadow of her former self. Kim wondered if her offer was truly hers, or part of Doo-sik Lee's long-term scheme. If things went wrong after accepting it, the cleaning and strategy teams could be wiped out entirely. With that thought, Kim stood up and politely declined the offer. Ah-young, clearly surprised, asked for a reason. She hadn't demanded anything in return, only for him to continue his act. Kim calmly replied that while he would keep up his act, he didn't want help from anyone. Ah-young asked if it was about his ego or if she had offended him. Kim, still unsure of her role in his past life's death, felt it was too early to fully trust her. He clarified that it wasn't ego or offense. He simply wasn't chasing some grand purpose like overturning the association or stealing positions of power. He just wanted to keep cleaning. Hearing this, Ah-young was left stunned and speechless. Kim arrived at the dungeon site and rejoined his team at work. Seeing him, the team members looked relieved and happy. Park turned to him and asked if they should dive right into work. Kim looked around and asked about Sang-hyuk's whereabouts. Park informed him that Sang-hyuk was on vacation starting today. This surprised Kim, and he asked if Sang-hyuk was unwell. Park explained that Sang-hyuk had gone to pick up his older sister, who had just arrived in Korea. She was a hunter affiliated with the International Association and had entered the country because of an unspecified situation. Since she was the only family Sang-hyuk had, Park had encouraged him to take as many days off as he needed. Hearing this, Kim reflected silently. A cleaner with a sister working as a hunter for the International Association must have faced his own struggles. He then confirmed that only the three of them would be handling the duties for the week. Park chuckled, mentioning that it was about time Sang-hyuk took a break, and suggested they begin the cleaning job at double pace. Inside the dungeon, the team got to work, performing their routine cleaning tasks. As they worked, another person stood silently among them, observing and taking notes. Once the job was done and they began to head out, they noticed the stranger following them. All three turned back, surprised, asking who he was. Someone even admitted to mistaking him for Sang-hyuk all this time. The man laughed and introduced himself as Sang-chan-ku from the Center Daily News. He announced that he would be covering a story on Cleaning Team 3. Kim expressed confusion, noting that they hadn't received any notice regarding a news article. Sang-chan explained that he had been granted direct permission from the headquarters, though it had taken some effort to get it. Kim questioned the sudden interest in covering their team. Sang-chan clarified that it was due to the official statement released the previous day. Public curiosity about the cleaning team had surged, especially with rumors suggesting that they were the real deal and received special attention from the association. However, most people had no idea what their work actually entailed, and that's why he believed this was the perfect opportunity to highlight their contributions through a feature article. Soyeon saw the benefit in gaining public recognition and even suggested that this might attract new recruits. Park, on the other hand, expressed concern. Their work wasn't something that most people found appealing, and he feared it might push people further away. Kim agreed with Park's point. Suddenly, an idea struck Kim. He asked Sungchan whether job-specific articles ever led to a rise in applicants. Sungchan replied that while such articles could temporarily attract people, it wasn't always desirable. It might lead the public to think the job was easy and open to anyone. He assured Kim that he would avoid creating that impression. To his surprise, Kim laughed and told him to go ahead and make it seem as easy as possible, so that people believed it was totally doable. As long as Sungchan promised to keep that tone, he was free to write whatever he wanted. Excited, Sungchan confirmed and promised to make it sound so easy that even kids would want to do it. Kim smiled to himself, thinking that Min-cheol-su's weak schemes would never work against him. Back at the office, Soo-young questioned Min-cheol about the decision to allow media coverage of the cleaning team. He worried that the team might gain even more influence. But Min-cheol dismissed the concern, confident that it wouldn't happen. According to him, their job involved dismembering monsters in toxic dungeons and cleaning up unknown blood. Hardly the kind of thing that would win public favor. Soo-young agreed, acknowledging Min-cheol's far-sighted thinking. Min-cheol admitted that his intent behind approving the article was simply to remind the cleaning team of their low status. Suddenly, Min-cheol paused and asked if he had ever mentioned the news article to the cleaning team. Kim and his team were heading back after completing their dungeon cleaning work, while reporter Sangchan continued to chatter nonstop. The constant talking had started irritating everyone around him. Kim, in his thoughts, grew increasingly frustrated, wondering when the man would finally stop. He knew that if it weren't for the skill he was waiting to unlock, Sangchan wouldn't have lasted this long. Still, Kim reminded himself that he needed the new recruit that might come from this upcoming article. As the team reached the corpse of a boss monster, Sangchan was taken aback by the sheer sight of it. Kim, grinning at the fresh kill, pulled out his knife with excitement. For him, this was the part he truly enjoyed, disassembling monsters. He invited Sangchan to try it, but the reporter was stunned at the thought. The team then got to work, cutting into the beast with expert precision. Sangchan, unable to handle the scene, went completely silent and collapsed to the floor in shock. Park and Soyeon warned him in a slightly eerie tone to be careful, reminding him of the dangers of the dungeon. Moments later, Sangchan fainted on the spot. Kim glanced at him and realized that so much for hoping the article would be any good. Sometime later, Sangchan had recovered and was scribbling notes for his report. He confirmed the details he'd learned. The team was understaffed, had only 2 hours to clean each dungeon, and was often assigned 3 to 4 dungeons per day. On top of that, they weren't even allowed to use the cafeteria until recently. Hearing all this, Kim tried to defend the job, saying it became manageable with time. But deep down, he knew he had to come up with something fast. Something that made the role of a dungeon cleaner sound more appealing. At that moment, Park reminded Kim that it was his first payday. This immediately gave Kim a new idea. If not the work, maybe the money could attract interest. Even if the job was tough, perhaps the salary could bring in some candidates. Especially with the bonus from the joint operation, the amount might look decent enough. Curious, Kim checked his phone. He had worked 300 hours that month, yet his total pay, including the bonus, was only 3.5 million won. The realization hit hard. It was merely 1% of what he used to earn as a hunter. Meanwhile, Park appeared satisfied with the payout, saying it was more than expected. Soyeon agreed, noting that the bonus helped. Looking at Sangchan, Kim could tell exactly what he was thinking. The reporter's expression said it all. No one would want this job for such a small paycheck. Kim realized that if he didn't act now, even the most desperate people wouldn't apply after reading the article. With a sudden burst of confidence, Kim mentioned that only half the pay had been deposited and that their team was paid weekly, not monthly. Both Park and Soyeon were shocked by the claim, but Sangchan seemed convinced, saying that now it all made sense. Kim backed up the statement confidently, implying that the pay added up to about 7 million won per month. Sangchan was impressed and noted that such a figure exceeded the average salary from major companies. That kind of money was sure to attract public attention. As Sangchan smiled, Park leaned in and questioned Kim's reasoning. Soyeon reminded him that they couldn't lie about their salaries. Park added that if people found out the truth, they'd never manage to get new recruits. Soyeon urged Kim to admit he was joking. But Kim, without hesitation, stated that he was telling the truth. Inside his office, Min-cheol was on a call with Soo-young, expressing his frustration. He declared that he was done with the cleaning team, calling Junwoo Kim a pure nutjob. According to him, Kim had no purpose or cause and was only surviving thanks to the chairman's backing. He admitted he couldn't figure Kim out. Soo-young suggested maybe Kim was doing it for the sake of the cleaning team. But Min-cheol dismissed the idea, finding it absurd that anyone would go to such lengths for a good-for-nothing cleaning crew. He insisted it was best to stay away from someone so unpredictable and swore he would never cross paths with Kim again. Just then, Kim entered the office. Surprised, Mincheol asked what brought him in. Kim calmly said he needed a raise. Mincheol, baffled, reminded him that it had only been a month since he joined, and that his contract as a temporary employee hadn't expired yet. Still, he asked how much more Kim wanted. Kim replied that he wanted double the pay. The request angered Mincheol. He questioned Kim's reasoning, pointing out that his current pay was already higher than most temporary workers. Kim admitted the numbers weren't bad, but argued they weren't enough for the level of work required. Mincheol, after a moment, agreed that Kim's case seemed reasonable. But then Kim clarified. He wanted double the pay not just for himself, but for the entire cleaning team. Mincheol lost his temper again, accusing Kim of targeting him out of spite. He found the demand ridiculous, saying even regular companies wouldn't approve such a thing, especially for someone who wasn't even a professional. Kim silently noted that Mincheol was more patient than he appeared. Then, Mincheol composed himself and stated that such a big issue was beyond his authority and would need to be handled by the board of directors. He admitted that while Kim was trying to push him, he couldn't fulfill this request on his own. Kim realized Mincheol was right. Talking about a salary raise at this stage was premature. He had hoped to unlock 2 skills at once, but now saw that he had rushed things. Just then, the executive director stormed into the office, angrily questioning Mincheol about scheduling all the subjugation work for Operation Team 1. He stopped upon noticing Kim and acknowledged his presence with a smile. Kim excused himself, saying he was about to leave. The director smiled and let him go, but called out to stop him. Approaching Kim, he took a selfie with him and introduced himself as a fan. He confirmed Kim's identity as the cleaner from Cleaning Team 3 and compared meeting him to how his daughter must have felt as a celebrity fan. Kim recognized him as Executive Director Dusik Lee, still a powerful figure in the association. Though he had tried to avoid him, it seemed inevitable. He was surprised to learn that Ah-young, the director's daughter, was once a die-hard celebrity fan. Curious, Kim asked how the executive director knew about him. Dusik explained that Kim was quite popular in the headquarters. People talked about how he helped the cleaning team and even suspended Dongbin Lim from an operation. There were even rumors that Kim had connections across the headquarters, especially through Operation Team 2, and that he might be aiming to take over the headquarters. When asked about his visit to Mincheol's office, Kim's earlier demand for a raise was mentioned. Dusik, amused, offered that since he was a member of the board, Kim should have asked him directly. He admitted that everyone knew the cleaning team was absurdly underpaid. Kim asked if the director could make it happen. Dusik responded that he couldn't make the decision alone. Kim immediately guessed the director wanted something in return. Impressed, Dusik confirmed it. He explained that the report season was approaching, and the control team had arranged at least 100 subjugations for Operation Team 1, all in favor of Mincheol's acquaintance, Soo-young Lee. Dusik believed that Operation Team 2 was basically under Kim's control. Kim denied it, saying it was ridiculous to think a mere cleaner controlled an operation team. But Dusik didn't care about titles, hunter or cleaner. It was all the same to him. What he wanted were results. He offered to bring Kim's request to the board if Kim could prove his worth. Dusik proposed that Kim cooperate with Operation Team 2 and outperform Operation Team 1 during this evaluation season. He knew Kim had led the last joint operation and believed he could pull it off again. If Kim succeeded, Dusik would have a solid reason to push the raise at the board meeting. A few days later, Kim gathered his teammates inside Minju's office. Minju asked what the call was about. Kim casually stated that it was nothing serious, but since it was evaluation season for the operation teams, starting today, Operation Team 2 would be working together with the cleaning team to aim for first place. Junwoo Kim asked Minju how the preparations were going. Minju, visibly nervous, admitted that things weren't going well. Meeting the quota was already overwhelming, especially with Team 1 enjoying the full support of Mincheol Soo and Team 3 having recruited freelance hunters. Kim expressed his expectations clearly. He wanted them to give a strong performance this season. They had his full support, and everything was already planned. It was their chance to prove everyone wrong and show that they weren't the outcasted, worthless team people believed them to be. He asked if they were in. Minju, relieved and excited, agreed without hesitation. The other hunters also responded with firm support, saying there was no reason to refuse help from Junwoo Kim. Kim acknowledged their response with approval. He explained that the evaluation period took a toll on the cleaning teams too. They were the ones who cleaned up after the subjugated dungeons, and it wasn't just about the number of subjugations. What truly mattered was that the work was done systematically. For what they were about to do, perfect coordination between the operation and cleaning teams was essential. Minju realized that it was going to be a joint operation between both teams. Kim then revealed that there was another team involved, one he hadn't mentioned yet. At that moment, Ah-young entered and confronted Kim. She reminded him that the last time they spoke, he had coldly rejected her offer. She made it clear that she wouldn't have bothered coming if it were anyone else. A ship that had already sailed didn't return for nothing. Kim quietly acknowledged her words. Young warned him that she held grudges. Kim reflected internally, knowing that this operation couldn't be carried out by just the operation and cleaning teams. That was why he had to swallow his pride and ask Young Lee for help. With a smile, Young lightened the mood and asked how she could help. Kim laid out the plan. If other cleaning teams delayed their work, there would be no choice but to reduce the number of subjugations, and that would be their opportunity. They had to use every method possible to get ahead. The support team needed to provide A+ level or higher weapons, consumables, and hunters. These needed to be checked and maintained every 2 days. A command system had to be set up to manage all movements. Additionally, the cleaning team required a plasma cutting machine. Young was surprised by the complexity of the plan. She questioned why he was going to such lengths just to achieve an adequate rank. Kim made his intention clear. He wasn't aiming for an average rank. He refused to lose to a useless team leader who lacked operational knowledge or to others who believed that numbers guaranteed success. His goal was to secure first place. Young then revealed that the control team had leaked all information about dungeon appearances to Team 1. Even if they joined forces, they couldn't surpass the advantage of that knowledge. But Kim told her not to worry. Young pointed out that they had no information about the date, time, or location of dungeon appearances. Kim responded confidently, saying he had the senses for that. A dungeon was about to appear at any moment. Young was confused by what he meant by senses. Suddenly, the reporter interrupted the meeting, surprising Kim. He asked him how long he had been standing there. The reporter questioned whether the cleaning team usually led joint operations of such scale. Kim thought to himself that probably they didn't. Moments later, a strange sound caught everyone's attention. Kim announced that this was the dungeon he had mentioned earlier. Those who wanted to join were welcome, and those who didn't could leave. He instructed the support team to prepare the equipment immediately. The scene shifted to the support team's base, where Young instructed her team to make full use of surveillance cameras to prevent path conflicts. She inquired about the cutting machines and weaponry status. A team member nervously reported that they were running low on materials and suggested halting equipment production. Young reminded them that any delay on their side would disrupt the other team's plans. She asked if they had contacted the Material Control Office. The team member replied that they had, but the office claimed to be short on supplies too. Young shouted in frustration, refusing to believe their excuse. She accused them of hoarding supplies for another team. If they didn't cooperate, she ordered her team to take the materials by force if necessary. Minju's secretary hesitated and asked if this was the right thing to do, warning that Team 1 would surely notice. Young responded with determination. Team 1 had cheated them for too long with the help of headquarters. She would take full responsibility. The plan had to move forward. They couldn't miss this one chance to strike back at Mincheol-su and Soo-young Lee. Inside the dungeon, the scene shifts to a chaotic battlefield where countless skeletons and their formidable boss confront the hunters. Among the threats stands a towering iron skeleton, posing a serious challenge. Kim instantly recognizes the danger, noting how this foe rivals the last giant ogre in strength. He instructs his team to strike the beast with a single blow skill aimed at the cartilage in its neck, while he himself targets one of the larger skeletons. The rest are tasked with handling the remaining enemies. Minju steps up, announcing that their team is moving in according to the formation they had practiced. Without hesitation, one hunter darts forward, crouching and extending his hand. Minju uses this as a springboard, placing her foot on the hunter's hand as he launches her into the air. Simultaneously, the other hunters unleash support attacks on the giant skeleton. Mid-air, Minju activates her sword skill, slashing through the monster's neck in one swift, precise motion. Impressed by the execution, Kim internally acknowledges the strength of this so-called outcasted team. He's surprised at how much Minju Kim has improved. As he looks up, he notices the massive skeleton's body toppling toward him, causing a moment of tension for Minju. Reacting quickly, Kim flips a nearby sword into the air with his foot and activates his skill, Over-Immersion. Another giant skeleton lunges at him, but Kim uses his foot to launch the airborne sword with a hyperboost skill. The blade pierces clean through the skeleton's neck, dropping it instantly. Park suddenly appears, flying in on a drone, catching Kim's attention. He comments with enthusiasm on the high quality of equipment provided by the support team. Kim, not too pleased with Park's dramatic entrance, questions his timing internally. Meanwhile, Park begins disassembling with a cutting machine, marveling at its efficiency and jokingly suggesting they keep it. With just one of these, he claims they could clean 10 dungeons a day. Kim shuts down the idea, stating that the machines were imported at a high cost for weapon manufacturing. At that moment, Young contacts Kim via radio, reporting a premonitory sign of a dungeon appearance in Seochodong. She confirms that the equipment and support teams are already en route and urges them to move quickly. Kim, confident, declares that the first place is practically guaranteed. The scene transitions smoothly to Mincheol's office, where a subordinate presents him with a report showing the cumulative number of subjugated dungeons. Team 1 and Team 2 are tied at 22 each, Team 3 trails with 19, and Team 4 lags far behind with 10. The subordinate warns that while the numbers are currently equal, Team 2's momentum suggests they will soon surpass Team 1 significantly. Furious, Mincheol erupts in anger, slamming his fist and cursing. He suspects Junwoo Kim is staging a performance out of spite, furious that his request for a raise was ignored. In a fit of rage, he lashes out at Kim, branding him a bastard. The focus shifts to Operation Team 1, attacking under the command of Mincheol Soo and Soo-young Lee. In the midst of the battle against monsters, Soo-young yells at the hunters, urging them to stop standing around and use every skill they've got. He then scolds the cleaning team, reminding Cleaning Team 1 that they're falling behind and need to move quickly. Meanwhile, the joint alliance of Operation Team 2 and Cleaning Team 3 continues their attack under Junwoo Kim's lead. Kim identifies that the monster they're fighting grows stronger over time, so the strategy is to finish it quickly with a swift strike. The hunters engage the monster aggressively. Once the fight settles, Kim tells his teammates they still have time left before the time limit, so they decide to take a short break. Park confirms they have an hour to spare. Next, the alliance of Operation Team 3 and a group of freelance hunters also gets into action. After 3 days of intense operations, the final results are revealed. Operation Team 1 scores 24. Team 2 takes the lead with 25. Team 3 ends with 12, and Team 4 remains at 10. The outcome infuriates Mincheol. One of his subordinates informs him that the support team has joined forces with Operation Team 2 and Cleaning Team 3. Shocked, Mincheol questions this unexpected alliance. He reflects on the authority held by Deputy Manager Ah-young Lee within the support team and suspects whether Director Lee might be involved. However, he quickly dismisses the thought, believing that despite Director Lee's disapproval of Team 1 favoritism, he wouldn't disown the team that represents the association. His subordinate warns that if the control team has indeed allied with those two teams, they could form an independent division capable of handling subjugations on their own. Concerned, Mincheol turns to Chang Hyun, standing nearby, and asks if he plans to collaborate with the cleaning team. Chang Hyun Pyeon, the leader of the control team, firmly denies the idea. Mincheol immediately issues an order that from this moment on, no subjugation permissions are to be granted. Chang Hyun, surprised, asks for clarification, but Mincheol sternly repeats that Operation Team 2 must not be granted any subjugation permissions. Elsewhere, Minju contacts Kim via radio to report that the subjugation in Seochodong has been completed. Since they still have time left, she asks if they should proceed to the next dungeon. Kim declines, reminding her that their plan limits them to 5 dungeons per day. He stresses the importance of saving energy for the final push. Kim then turns to Mr. Sang-chan, asking his opinion on how manageable everything looks. He points out how disassembly is handled by cutting machines, disinfecting by drones, and their role is just to observe, making the task appear quite simple. Sang-chan disagrees, reminding him that nothing was provided for free. Everything had to be requested and planned in advance, and the rented equipment would need to be returned soon. Placing a hand on Sang-chan's shoulder, Kim expresses his hope to see new recruits and asks for help. Sang-chan agrees, assuring him he's got it covered. Kim thinks to himself that their success so far is largely thanks to Sang-chan, while Sang-chan internally wishes Kim had just said that from the beginning. Suddenly, Ah-young contacts Kim through radio with an urgent report. She informs him that Operation Team 1 has now been granted priority access to all dungeon subjugations. Kim realizes that Mincheol Soo has aligned himself with the control team, but even with that, the decision feels excessive. Ah-young further explains that Team 1's subjugation count has tripled. They are now rushing through dungeons so recklessly that cleaning teams can't keep up. Already, 3 dungeons have been left uncleared, and the number is only expected to grow. Kim understands the deeper implications. If a dungeon is left uncleaned, the resulting gas emissions can be lethal, even with a hazmat suit. More concerning is the disruption of the subjugation cleaning sequence. If things continue this way, they might be forced to clean dungeons still crawling with live monsters. Though Kim doesn't personally mind, he knows it will affect the others. He also recognizes what's at stake. Failing to secure first place would mean losing the chance for a pay raise and positive media coverage. Despite Team 1's lead, their pace is unsustainable. If his team can push hard at the end, there's still a chance to catch up. Realizing the urgency, Kim immediately reaches out to the operation and support teams to coordinate the next steps. At the Yeouido administrative headquarters of the Association of Supernatural Ability Management, Director Dusik received a message on his phone. It alerted him that 3 unclean dungeons had been spotted in the Seoul region. Reading this, Dusik grew furious, cursing Mincheol and accusing him of acting like he owned the entire headquarters. He couldn't understand how Mincheol planned to handle all the unclean dungeons. Dusik regretted having let him off the hook just because he was an elite, feeling betrayed. Dusik immediately asked Miss Yu to call the leader of the control team, but before she could respond, Ah-young walked in and interrupted, saying there was no need for that. Dusik reminded her that she wasn't supposed to approach him during working hours. Young assured him that her visit was work-related. When Dusik demanded respect, she responded with a smirk, recalling how he never cleaned the dishes at home. She quickly shifted back to business, saying there was no need to cancel the operation over a few unclean dungeons. Dusik was confused, pointing out the dangers of unclean dungeons. But Young explained that all members of their alliance, including Operation Team 3, the Support Team, and Cleaning Team 3, had already been dispatched to handle them. Although she wasn't happy about it, she said it was the captain's order. She also delivered a message from the captain. He admitted to losing this time. That left Dusik wondering when the two of them had even met. Young teased him for being left out of the loop and then excused herself, saying she had no time to lounge around. She had cleaning duties to attend to and walked away. Dusik chuckled at the situation, calling them all nut jobs. But deep down, he was troubled. He thought about the captain's message, "I lose this time," and pondered its meaning. It felt like the captain was confident he would win next time. Dusik was stunned that a mere cleaner had managed to dispatch both the operation and support teams, and that everyone had followed his orders without hesitation. Turning serious, Dusik asked Miss Lee to contact the chairman and initiate a disciplinary committee. As he left, he reflected that Min Cheol-soo had once again been bested by the cleaning team. Meanwhile, inside Min Cheol-soo's office, tension ran high. Min Cheol asked if they should shut down the operation before things spiraled further out of control. Chang Hyun, standing nearby, silently questioned how Min Cheol planned to fix the mess he had created. Min Cheol turned to Secretary Cha, asking what would happen if the operation was called off now. Secretary Cha warned that there would be an uproar, not only within the board but among the other teams as well. The moment Min Cheol began meddling with the subjugation distributions, the rest of the teams had started turning against him. Chang Hyun realized they had gone too far to turn things around. He regretted ever joining hands with Min Cheol in the first place. Just then, a flustered staff member entered and reported that Operation Team 2 and the entire support team had been dispatched to the cleaning team. Secretary Cha saw this as a positive turn, stating there would be no problem continuing the operation as planned. Chang Hyun was shocked to learn that Operation Team 2 had backed out of the performance game. He also remembered that the support team included Executive Director Dusik Lee's daughter. Secretary Cha insisted it was a blessing in disguise. With Operation Team 2 out of the way, first place was now within their reach, and they wouldn't have to deal with the unclean dungeons. But Chang Hyun panicked. To him, this wasn't a blessing at all. It meant they had lost their only chance to make things right. The scene shifts to the cleaning team hard at work. Young, assisting alongside them, struggles and wonders why the material is so difficult to cut through. Minju calmly advises her not to force it, suggesting that she should slice along the texture instead. She explains that normally they wipe off excess blood during the process, but due to the current time crunch, it's better to prioritize disassembly. Despite Young being new to this, Minju acknowledges that she's doing quite well. Curious, Young questions how Minju knows so much despite being from the operation team. Minju reveals that she's assisted the cleaning team several times before. Feeling slightly left out, Young laments being excluded again. But Minju clarifies that she didn't even know Young back then. Young then lightens the mood by joking, and Minju silently finds her a bit odd. Kim arrives and reminds everyone to finish up quickly before the dungeon closes. With the cleanup almost done, the team prepares to leave. As they walk, Minju notices something off and asks Kim if something's wrong. Kim admits feeling guilty. He had promised to lead the team to first place but had to go back on his word, and now he feels bad for putting them through so much. Minju responds with a cheerful tone, saying she didn't realize Kim cared so much. She reassures him that they wouldn't have stuck to the original plan anyway, and that if first place had really mattered to them, they wouldn't have rushed over when the cleaning team needed backup. Kim acknowledges that nobody in the group is exactly normal. Minju then brings up their score, assuming they're far behind, especially since she spent 4 whole days assisting with cleaning duties. Kim confirms it. However, Minju reminds him they still have 3 weeks left and suggests picking up where they left off. Young agrees, saying her team won't mind working a few extra hours. Smiling, Kim gathers the team and encourages them to keep going, hoping they're not too late. As they step through the dungeon gate, they're greeted by Director Dusik standing outside. Dusik informs them that they're already too late. The operation is over. Due to one performance-obsessed fool, things reach this point, and now the control team has revoked all operation permits. Shocked, Kim asks for confirmation, and Dusik clarifies that Operation Team 2 has come in second place. That's the final result. While the team celebrates the result with joy, Kim feels disappointed. Second place is meaningless to him if it won't help unlock his new skill. Dusik, grinning, teases Kim, saying he shouldn't consider this a win even if the team did great. Kim, frustrated, suspects Dusik is trying to provoke him. However, Dusik sincerely thanks everyone for their efforts, admitting that without them, the situation could have gone much worse. He promises to hold Min Cheol accountable for the chaos. Placing a hand on Kim's shoulder, Dusik tells him they need to talk, asking him to visit the office when he gets a chance. Kim, however, already knows what this is about. Just like in his past life, Dusik likely wants him to help reform the headquarters. But this time, Kim has no intention of going along with it. Later, Park congratulates everyone for their hard work. Soyeon playfully says goodbye, but Ah-young stops them. She insists that no one should leave on an empty stomach and suggests they all go out for a staff dinner. The group cheers in excitement. Park and Soyeon invite Kim to join them, reminding him not to back out this time. Kim agrees to come along. That night, the team enjoys their time together, eating and drinking as they celebrate. Watching the lively scene, Kim thinks to himself that he probably shouldn't have come after all. After the incident, a disciplinary committee was formed. Soo-young Lee admitted he helped with the subjugation but claimed he was unaware of any favoritism toward Team 1. His defense worked, and he walked away with just a warning. Min Chil-soo gave an even more absurd excuse, saying he favored the elite Team 1 to uphold the association's reputation, but claimed he never expected the control team to take it too far. He received a pay cut, and even though it was minor, the fact that the general manager himself faced such a penalty showed how little Dusik Lee cared about the consequences. The leader of the control team was also reprimanded and, unexpectedly, sent Kim a personal apology. Eventually, the entire issue was resolved and brought to a close. Later, Kim met with Ah-young. She confronted him, frustrated that she still hadn't received any compensation for helping during the operation. Kim reminded her that she seemed to have volunteered purely out of goodwill. But Ah-young sharply pointed out that he had practically begged her for help and promised anything in return. When Kim cautiously asked if this had anything to do with Executive Director Dusik Lee, she denied it, though it was clear she hadn't yet mentioned that Dusik was her father. Kim, already aware from the staff dinner, responded nervously. The conversation then shifted. Ah-young revealed that the headquarters was re-evaluating its view of the cleaning team. Kim assumed this was due to their interference in the operation team's work, which led to Team 2 landing second place. But Ah-young explained it was actually the opposite. The cleaning team had become a subject of envy. Their second-place finish and the sheer dedication they showed despite giving up performance points had made a strong impression on the association, which had long prioritized numbers. It seemed to her like Kim had planned everything from the beginning, but he didn't understand what she was trying to imply. Ah-young then shared that a new cleaning team would soon be formed. The incident had made the association realize the true value of the cleaning division. Talks of personnel transfers had already begun. Her condition was simple. Kim had to recruit people suitable for the soon-to-be-formed Cleaning Team 6. Kim questioned her authority, to which she revealed that hiring a few new recruits could be done by the team leader, and Kim had just been promoted to that very role. Kim was shocked. He couldn't understand how a rookie of just 2 months could be promoted to team leader, especially while someone like Mr. Park was still around. He questioned the association's discipline. Ah-young, unfazed, explained that Mr. Park would be promoted to the newly created position of Cleaning Team Manager. This shift had clearly been orchestrated by Dusik Lee. She even mentioned they had initially considered offering Kim the manager position, but knowing he'd refuse, they dropped the idea. Internally, Kim didn't dislike the idea of becoming a team leader. It aligned with his long-term goal of unlocking new skills, though he found the position to be quite a hassle. He then asked what personal stake Ah-young had in the recruitment process. She brushed it off, saying it didn't matter to her, but suggested it would be fun to have interesting people on the team. Quoting a saying about talent recognizing genius, she advised Kim to keep an eye out for capable individuals, whether from private guilds or off the streets. Kim, however, felt there was no need for such efforts. He had already arranged for a reporter who once covered their team to write an article that made the cleaning job sound effortless. He believed that once it was published, applicants would start lining up. Ah-young burst his bubble, revealing that the article had already been released. Surprised, Kim quickly checked his phone and was furious, realizing he hadn't been informed as promised. Kim came across an article that left him fuming with rage. It painted a picture of the dungeon cleaning team, once viewed as mere post-battle janitors, in a whole new light. The article described them as the frontliners of the association, those who cleaned after dungeon subjugations for greater efficiency. It highlighted how the cleaning team disassembled monster carcasses, managed toxic byproducts, and worked daily in dangerous conditions, risking exposure to poison and toxic gas. The piece emphasized the severe staff shortage, intense workload, and exhausting hours, portraying the job as one of the most demanding. But even more surprising was the revelation that their role extended far beyond just cleaning. With the strategy team undergoing evaluation, the workload had spilled over, and Junwoo Kim from Cleaning Team 3 had taken charge, leading a joint operation. The article claimed that the cleaning team didn't just support, they coordinated. They collaborated with all departments, prioritizing efficiency and stability, and were now seen as the heart of the association, the true strategy and planning team. Despite the low wages, the article insisted that exceptional abilities were required for the job. It declared the cleaning team as the association's front line, with Junwoo Kim's leadership and camaraderie becoming a source of inspiration. The article praised him as a man of character, a true leader of this era. Reading this, Kim's anger boiled over. Without a second thought, he texted Kim Sang-chan, demanding an explanation for the article. In response, Sang-chan simply sent a heart emoji. Ah-young, observing the situation, casually commented that the article turned out better than expected. She pointed out how public opinion had shifted, with people now calling the cleaning team the special operations team. Those who once scorned them had begun to see their true worth. However, she added that despite the glowing praise, no one had applied to join the cleaning team yet. The job was still described as extremely demanding and low-paying, so it wasn't surprising that no new applicants had stepped forward. Kim, overwhelmed with frustration, shouted out in rage. Meanwhile, in another part of the association, Soo-young was shocked to hear that Junwoo Kim was being promoted to team leader. Min-cheol confirmed it, revealing that a new managerial position was being created for the cleaning team. Soo-young, stunned, wondered who had enough power to make such a move, to which Min-cheol replied that it was executive director Doo-sik Lee himself. Min-cheol explained how this decision had stirred a headache for the leadership. Regardless of who would be officially appointed as cleaning team manager, Junwoo Kim would still hold the real authority. The only possible exception, he noted, would be the newly formed cleaning Team 6. He revealed plans to replicate the success of Team 3 for this new unit. The strategy was to plant a more capable leader, someone from their own side, just as Junwoo had supported Minju Kim to grow her influence. They aimed to do the same, but on a larger scale. According to Min-cheol, this new cleaning team would help them regain influence within the association. Soo-young reminded him of his previous claim that he wouldn't interfere with the cleaning team again. But Min-cheol insisted that this wasn't interference. He merely intended to recruit a competent leader. Executive directors Chil Sik-song and Yoon Young-go had also shown interest in the new cleaning team's leadership role. In fact, they had already begun reaching out to private guilds to scout talented individuals. Soo-young thought about the implications. Planting someone from their side in the cleaning team seemed risky, but not unreasonable. Other teams, Operation Team 2, the support team, and the control team, were already scrambling to align themselves with the cleaning team. At this pace, a new division could form that would surpass the central headquarters in power. For now, everything hinged on who would be selected as the leader of Cleaning Team 6. That decision could shift the foundation of power within the association. Min-cheol, placing a hand on Soo-young's shoulder, instructed him to start searching for freelance hunters in the Gyeonggi-do region. He promised to do his part. Soo-young asked if there were any specific qualifications for the role. Did candidates need experience in cleaning? Min-cheol dismissed the concern, saying the task was simple and required no formal qualifications. All they needed was someone experienced in operations with a high rank. Soo-young, still cautious, asked what would happen if Junwoo Kim showed interest in the new team. Min-cheol confidently responded that it wouldn't matter, as long as they found someone more qualified. He belittled Junwoo's experience, calling him a rookie fresher than salad, and doubted his ability to recruit anyone significant. But he emphasized that they couldn't let Junwoo win this time. As these thoughts raced through Soo-young's mind, his eyes caught something unusual: cigarettes lying on the floor. It was the first time he'd seen Min-cheol smoke in 4 years. Kim lay comfortably while sipping tea, finally enjoying some peace now that the evaluation period had ended. He silently cherished the moment, having missed slacking off. Nearby, Minju watched him closely, wondering why he was lounging there and assuming he might not have anyone to spend time with. Noticing her stare, Kim asked why she was looking at him that way. Just then, a notification appeared on his phone. Reading it, he learned that a newbie of just 2 months had been promoted to team leader. He knew this would surely stir things up among the others. Minju found the promotion reasonable and reminded Kim that with her as the team leader, he shouldn't still be a regular staff member. Kim disagreed, pointing out that organizations didn't work that way. Minju then asked about the new recruits for Cleaning Team 6. Kim replied casually that he was handling it. When she asked what he meant, he admitted that he wasn't recruiting anyone, nor did he know anyone suitable for the role. Minju concluded that her master really didn't have anyone around him. Kim, in his thoughts, reflected that ever since the joint operation fell apart, he had lost motivation. With the formation of a new team, positions would eventually be filled, which would fulfill his requirements to unlock new skills, so he felt there was no point in putting in unnecessary effort. Minju then asked what his recruitment standards would be if he ever chose someone. He hadn't given it much thought, but guessed he'd prefer someone compliant with a pleasant personality. Minju found that unexpected and shared that she would look for someone with justice and camaraderie, like him. Kim silently scoffed at the idea. At that moment, Chang Hyun entered the room and asked if cleaner Junwoo Kim was present. Kim asked who he was, and Chang Hyun introduced himself, reminding Kim that he had messaged him earlier. When Minju asked what brought him there, Chang Hyun got straight to the point. Visibly shaken, Chang Hyun urged Kim to get involved in forming the new cleaning team. High-ranking figures like General Manager Min Cheol-soo and Executive Directors Yoon Young-go and Chil Sik-song were all rushing to plant their people in the team. Kim, confused and uncomfortable, asked what he was talking about. Chang Hyun explained that he couldn't stand Min Cheol-soo's group anymore and revealed that the headquarters' eyes were now on the cleaning team. The team had become uncontrollable and desirable, making it a prime target for internal power plays. Kim realized they were all fighting for control over the new team. Chang Hyun confirmed that they were trying to play someone with all-around capabilities, someone like Kim himself. Kim questioned why such a capable person would choose the cleaning team over the operations team, dismissing the idea as ridiculous. Still insistent, Chung Hyun urged Kim to prepare. He had brought a list of skilled hunters and former strategy leaders, offering to pick recruits based on Kim's choice and their budget. Kim, still trying to understand, asked if he was being asked to choose someone from the list to plant in the team. Chung Hyun confirmed, adding that it was unofficially decided Kim would become the team leader, and missing this opportunity could shift the power balance across all teams. Kim sensed that Chung Hyun had fully sided with him now. Still uncertain, he asked when the cleaning team had gained so much influence, admitting he wasn't used to such attention. Chung Hyun pointed out that managing more teams would be beneficial, but Kim claimed he already had enough on his plate. Chung Hyun remained hopeful, confident others would be thrilled to see Kim take charge of the new team. Kim dismissed the thought but then paused. On reflection, the offer seemed reasonable. Pleased, Chung Hyun grabbed Kim's hand in gratitude. At that moment, a system window appeared, displaying a requirement. The dungeon cleaning team's satisfaction rate must exceed 30% to unlock a new skill. With a faintly sinister smile, Kim agreed to take a look at the list. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Sang-hyuk, who had returned home. Looking around, he complained about the mess. His sister, Yubin Han, sat nearby and sarcastically reminded him that she was still there. Angrily, Sang-hyuk scolded her, asking if she even showered. Since she had returned from America jobless, he insisted she find a new job instead of creating a mess at home. Unbothered, Yubin showed him her phone. She had read about his cleaning team and their involvement in a joint operation. Shocked, Sang-hyuk immediately warned her not to consider joining the cleaning team. Laughing, Yubin replied that he had just told her to find a job. Kim stood in silence, deep in thought. To him, increasing the job satisfaction rate seemed simple. If the work intensity matched the wages and the working environment was decent, satisfaction would naturally rise. But the current cleaning team offered neither, and still, the satisfaction rate stood at 18%. To Kim, it proved how small and simple these people's dreams were. He believed that over time, as a new team formed, the work intensity would lessen. The real issue, however, was the working environment. Only someone who thoroughly understood the job and could empathize with the team could create a suitable environment. That was the kind of person the new team needed. Soon after, someone approached Kim, mentioning that he had a general idea about the association's current situation. The man had heard a new cleaning team was being formed and assumed Kim was looking for a replacement. Since he had left his previous guild and was currently unemployed, he offered to join the team as a favor. But Kim shut him down coldly. According to Kim, it wasn't him asking for help. It was the other way around. In his eyes, people like this should be begging to be part of the team, while he decided whether they were even worthy of being considered. The man was stunned. Kim continued, pointing out that being a former vice leader or holding a high rank meant nothing. If someone was here just to brag about their past in some nameless guild, they were better off joining the strategy team, not the cleaning team. The man, now visibly angry, revealed his name, Taiwan Shin, and demanded if Kim even realized who he was talking to. Kim casually replied that it was good for him. Taiwan lashed out, accusing Kim of letting fame get to his head and relying too much on the association's backing. He warned Kim that he would regret his attitude one day. Kim, unfazed, said he was already regretting it. As Taiwan left in frustration, he muttered that they'd see who would regret things in the end. Kim, now irritated, wondered who Taiwan thought he was lecturing. After all, Taiwan was just an A-ranker. All the other applicants were the same. They acted like successful hunters doing a favor by joining the cleaning team, yet none of them seemed competent. Kim was convinced that letting such fools into the cleaning team would be a disaster. He couldn't understand why Chung Hyun had even bothered to compile such a useless list of candidates. Soon after, Kim received a call from Ah-young. She thanked him for all the hard work and said she trusted him to find a good candidate. But Kim was confused. He didn't know what she meant. Ah-young reminded him of their conversation about finding interesting recruits and mentioned that someone named Yubin Han was already at the headquarters waiting to meet him. She asked him to come quickly. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Kim was puzzled. He wondered who this person even was. When he finally met her, Yubin introduced herself. Kim still couldn't recognize her. Ah-young leaned in and quietly asked him how he always managed to find people like her. Kim admitted to himself that he didn't know who she was. Yubin, standing confidently, confirmed Kim's identity and expressed her disappointment. She had expected someone more charismatic. Kim brushed it off and decided to begin the interview. He asked about her previous job with the International Association and why she was now applying for a spot on the cleaning team. Yubin explained that the job seemed within her skill set, but Kim pointed out that she might have been better suited for the strategy team or a private guild. Then, Yubin revealed something surprising. She had been stripped of her hunter status. No longer qualified as a hunter and lacking other skills, she felt this team was her best chance. To her, the cleaning team seemed to do work similar to what she used to handle. She asked if they were currently recruiting. Kim replied that they were, but questioned whether she truly understood the duties of a cleaning team. Yubin confidently said she did, then paused and pointed out that Kim hadn't asked why she had lost her status. Kim told her he wasn't interested. Yubin shared her experience, explaining that in America, cleaning teams only cleaned dungeon byproducts. Kim replied that her understanding seemed accurate. But then Yubin's tone changed. With sudden excitement, she stated that Korean cleaning teams were different. They coordinated and led special operations. They planned and commanded large-scale missions. She was sure of it. Kim was confused by her enthusiasm and wondered what she was talking about. He asked if she had read the article about them. Yubin confirmed that she had. Kim clarified that their team wasn't as grand as she thought. It was the same as in America. They were just a team that cleaned dungeons. Yubin smiled knowingly. She had expected that response. Kim was surprised and asked what she meant. Yubin explained that she had heard the exact same thing when she joined the American branch. They had told her the job was trivial and underpaid. But she had already known it was just a tactic, a test to weed out people who only wanted a spot in the strategy team. She wasn't fooled. She had plenty of experience, and Kim's trick wouldn't work on her. Kim glanced over Yubin's form, and despite thinking she was a total nutjob, he couldn't deny her qualifications. A former upper-tier hunter of the International Association and a berserker class. On paper, there was nothing more to ask of her. But none of it really had anything to do with the cleaning team. Kim doubted she'd be any different from the other overqualified applicants, likely someone with an even bigger ego. She didn't even seem to know what the cleaning team was for. She had talent, sure, just not for this job. Kim made up his mind to reject her. Just then, a memory surfaced. Park had once mentioned that Sang-hyuk's sister was a hunter in the International Association. Connecting the dots, Kim asked Yubin if her brother was Sang-hyuk Han. At once, Yubin panicked and begged him not to reveal her application. With a faint smile, Kim realized it really was her. That was unexpected. But if her brother was on the cleaning team, at least she would respect it. And if she was in the same team as her only family, she'd likely take the job more seriously. The calm didn't last. Suddenly, Sang-hyuk burst in, shouting at Yubin. He reminded her that he had told her not to come. He scoffed at the idea of her joining the cleaning team when she couldn't even clean her own home. Yubin shouted back, saying he told her to find a job. Sang-hyuk was stunned that she would apply at his own workplace. Watching them argue, Kim began to question his decision. Soon after, the scene shifted to the interview panel. 3 judges sat at the front: the HR team leader, general manager Min Chul, and current cleaner Kik. Kim noted that he normally wouldn't have a seat here, but Young Lee had insisted. According to her, it made no sense for the cleaning team to not have a say in selecting its new member. Kim sighed. It was just a recruitment for a cleaner. Why complicate things, especially when every applicant was overqualified? A vice leader of an A-rank guild, a former strategy team leader, and now a former hunter of the International Association. Still, Yubin had become his candidate. She was a peculiar one, no doubt. But how bad could it go? The interview began. The HR team leader posed a question. If a monster proved undefeatable mid-operation, how would each applicant handle it? She asked for answers in turn, beginning with Woo-hyuk Kang. Kang answered confidently. Unless it was a multi-zone dungeon, he would abandon the operation and devise a revised plan to avoid needless casualties. Kim recognized him as Executive Director Yoon Young-go's candidate. It was a well-thought-out answer, fitting for a former strategy team leader. Next came So-min Ro. She argued that abandoning the operation would cause major financial loss, so she would request support from the control team and proceed. Kim acknowledged this was Executive Director Cheol-sik-song's candidate. Her response was ideal, precisely the kind of answer interviewers favored. Then came Taiwan Shin. He said stopping the operation and resuming with a different team would minimize both financial and time losses. Kim thought about how this candidate, presented by General Manager Min Cheol-soo, had been the vice guild leader of the Aries Guild, one of the top 10 in the country. Now a freelance hunter, Taiwan's answer was practically textbook. Kim figured Min Cheol wouldn't have missed the chance to bring him in. Finally, it was Yubin's turn. Min Cheol immediately assumed she was Kim's pick, while the HR team leader recalled her as the former hunter of the International Association. Kim sat back and wondered what her answer would be. Yubin replied that discovering mid-subjugation that a monster couldn't be defeated meant the operation had already gone wrong. She added, without hesitation, that she would rather slit her throat than suffer such embarrassment. The room fell into a stunned silence. Watching the reactions, Kim regretted everything. He thought he must have been out of his mind to choose such a nutjob as his candidate. The scene shifts to a quiet moment where the 3 women, Soyeon, Ah-young, and Minju, are seen relaxing together during their free time. As they chat, Soyeon turns to Ah-young and brings up a rumor, wondering if it's true that all the new cleaning team candidates are former hunters. Meanwhile, Minju, clearly annoyed, wonders why the other 2 are lounging in her office. Ah-young casually confirms Soyeon's statement, explaining that while it's being labeled as the new cleaning team, the actual intention behind it is to recreate Junwoo Kim's team from scratch. Minju finds the move ridiculous, believing the higher-ups are underestimating Kim. She states that replicating his work is not something just anyone can manage. Ah-young agrees and adds that the higher-ups only care about trends, using them to draw attention without genuine regard for the cleaning team itself. She can already imagine the type of candidates brought in, people who will surely try to take over and impose their own ways. Minju expresses her disappointment, thinking the cleaning team was finally getting the recognition it deserved. Ah-young, however, believes that's exactly why Junwoo's candidate must outperform the others, since at least his choice can be trusted. Suddenly, both Minju and Soyeon perk up with excitement, eager to know more about Kim's candidate. Ah-young admits she doesn't know much herself, but describes the person as interesting. The story then transitions back to the ongoing interview. Yubin is now giving her thoughts with little hesitation. She shares how, back in America, all hunters managed their own equipment. She questions the priorities in the Korean system, asking whether the association or the teammates come first. Frustrated, she criticizes the logic of allowing subjugations only after receiving permission and wonders if performance is considered more important than protecting people. Kim silently reflects on her answers, each one more offbeat than the last. He questions how she even made it into the American branch. Though he doesn't mind her failing the interview, he realizes that if she's rejected, the strongest candidate left would be Taiwan Shin. For Kim, that would be the worst outcome, especially when his goal is to raise the job satisfaction rate of the cleaning team. Faced with this dilemma, he considers simply rejecting all the candidates. The HR team leader then suggests wrapping up the interview if there are no further questions. But Kim speaks up. He asks how many parts a centipede-type monster should be cut into during disassembly. The HR leader responds, saying it's not an appropriate question. Kim challenges this, pointing out that the recruitment is for the cleaning team, not for hunters. Therefore, asking cleaning-related questions should be completely valid. His statement leaves the room in silence. Seeing no objections, Kim fires off another question, this time about the most effective method for scrubbing monster slime and human blood off the walls. Taihwan finds the question absurd and says so. That's when Kim slams his hand on the table and rises from his seat, visibly frustrated. He declares that these are basic things everyone should know. He expresses his deep disappointment for ever believing they were suitable for the job. Then, making his stance clear, he says that regardless of what the other interviewers think, to him, all the candidates are disqualified. As the interview comes to an end, Taiwan approaches Kim with a smug expression. He mocks him, expressing disbelief that all that hype was for a mere kid. Kim calmly replies that while he's not entirely satisfied with his candidate, she's still a better option than Taiwan's. Taiwan fires back, claiming this only proves she was the best Kim could come up with. He believes Kim blew the interview and has nothing working in his favor, then confidently tells him to do whatever he wants. As he walks away, he declares that Kim's candidate will never pass the interview because she's far out of her league. Kim watches him go, puzzled by his confidence. Something about Taiwan's certainty feels off, but before he can think more about it, Yubin suddenly appears at his side, startling him. He admits she scared him, and she confronts him about the interview. She complains that he could have at least given her a heads up about the questions and accuses him of embarrassing his own candidate in front of everyone. Kim responds sharply. He asks if America blindly accepts unprepared, incompetent candidates. He reminds her that since she applied voluntarily, it was her responsibility to prepare. If she truly wants the job, she should be willing to put in the effort. Yet she doesn't want her ego hurt. He questions whether she really thought joining the cleaning team would be that easy. Yubin tries to defend herself, but Kim cuts her off. He admits that if it were up to him, he would have failed all the candidates on the spot. However, after some discussion, it's been decided that the process will move forward with a practical interview. As he walks away, he advises her to be ready next time, warning her not to bother showing up if she plans to wing it again. Later, the scene shifts to Yubin at home, fuming with anger. She reflects on the humiliation she just faced. Never before, not even in America, had she been insulted like this. She calls Kim an irritating cleaner. Sang-hyuk, frustrated by the noise, yells at her to stop pounding the pillow. She snaps back, telling him to shut up. He scolds her, reminding her that he had warned her not to take things lightly. He says she should be grateful that Junwoo Kim didn't curse her out directly. Yubin accuses him of siding with Kim just because they're on the same team, but Sang-hyuk insists that it's simply how Kim is. He takes cleaning team matters seriously and never holds back. According to him, she's already fallen out of favor, so she shouldn't get her hopes up. Yubin angrily says she wouldn't accept the offer, even if they asked. Sang-hyuk questions what she plans to do about the practical assignment. She brushes it off, claiming it's none of her concern anymore. Deep down, Yubin reflects that Kim was right. She knows nothing about the cleaning team. If she joins the practical interview now, she'll only make a fool of herself again. Sang-hyuk, half-jokingly, says he would have seriously considered quitting if she had been given the position. Yubin tells him to shut his mouth. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. Yubin asks if he's expecting a delivery. Sang-hyuk says no and isn't expecting any guests either. When they open the door, Minju and Soyeon are standing outside. Soyeon apologizes for the unannounced visit and asks if they can come in. Sang-hyuk, surprised, asks what they're doing there. Soyeon explains that they came to talk about the assignment and hope to offer some help to Yubin. Yubin, confused, asks what they mean by helping her. Minju clarifies that they're referring to the practical assignment and thought Yubin could use some assistance. That's why they brought experts along. Sang-hyuk is stunned when he sees who's behind them. It's Park, the deputy manager, and the leader of the control team. Chang-hyun steps forward and tells Yubin that she must get the job, not just for herself, but for everyone involved. Park, with a smile, offers her some advice on cleaning. Chang-hyun adds that it's all or nothing. Either she lands the position or they all fail together. Yubin is overwhelmed. She silently wonders if it's normal in the Korean Association for so many high-ranking people to gather just to help one person. Then, looking at everyone, Yubin calmly announces her decision. She thanks them for their enthusiasm and support, but says she has decided not to participate in the assignment anymore. Her words leave everyone in shock. A week later, on the day of the practical interview, Yubin arrived in front of the dungeon where Kim was already waiting. He expressed his surprise at seeing her show up. She responded firmly, questioning if he had been hoping she wouldn't come. Kim admitted he had hoped a little. Yubin, clearly annoyed, asked why he had even selected her as a candidate in the first place, insisting that she didn't want to be there either. Kim silently questioned her presence, especially when noticing the confident expression on her face and the dark circles under her eyes. It became evident she had been preparing for this day, though he brushed it off as unimportant. Yubin clarified her purpose for showing up. She had come to get an apology for the insult he hurled at her last time. Kim immediately refused, saying he had only spoken the truth. Yubin assured him she wasn't asking for an apology at that moment, but he made it clear he wouldn't be apologizing later either. Smirking confidently, Yubin replied with certainty that things might turn out differently. Irritated by her attitude, Kim questioned if all Americans behaved that way. Yubin ignored the comment and mentioned the tough week she had, acknowledging that his companions were a passionate group. This confused Kim, as he wondered who she meant by companions. Meanwhile, Minchul stood in front of the dungeon and addressed all the participants through a mic. He reminded them that, as previously informed, the practical assignment would take place inside a real dungeon. Each participant would be accompanied by evaluators. Upon entry, they would face multiple issues, and the assessment would be based on how well they handled those situations. He emphasized the importance of making thoughtful decisions. A candidate asked if the dungeon had already been subjugated. Minchul clarified that since subjugation was part of the assignment, they had purposely selected an active dungeon. He assured them that it wouldn't be a problem since all participants were former hunters. With that, the team began entering the dungeon. Inside, a sudden alert came through. Soo-young informed the group that Strategy Team 4 had requested immediate support. No other teams were available, leaving only the current team as a backup. He asked for a decision. Taiwan immediately took charge, promising to finish the subjugation within 20 minutes and then head out for support. The other candidates agreed, believing it to be a doable plan. Kim silently observed. He noted that most would naturally choose that approach, especially since the candidates were all capable enough to be considered current strategy team leaders. With such skill and confidence, none of them were likely to back down. But he also recognized a hidden flaw. Most of them were unaware that priority assessment was part of the evaluation. If they continued making such misjudgments, he would have a valid reason to fail them all. Then, Yubin objected. She argued that finishing in 20 minutes was unrealistic and suggested they retreat and resume subjugation later. Taiwan dismissed her opinion, questioning how far she could go with such an implausible mindset. Another candidate mocked her, telling her to go home if she lacked the courage. Soo-young, siding with the majority, announced that they would proceed with the subjugation as planned. Yubin grew visibly irritated. Kim, however, was taken aback. He realized that the others had all misunderstood the purpose of the test. The assignment wasn't just about subjugation. Since this was for recruitment into the cleaning team, the real task was to complete both subjugation and cleanup within the 20-minute window. In this scenario, the only correct decision would have been to suggest a retreat. He couldn't understand how Yubin had figured that out so quickly. Her accurate judgment left him wondering what had changed during the past week. Inside the dungeon, the group soon encountered a monster. Without hesitation, all the candidates summoned their weapons in preparation for battle. Leading the attack, Taiwan used his haywire skill to charge at the monster. Another candidate followed, activating his Oberon's Teeth skill to strike. Then, Yubin leapt into the air. Instead of using her sword, she landed a powerful punch straight at the monster, instantly finishing it off. Watching the swift takedown, Minchul acknowledged the skills of these former hunters. The HR team leader expressed her amazement, noting that they had brought down a Yahello-level boss in mere minutes. Still, Minchul pointed out that Yubin's technique appeared somewhat unsophisticated compared to the others. The HR team leader began to question if Yubin truly came from the International Association. However, Kim silently disagreed. He recognized that her seemingly simple move was, in fact, a necessary and deliberate action. Suddenly, Kim raised an alert, stating that a new issue had arisen for the cleaning team. All the candidates turned to face him, and Taiwan responded with a confident, eerie smile. The scene then transitioned to an earlier moment. Inside a car, Minchul handed Taiwan a set of guidelines. Taiwan looked confused, asking what they were. Minchul explained it was the official practical assignment guide prepared by Juno Kim, who was himself a cleaner. He warned that pretending wouldn't be enough to pass. Taiwan, surprised, responded that this wasn't what he had been told. He was under the impression that the cleaning team was just a name, and that no actual cleaning would be involved. Minchul clarified that actual cleaning duties would only begin after recruitment. As a current candidate, Taiwan had no way of avoiding the assignment. Though Minchul had considered excluding him, he lacked a valid reason. He assured Taiwan that the guideline would help him pass, especially the final page. When Taiwan glanced at the last page, he was taken aback. Mincheol revealed it was the cleaning assignment created by Juno Kim. It would be announced after the first boss was defeated and was not to be leaked under any circumstances. He reminded Taiwan of his former role as vice guild leader of Aries, confident he could handle both the subjugation and equipment. Mincheol expressed his desire to see Taiwan as the leader of the new team. With a laugh, Taiwan accepted the challenge, seeing it as an easy task. In his mind, he viewed the assignment as perfectly suited to his level of intelligence. Passing would be simple. Back in the present, Kim addressed the candidates once more. Due to delays from the other cleaning teams, the current team would be responsible for cleaning the dungeon. However, the time to support the strategy team was fast approaching. On top of that, all teammates were considered to have died during subjugation, leaving each candidate alone to complete the cleaning task. Hearing this, Taiwan was visibly shocked. He hadn't expected this change in the assignment. Kim then instructed that each candidate would have to step up individually and present a solution. They needed to act fast and complete the task alone within the 20-minute window. Kim smiled darkly, silently admitting he had no intention of presenting the assignment as originally planned. In his mind, he mocked the candidates, believing they were foolish to expect otherwise. One candidate was seen attempting the cleaning test while Kim counted down. As the countdown ended, an instructor informed the candidate of his failure and asked him to leave. Kim silently judged the candidate, thinking he had no clue how cleaning worked. Next, it was Taiwan's turn. Nervous and frustrated, Taiwan reflected on his past achievements as a former vice leader of the Aries Guild, an A-rank hunter, and the National Berserker class champion. Yet now he was expected to get on his knees and clean the gruesome mess in just 20 minutes. He shouted in anger, accusing Mincheol of designing the test to be impossible and straying from the original agreement. Mincheol thought to himself that Taiwan was being foolish to say that out loud. Meanwhile, the female instructor glanced suspiciously at Mincheol. Taiwan continued his outburst, declaring the task ridiculous and refusing to do it. Yubin responded coolly, remarking that the task would have been easier if the subjugation had been simple and less chaotic. Taiwan, already agitated, barked back in anger. Kim interpreted his reaction as a refusal to participate. He then turned to Yubin, asking if she would proceed. Confident he'd see her give up, Kim assumed her answer would also be no. But without a word, Yubin stepped forward, drew her sword, and launched all the chemical bags into the air. In a swift motion, she sliced through them, releasing the chemicals all over the monster's carcass. As the chemicals settled, she began disassembling the corpse with incredible precision. Kim watched in disbelief. She was simultaneously spraying the chemicals and dismantling the body while blocking the gas and blood flow. It was an efficient, expert-level technique no amateur could perform. Kim realized she must have had experience and possibly support from skilled companions. At her current speed, she would easily finish in time. Kim panicked. If she succeeded, his plan to make them all fail would crumble and he'd lose any valid excuse to reject them. Taiwan lashed out again, accusing Kim of favoritism and claiming the task was designed for Yubin alone. He demanded the evaluation be cancelled. Kim silently admitted Taiwan's intensity was overwhelming and then sarcastically confirmed that maybe he did share the process with her. Taiwan furiously demanded the evaluation be nullified. Just then, Yubin approached and insulted him, calling him a fool. Taiwan turned towards her in rage. Yubin continued, shaming him for blaming the system when he lacked the ability to complete the task. She pointed out they all had a week to prepare. Her words hit a nerve. She reminded everyone that Taiwan was only present because of his connections with the general manager. She had expected great things from someone so arrogant, but it was clear his reputation didn't match his ability. She speculated whether he was fired from his previous guild, which would explain why he was only the vice leader. Enraged, Taiwan activated his haywire skill and threatened her. Yubin smirked and revealed that she was fired from her last job because she couldn't stand people like him, those full of talk and no action, and crushed them when she could. She then activated her high panic berserker skill in anger. Taiwan, now alert, realized she was stronger than he thought. The two charged toward each other, ready to attack. But before they could clash, Kim stepped in from behind, grabbed Yubin's arm, and tripped Taiwan to the ground using his leg. He scolded both of them for their behavior, reminding them that such conduct was unacceptable in front of evaluators and ordered them to stop. Taiwan struggled under Kim's foot and questioned his speed, shocked that someone labeled as a cleaner could move like that. Kim snapped back, stating that Taiwan was merely an A-rank hunter who initiated the fight, making Kim's intervention legitimate self-defense. He then kicked Taiwan in the back. Turning to Yubin, Kim ordered her to put away her weapon. Yubin looked down at her hand and calmly complied. Kim sighed internally, frustrated by how short-tempered berserkers could be. He declared the evaluations over, stating that continuing any further would be pointless. After leaving the dungeon, Kim approached Yubin and apologized. Yubin was surprised by his words. Kim acknowledged he had been harsh during their last encounter, although her attitude during the interview had been problematic. What she demonstrated during the evaluation was undeniably outstanding. Yubin admitted that her companions had contributed greatly to her success, but Kim insisted it didn't matter who helped her. The outcome was still hers to claim, since it wouldn't have been possible unless she was willing to learn and apply everything herself. Smiling, Yubin accepted the apology, stating that they probably wouldn't meet again. Kim was caught off guard and asked if she had no interest in the recruitment anymore. While walking away, Yubin clarified that she only came to receive the apology. After the performance she gave, she was sure she wouldn't pass. The cleaning division wasn't what she expected either. It was far more intense than anticipated. With that, she left, hoping their paths wouldn't cross again. Kim watched her go, irritated by her attitude, wondering who she thought she was to act so decisively. Yubin lay sprawled on her sofa, her thoughts consumed by confusion. Even though she had managed to get Junwoo Kim to apologize, she couldn't make sense of him. Somehow he had matched the speed of her unique high-panic berserker skill and stopped her attack with a single punch. That was impossible for someone who was just a cleaner and not even a licensed hunter. It baffled her why someone like him was even on the cleaning team. Yet, she brushed it off, convincing herself that their paths would never cross again, especially after the interview fiasco. Just then, her phone buzzed. A message popped up announcing that she had passed the final interview. Shock spread across her face as she stared at the screen. Far away in New York, at the International Hunter Association's local branch, the atmosphere was tense. Jason, the control team leader, erupted in anger at Chloe, the support team manager. He demanded an explanation about how someone had gotten access to the operation file he had ordered to be destroyed. Chloe explained that while their side had deleted the data, the strategy team had kept an extra copy. Jason, furious, dismissed her excuse, knowing the consequences if the press got hold of it. It enraged him that someone still insisted on stirring up trouble till the very end. The narrative then moved back to several months ago during a mission led by Yubin. A sudden accident had taken place. A monstrous creature lunged at her, but before it could land the blow, another female hunter named Angel pushed Yubin out of harm's way, injuring her own arm in the process. The monster grew increasingly furious. Yubin stepped forward, summoned her sword, and told Angel to call for backup. Instead, Angel threw her a pendant, her most cherished possession. Yubin recognized its importance immediately. Before she could react, Angel rushed toward her and struck her with a punch, knocking her backward and demanding she save herself. Yubin cried out in desperation, promising to get help and begging Angel to stay alive. Angel simply smiled and offered her final goodbye. Yubin quickly attempted to contact the control team through her radio. A voice responded stating that no teams were available to answer her backup call. Desperation filled Yubin's voice as she begged for even a single unit, but the same cold reply came. No backup was available. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she screamed into the receiver. Back in the present, Jason recalled that operation. In his mind, he justified everything. The dungeon subjugation held no profit. There was no way he would approve backup using their budget just to save a single hunter's life. To him, the Filipino hunter wasn't worth sacrificing hundreds of thousands in slush funds. As the one hoarding the operation profits, he had to cover his tracks. The hunter's death wasn't a concern. Upper management never cared, and forging the report wasn't difficult. Yubin had lost control after the event, but her breakdown gave him a valid reason to expel her from the team. Everything seemed under control, until Yubin vanished with the operation file. Jason had no idea how she discovered it, but if that file got out, not only would the truth about the operation be revealed, but also his years of embezzlement and corruption. Panic creeping in, Jason ordered Chloe to retrieve the file at any cost. Chloe asked if they should attempt negotiation, but Jason dismissed the idea, knowing Yubin wouldn't cooperate. He pressed her for updates on Yubin's location. Chloe confirmed that the intelligence team had traced her movements. Her profile had been re-registered into the intranet, confirming that she had rejoined the association, this time under the Korean branch. Jason was stunned. Her hunter license had been revoked. Chloe clarified that she had joined the cleaning team, not the strategy division. Jason found this even more bizarre. What was someone like her doing in the cleaning team? His thoughts shifted to an upcoming proposal. The Korean branch was scheduled to be approached for a joint operation next week. Chloe reminded him it was for the roof dungeon and that they hadn't made contact yet. Jason ordered her to finalize the deal with no exceptions. With a smirk, Jason mentally dared Yubin to run and hide. He was certain that she wouldn't get far, and looked forward to the moment they crossed paths again. Kim reflects on how it's already been a week since Yubin Han officially joined the team. In that short time, an internal reorganization had occurred as planned, leading to Kim's promotion as the new team leader. While the new role came with additional responsibilities, he was determined to use his newfound authority to his advantage. Meanwhile, Sang-hyuk impatiently asks Kim about the chemical, frustrated that the monster was already beginning to decompose. Before Kim could respond, Soyeon urges him to help with the disassembly first. Sang-hyuk, clearly irritated, mocks Kim, claiming he's lost his edge after the promotion. Soyeon adds that the monster's body has stiffened due to rigor mortis, making it nearly impossible to pierce with a knife. She complains about the delay, blaming their sluggish start. Frustrated by the team's lack of respect, Kim snaps back and joins them. Internally, he fumes about the absence of manners and discipline among his team. He had hoped that his promotion would ease the path toward unlocking new skills, but the reality was far from it. Being just the leader of a minor cleaning team meant he held no real power to bring change at the headquarters. Suddenly, Kim receives a call from Pyeon, who informs him of a newly appeared dungeon in Namtaeryong. It required a cleaning team to accompany the strategy unit. Pion asks if any team is available for immediate support. Kim replies that none are currently free. Hearing this, Pion considers sending the strategy team ahead, but Kim quickly stops him, knowing it would disrupt the entire schedule. He asks for a moment to arrange something. Kim then contacts Yubin and checks her availability. Yubin replies that her team has just wrapped up and is heading for lunch. Without wasting time, Kim assigns them to the new dungeon, instructing them to proceed with the subjugation immediately. Yubin protests, frustrated that her team is being tasked with subjugation when strategy teams exist for that very purpose. Kim counters, pointing out that no other team is capable of handling both subjugation and cleaning at once. He promises to join them once his current task is complete. But if she can't handle it, he adds, he might have to assign it to someone else. Perhaps he overestimated her. Angrily, Yubin agrees to take on the task. Kim, now smiling, thinks to himself how the past week has played out perfectly. He had been assigning all the burdensome dungeons to Yubin Han's team. With their dual capabilities, they've been doing the work of two teams, allowing Kim's own team to relax and handle only half of what they used to. This gave him the freedom to offload tasks he disliked and enjoy the perks of being in charge. For Kim, it was finally a taste of authority. He places his full trust in Yubin, the leader of Cleaning Team 6. The scene transitions to Park's home, where his son proudly tells him that he's ironed his clothes. Park, touched, tells his son it wasn't necessary. But when he looks at his neatly prepared workwear, he smiles warmly and says his son won't need to iron his clothes anymore. Park has just been promoted to Cleaning Team Manager of the Association of Supernatural Ability Management. As he heads out to his new office, neighbors and passersby congratulate him on his achievement. Park responds gratefully, acknowledging their kind words as he embarks on his new journey. At the regular assembly of the strategy team, held in the Command and Control Team's Operation Planning Office, tension filled the room as the leaders gathered. Strategy Team 4's leader confronted Pion, questioning the fairness of the recent decisions. Pion remained calm, asking if there was an issue. Jion quickly raised concerns, pointing out that all operations had been planned in sync with the cleaning team's schedule. Supporting this view, Strategy Team 5's leader, Mingyom, emphasized that subjugations were supposed to be the association's top priority. Jion continued, expressing his suspicion ever since Junwoo Kim had taken charge of the cleaning team. He accused Junwoo of halting an entire project just because it was too difficult for his team and eliminating continuous operations under the excuse of delays. Jion also criticized Pion for siding with Junwoo, claiming he was disregarding the safety of frontline hunters. Pion clarified that subjugations were indeed a top priority, but stressed the importance of avoiding overload by considering the cleaning team's schedule. Others in the room voiced their disapproval, pointing out that the cleaning team was formed to clean and should endure heavy schedules. They complained that adjustments were being made only for Junwoo's team, despite his recent appointment, and accused him of being incompetent. Suddenly, Minju slammed her hand on the table, demanding attention. She acknowledged their frustration but called their behavior petty. She questioned their claims about inefficiency and asked if anyone had reviewed the recent Operation Settlement report. Jion tried to undermine her authority, implying that her presence didn't give her equal say. Minju fired back with facts. The subjugation completion rate had increased by 30% compared to last month, nearly matching the performance during the evaluation period. She highlighted that 100 dungeons had been successfully cleared in just 1 week, without a single reported issue. She found it laughable that they were questioning the competence of such a performing team and emphasized that it wasn't just the strategy teams that made up the association. Working together as a team, she argued, should not be a problem. Despite her strong argument, the others dismissed her words, saying it still wasn't fair to them. Some warned they wouldn't assist anymore. Suyong yelled, telling Minju to handle everything herself if she wanted things to stay this way. 2 members laughed mockingly and suggested she fix things with the cleaning team since she supported them so much. One declared that his team wouldn't join any operation next week. Jion added that a loop dungeon was expected next week and sarcastically called it a perfect chance for Minju to take all the credit. As he stood up, he announced that Team 5 wouldn't participate either. Another member said Team 8 would also withdraw. They all began leaving the room, with Jion sarcastically wishing Pion and Minju good luck managing alone. Just then, the assistant manager entered, apologizing for the interruption. He reported receiving a call from the USA branch, requesting to speak with Mr. Pion. Surprised, Pion repeated the name and picked up the call. On the call, he explained that the general manager was unavailable and introduced himself as the predecessor. He clarified that he couldn't make unilateral decisions since someone else coordinated schedules, but offered to provide the relevant contact instead. Jion, now confused, asked about the sudden call from the US branch. Pion explained that the American side wished to carry out the upcoming loop dungeon as a joint operation with the Seoul headquarters. They had asked if any strategy teams were willing to participate. Since the teams had all refused to take part in next week's subjugations, he decided to hand over the task to Strategy Team 2. Hearing this, the others were visibly shocked. Pion questioned their sudden interest now that the American branch was involved. Soo-young quickly agreed that Strategy Team 2 should handle it, as promised, but suggested appointing a supervisor for the difficult subjugation operation. Minju silently noted Soo-young's eagerness to jump on the opportunity again. Pyeon acknowledged the suggestion and announced that Mr. Junwoo Kim would be appointed as the supervisor for the upcoming subjugation. With nothing more to discuss, he officially concluded the regular assembly. Kim arrived just as Yubin was wrapping up the subjugation. He was surprised to see how exhausted she looked after handling a mere blue-level dungeon. He couldn't believe a former international hunter was struggling this much. Yubin was shocked by his reaction. Kim criticized her approach, saying she could have just used her unique skill instead of exhausting herself. Yubin asked how he could tell. Kim pointed out that as a berserker class, it was obvious. There was no way the monster's body would be so intact if she had used her unique skill. Yubin explained that she avoided using it because it would have made the cleanup more difficult. But Kim reminded her that such concerns only apply during practical tests. In real life, subjugation always takes priority. Choosing a less efficient method just to make cleaning easier wasn't acceptable. The association prioritized dungeon subjugation above all else. Yubin, feeling annoyed, said she thought he'd support the cleaning team's perspective. But Kim replied firmly that when it came to work, there were no sides to take. Yubin found that surprising, thinking he'd naturally favor the cleaning team. Then Kim noticed she hadn't eaten yet. Yubin wondered if he was about to offer her lunch. But instead, Kim instructed her to finish cleaning up the next dungeon before heading out to eat. This made Yubin furious, but her teammates held her back. At that moment, Kim received an international call. He answered and heard a voice introduce themselves as Jason from the American branch of the International Association. Kim was taken aback by the sudden contact. Apologizing to Yubin, he told her he had to step away due to an important work call. He left the remaining cleanup to Yubin and her team, then rushed off. Finding a quiet spot, Kim continued the call. He asked Jason what business the American branch had with him. Jason informed him about an upcoming loop dungeon set to appear in Seoul next week. Since loop dungeons rarely appeared in North America, their team lacked experience. Jason proposed a joint operation and mentioned that Mr. Pyeon had provided Kim's number for private discussions. Reflecting on the situation, Kim explained internally that loop dungeons were special. They reset time back to just before the subjugation if certain conditions weren't met. With no limit to the number of loops, the process could repeat endlessly until the correct approach was found. Kim himself had repeated the same dungeon over 100 times in his previous life before successfully completing it. It had been pure hell. Despite how appealing the proposal sounded, Kim couldn't forget what happened before his regression. He had received the exact same call back then. Under the pretext of gaining experience, the American branch had joined the operation, only to secretly steal the time stone and flee. The incident had caused massive uproar in Seoul. Kim was blamed heavily, and although Seoul headquarters had managed everything from planning to execution, all they received was a small share of the profits. Back then, Kim was clueless. But now, fully aware of their scheme, he had no reason to accept their offer. Without hesitation, Kim declined Jason's proposal, stating they intended to proceed independently. Jason was shocked by the rejection. Trying to recover the situation, he added that the American branch was ready to provide financial support and could even transfer it to Kim's personal account if he preferred. Hearing the offer, Kim was furious. In his previous life, they had never mentioned such an offer. To attempt bribing him now with dirty money felt like an insult. But then Jason mentioned the amount, $1 million. That number exceeded Kim's expectations. He paused. The deal now seemed more reasonable than he had imagined. He was conflicted. Just then, a message arrived from Minju. She explained that due to a boycott by the other strategy team leaders, only their team would participate in the loop dungeon operation. Kim had been appointed the operational manager. Thankfully, the American branch had requested a joint operation so they could proceed without issue. She asked him to call back once available. Reading the message, Kim's expression darkened. Strategy Team 2 was the only one participating, and he had been made the supervisor. He wondered what had gone wrong during the regular assembly. With no better option, Kim informed Jason that they would go ahead with the joint operation. Jason acknowledged the decision but noted one small issue. Since it was a loop dungeon, a cleaning team would be ideal for subjugation. However, due to budget limitations, arranging a dispatch might not be feasible. Kim assured him not to worry. He had just the right new team for this task. Jason thanked him and confirmed they would meet soon. After the call ended, Kim muttered to himself that he'd have to postpone next week's cleaning duties and take on the loop dungeon operation with Team 6. But as he considered the plan further, something struck him. The American branch, that was Yubin's former workplace. He began to question whether involving her in this operation would be the right decision. A week later, on the day of the joint operation with the American headquarters, rain poured steadily as hunters from both Korea and America gathered in one place. The atmosphere felt heavier than before. Soyeon noticed this shift, sensing that the air was more solemn compared to their last joint operation. The two sides had already been engaged in discussions for an hour. Kim explained that joint operations between associations were rare due to differing rules and subjugation methods. These pre-mission discussions were essential. Even seasoned hunters struggled with loop dungeons, and there was a real risk of getting trapped until the right subjugation conditions were met. Soyeon, startled by the thought, asked if that meant they could be trapped inside forever. Kim admitted he couldn't guarantee otherwise. Trying to lighten the mood, Sang-hyuk urged Kim not to scare her, especially right before their mission. He reminded them that the American branch was joining them, so things couldn't go that badly. But Kim silently disagreed. In his thoughts, he saw the Americans as the real issue, unpredictable and potentially dangerous. What he told Soyeon earlier was meant as a joke, but there had been a hunter who lost his mind after repeating the loop 1,400 times. Loop dungeons were risky without a doubt. However, Kim had already conquered this dungeon in his past life and knew the exact subjugation conditions. Still, revealing such knowledge could raise suspicion, especially if even the American team was unaware of them. Since Minju Kim needed field experience as a team leader, Kim decided to let her lead the subjugation, while he would focus on discreetly retrieving the time stone. Just then, Yubin approached him angrily, demanding to know why he hadn't told her this was a joint operation with the American branch. Kim replied that he figured she wouldn't have shown up if she knew. Sang-hyuk, observing their exchange, teased that they were already arguing. Soyeon reminded them that the real fun would have to wait. Kim watched them with a hint of amusement, wondering if they were actually enjoying themselves. He then addressed Yubin calmly, acknowledging her frustration but suggesting they focus on the mission for now. They had already come too far, and he asked her not to start any fights. Yubin, defensive, claimed she wasn't the one starting anything. It was the Americans who always provoked her. Kim tried to reason that they wouldn't cause trouble during an official operation, but Yubin disagreed. According to her, he clearly didn't understand what they were capable of. They could do far worse than simply provoking her. Inwardly, Kim agreed with her. Yubin was unpredictable herself, but the American team seemed to be hiding something. If anything went wrong with this operation, the leaders would surely blame the cleaning team. Success took time to build, but only an instant to destroy. He couldn't let all his efforts fall apart now. At that moment, Jason, the control team leader from the American branch, approached Kim and introduced himself. Chloe followed suit, also introducing herself. Kim responded with his own introduction. Jason expressed that he had heard good things about Kim's skills and knowledge regarding dungeons. Kim dismissed the compliment, but Jason told him there was no need to be humble. Turning to Yubin, Jason greeted her, asking how she'd been. Yubin, cold and distant, replied that she was fine, though she found it unfortunate that Jason seemed to be doing well. Jason smiled, pleased that she was still willing to talk during the operation. He asked if she regretted joining now. Yubin admitted she wasn't exactly thrilled, but she was treating it like any other job. Jason agreed, stating that personal matters should be kept separate from work. Then, with a slight change in tone, he brought up Angel and questioned whether Yubin had taken something belonging to their team when she resigned. Yubin flatly denied it. Satisfied for now, Jason ended the conversation, wishing everyone good luck with the operation before leaving. As he walked away with Chloe, he gave her a quiet command. She was to handle the time stone, and he didn't care how she did it. Chloe simply acknowledged the order. Meanwhile, Jason made his own plans clear. He would do whatever it took to retrieve the file from the one he referred to as that little wretch. Soon after, Minju called everyone together for the final briefing. She explained that today's operation involved a loop dungeon, which also functioned as a double zone dungeon, meaning it contained 2 bosses. Although the team was small, she believed that by following a sequential approach, the mission would proceed smoothly. However, since it was a loop dungeon, the duration of their stay inside was uncertain. She warned everyone not to overstrain themselves while determining the subjugation conditions. The team would work step by step according to the manual provided by the American branch. With everything in place, Minju signaled for the operation to begin. 3 hours into the operation, Minju was seen fighting a monster. She launched herself forward and used her sword along with her skill, Thousand-Armed Deity, to swiftly finish off the creature. Through the radio, she informed Kim that they had successfully taken down the first boss. Kim acknowledged the progress and advised them to maintain the current pace. He told them to conserve stamina by avoiding unnecessary energy use on weaker monsters while continuing the search for the boss's room. Next, Kim turned to Sang-hyuk and asked about the status of the markings. Sang-hyuk responded that he was working on it. Kim reminded him not to focus solely on the passages, but also to mark the crossways and rooms already explored. He emphasized the importance of recording both the time and loop number during the process. Sang-hyuk assured him it would be done. Kim then instructed Soyeon to check on team members' conditions every time the group looped back. She confirmed the task. He continued giving directions, telling everyone not to disassemble the trash mob carcasses. Instead, they were to incinerate them to avoid falling behind on the cleaning process. Turning to Yubin, Kim assigned her the task of mapping the dungeon's interior. He noted that as a former strategy team leader, the job should be effortless for her. When Yubin questioned if it wasn't Kim's responsibility, he dismissed the concern, stating that the one most capable should handle it, regardless of whose job it was supposed to be. Internally, Kim expressed frustration at dealing with quick-witted individuals. At the moment, Minju's team was leading the subjugation effort as the advance party, with the American branch providing rear support. Meanwhile, his own cleaning team handled post-combat duties, ensuring everything was cleared behind them. So far, the operation was progressing without complications. Still, something about Jason seemed suspicious. The way he kept glancing in their direction didn't sit right with Kim. If Jason's intent was to steal the time stone, it made no sense for him to waste time observing the cleaning team. Kim wondered if Jason had another hidden motive, but ultimately brushed it off. Whatever the case, Kim resolved that Jason wouldn't get his hands on the time stone, not while he was keeping a close watch. Soon after, Kim contacted Minju through the radio and asked if she had checked all the rooms except one. Minju confirmed that every other room and passage had been searched, leaving only a single unexplored area. Kim concluded that the remaining room must be the boss's lair. Minju gathered her team, asking if everyone was ready, and then led them through the gate into the final room. As they stepped inside, Minju attempted to report their entry to Kim via radio, but her signal failed to go through. She warned the team to remain alert, but before she could finish her sentence, a surprise spear attack rained down on them. The team swiftly moved aside to dodge the incoming threat. However, one member wasn't fast enough, and the boss monster drove a spear straight into him. The sight of their injured comrade shocked Minju and the rest of the team. As they stared ahead, the boss monster stood directly in front of them, its presence overwhelming and immediate. Jason appeared lost in thought, frustrated that he couldn't find the time he needed. He had to retrieve the operation file from that wretch before anyone noticed. However, he grew increasingly wary of the cleaning team leader, Junwoo Kim, who seemed to be observing his every move. Jason knew he had to find a way to shake him off. Meanwhile, Kim contacted Minju through radio, asking for a report on the subjugation's progress. Before Minju could respond, loud noises erupted from inside the boss room, drawing everyone's attention. A moment later, Minju responded, confirming that the subjugation was complete. Kim sensed something off in her voice. Concerned, he questioned what had just happened inside. As they opened the boss room's gate, a disturbing scene unfolded. Though the boss had been defeated, the state of the team was alarming. Several of Minju's comrades were dead, and the survivors were injured and shaken. Jason and the others stood stunned by the sight. Kim approached Minju, who was crying. Clutching him, she explained that the attack had come too fast for her to react, and there was nothing she could do. Kim realized he had misjudged the situation. He had overestimated Team 2's combat abilities while being too focused on the American branch and the time stone. It had been a costly miscalculation. Suddenly, the system issued a notification, conditions unfulfilled. The loop dungeon subjugation had failed, and only 5 seconds remained before the loop restarted. Everyone stood in shock. Kim calmly announced that the loop was about to begin, and soon the time reset triggered again. After the loop began, they covered the fallen hunters with cloth, mourning their deaths. Kim reflected that even the American branch hadn't predicted this outcome. They had called an emergency meeting to form countermeasures. All non-combat personnel and the cleaning team had been dispatched with the American branch, who were tasked with managing the rear. The true issue had been Strategy Team 2. They were in no condition, physically or mentally, to unleash their full combat power. Minju Kim, their key member, was in the worst shape. Despite being the youngest team leader recognized by the association, she was still struggling to cope with the loss of her teammates. Kim had initially allowed her to handle the situation, hoping it would help her grow. But now, things had changed. Kim sat beside Minju. She looked up and asked him to teach her. When he asked what she meant, she firmly requested to be taught how to inflict the worst pain on the monster. She saw the loop dungeon as a fortunate opportunity to keep trying until they could exact revenge. Kim gently tapped her head and reminded her that revenge wasn't the priority. What they needed now was a solution to the dungeon conquest. Putting the rest of the team at risk wasn't an option. As team leader, her responsibility was to stay calm and analyze the situation. Minju nodded in agreement. Kim then asked for a briefing on the monsters they had defeated. Minju explained that the first boss had been a golem emitting blue light, while the second had emitted red. Kim asked what happened right after the subjugation. Minju recalled that the first golem collapsed while glowing blue, and the second emitted red light immediately after it was taken down. This detail sparked a thought in Kim's mind. There had to be a reason why the bosses emitted different colored lights. Minju added that the system window had appeared with a blue flash before the loop reset. Kim realized they had never seen red light before any previous loop. Perhaps the blue light was a clue to breaking the cycle. Minju immediately understood. To prevent the loop, they would need to subdue both monsters at the same time. She gathered her team for a new operation briefing. This time, they would split into 2 teams and perform a simultaneous subjugation. Since radio signals would be lost once the boss monsters appeared, they would begin the attack exactly 20 minutes later. Despite everyone's exhaustion, their knowledge of the monsters and support from the American branch gave them hope for a successful attempt without casualties. After the plan was laid out, Minju expressed concern about Yubin's condition. Jason stepped forward, requesting that Yubin be assigned to his team. His team lacked someone of her caliber, and they had worked together before. Coordinating with her would ensure better performance within the 20-minute window. Minju hesitated, reminding him that Yubin's hunter status had been suspended and that she had been operating alone. She even suggested she could join the team herself. Yubin, however, said she was fine with any decision given the situation. Kim stepped in, advising Minju to focus on herself. Yubin was stronger anyway. Minju still felt uneasy, but Kim dismissed her concerns. He reminded her that letting their guard down could lead to more casualties and told her to concentrate on the subjugation. Internally, Kim reflected that now was the time for the American branch to reveal their true intentions. Soon after, Minju and her team engaged the boss monster once more. Kim called for support fire. One hunter fired an arrow using the charging shot skill, striking the monster. The monster retaliated, thrusting its spear at Minju. She blocked the attack with her sword but lacked the power to counter effectively. Kim grew alarmed, realizing their firepower was insufficient and everyone was under extreme strain. The spear slashed Minju, drawing blood and causing her to fall. The monster prepared to strike again, but Kim caught her in time and unleashed his hell power ability, setting the monster ablaze. He told Minju to draw her sword and finish the monster herself. The rest of the team would be in danger if the monster wasn't dealt with quickly. Minju confessed she couldn't move her arm anymore. Kim reminded her that she had been training to strengthen her left-hand grip for this exact moment, to protect her teammates as a leader. He looked at her, realizing she was no longer the same Minju from before his regression. She had become his disciple and a fully ambidextrous swordsman. At that moment, Minju activated her unique awakening class, Blade Dancer. At the American branch, chaos unfolded as a monster lunged at Yubin. She swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack, and turned to Jason, frustrated by the lack of support. Jason and his team were preparing their attacks, but he admitted the entire group was exhausted and there wasn't much they could do in their current state. Chloe reminded Yubin that only 5 minutes remained. Yubin acknowledged it, but her thoughts told a different story. She didn't believe the others were truly worn out, especially Jason. She sensed he was conserving energy, but with time slipping away, surrendering the conquest wasn't an option. Driven by urgency, Yubin activated her unique skill, High Panic Berserker. She knew there was no other choice but to end things swiftly. Watching her transformation, Jason recognized the moment immediately. She had finally unleashed her trump card. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Minju had awakened. Kim silently reflected on the rarity of such a moment, when a hunter's unique skill reached its maximum potential and granted them a new class. It was a state difficult to achieve, even for most A-rankers. Given Minju's condition, he expected she would manage only one attack. Offering support, Kim assured Minju he would back her up. He encouraged her to charge forward and use her strength to end it with a single strike. Her weapon's reach gave her the edge, and she had to move quickly. Fueled by resolve, Minju answered with determination and leaped at the monster. She activated her unique skill, Thousand-Armed Deity, Blade Dancer. The monster countered, thrusting its spear toward her. But Kim was already behind her, casting Hellfire to provide support and urging her onward. Minju charged with sword in hand, catching the monster off guard. Her sword dance skill activated in a burst of precision. With a single graceful slash, she severed the monster's throat. The final condition was fulfilled, and with that, the loop came to an end. As silence settled, Minju asked whether they had succeeded. Kim confirmed it. Both their team and the other had completed their tasks just in time. He checked on Minju, who despite everything managed to smile and assured him she was still holding on. Soon, the rest of her teammates arrived, running toward her and asking if she was okay. Kim then contacted the dispatch team via radio. The response came promptly. They praised the successful conquest and confirmed no further issues. The team was instructed to escape, while the headquarters crew would remain behind to clean up the aftermath. Kim observed the situation, muttering under his breath about the others' true intentions. He had suspected this all along. Without wasting time, he activated his replica skill and informed the team that he would scout the area, asking them to meet him outside. The scene shifts to Jason, who has just betrayed Yubin's allies. Yubin confronts him, furious about his actions and the implications of attacking their own mid-operation. But Jason remains unfazed, coldly justifying his betrayal by claiming no one would know whether he killed them or if they died in battle. He mocks the value of cleaners' lives, making it clear he believes the association wouldn't care either way. Without warning, Jason grabs Yubin by the neck and holds a knife to her throat. He demands the location of the operation file she supposedly took. Yubin denies knowing anything about the file and realizes Jason had been waiting for her to activate her skill. Jason doesn't believe her. Instead, he taunts her, claiming he'll send her to the same fate as her lost friend, along with the rest of her team. Suddenly, Kim bursts onto the scene. Activating his replica skill and using the Thousand-Armed Deity, he snatches Yubin away from Jason's grip. Jason is caught off guard. Kim calls Jason out for attacking allies mid-operation, suggesting they talk outside, but Jason's team readies their attack. Kim responds calmly, noting their rudeness. Before the conversation can continue, Jason orders his men to eliminate Kim, dismissing the cleaners as expendable. The attackers, including a necromancer and a Gatling gun user, unleash a barrage at Kim, resulting in a massive explosion. One of Jason's men hesitates, questioning the decision. Jason responds with irritation, telling him not to worry about witnesses. Kim's voice then echoes through the smoke, mocking the idea that the association would care about dead Korean cleaners. He questions why they chose to interfere in his operation, and quickly breaks down the enemy team's structure. He identifies the types of fighters and ranks, noting the unbalanced team composition and lack of proper long-range coverage. His analysis implies the team was put together on a tight budget. Yubin, alarmed by Kim's bold taunting, questions his intent. She wonders if he really plans to fight them all alone. Kim, still composed, tells her to stay quiet. Meanwhile, Chloe arrives with Yubin's surviving teammates. She advises them to wait, informing them that backup has been called and help will arrive soon. She checks on the unconscious allies, assuring Yubin that they'll regain consciousness shortly. Yubin, still unsure, questions whose side Chloe is really on. Kim shifts focus back to Jason's team and offers them strategic advice based on his experience. He critiques their long-range formation, pointing out the danger of having no close combat coverage. One wrong move in close quarters, he warns, would lead to a crushing defeat, especially against a berserker. Jason, now visibly irritated, yells in disbelief. He assumes Kim is banking on Han's support and mocks him for not understanding how berserker abilities work. He declares that once a berserker exhausts their power, they can't recover for hours. Kim calmly acknowledges this. He's fully aware that it will take hours for the berserker to recover. Yubin listens closely and becomes increasingly concerned. She wonders if Kim plans to buy her enough time to recover, but quickly dismisses the idea, knowing he isn't the type to rely on blind hope. At that moment, Kim activates his replica skill again. A wave of red energy erupts from within him, catching both Jason and Yubin by surprise. Kim unleashes the high panic berserker skill, signaling his readiness for battle. He stands alone but confident, daring the enemy to face what's coming next. Jason tried to rally his team, warning them not to break formation. He dismissed Kim as nothing more than a cleaner, but his confidence faltered when he saw Kim using combat skills, something unheard of for a cleaner. Kim advanced calmly, activating his skill Replica and mimicking the powers of the Atlantic Golem. He fused it with the acquired skill Polymorph, forming multiple animated cleaning mops. These weapons lined up in perfect coordination, resembling a deadly formation. The mops surged forward like homing missiles, targeting Jason and his teammates. Kim charged in alongside them, slamming one mop down on Jason's head. Then, plunging into the center of the group, he activated his passive skill, Hemorrhage, and began taking them down one by one with brutal precision. Jason watched in disbelief as his teammates fell rapidly. Before he could react, Kim was in front of him again, eyes blazing. Jason panicked, but Kim struck his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Chloe and Yubin, witnessing the scene, stood frozen in shock. With the last enemy down, Kim coldly declared that there was nothing left to talk about. Yubin, overwhelmed, tried to make sense of what she had just seen. Kim had flawlessly replicated and controlled a unique skill, something that should have been impossible without deep understanding. Yet he had integrated and applied it with unmatched finesse. His judgment, his raw power, and his leadership left her wondering if things would have turned out differently in the past had someone like him been on their side. Kim walked over to a piece of sharp metal and moved to strike Jason again. Terrified, Jason pleaded, but Kim reminded him that in battle, the dead leave no testimony. Yubin intervened, warning that any more damage could cause serious trouble with the International Association. But Kim ignored her and delivered a heavy kick to Jason's pressure point. Yubin exploded with frustration, reminding Kim that Jason was the leader of the International Association's control team. But Kim remained unmoved. To him, this was about setting an example, putting arrogant branches of the association in their place so they'd never rise again. With the scene settled, Kim turned to Chloe with one last demand. He stretched his hand toward her, asking for the time stone she had hidden. Chloe was stunned, questioning how he knew. But Kim refused to elaborate. He promised to bury the incident and the operation file if she cooperated. Chloe, uncertain, turned to Jason for advice, but he was barely conscious. Reluctantly, she surrendered the time stone. Kim confirmed the deal. Nothing had happened here today. Soon after, outside the dungeon, Kim asked Yubin what was so important about the file that cost them this much. Yubin explained that it related to an incident from her time with the American branch. The file contained proof that the association had the capacity to send backup support during a tragic event involving her friend, but failed to do so. Kim realized the implication. He had just agreed to destroy evidence of institutional failure. Curious, he asked how Yubin knew about the accident. She revealed Minju Kim had mentioned it during private lessons. Yubin also reflected on how kind Minju had been during their last operation. She then handed Kim the actual operation file, the one Jason had gone mad trying to recover. When Kim asked if she was sure about giving it away, she said it no longer mattered. She had already tried to go to the press back in Korea, but no one dared to challenge the association. The file held records that could expose corruption on the level of the White House. With rumors swirling that critics of the association ended up dead, nobody wanted to take the risk. Jason's mission had been foolish from the start, but Kim promised to put the file to good use. When asked how, Kim said he knew a fearless reporter, someone who'd help him settle an old score. The American branch had once betrayed him so badly that he still suffered from phantom pains. Later, Kim handed the file to Dongbin. Shocked by its contents, Dongbin demanded to know where Kim had gotten it. But Kim just urged him to dig in and not back out. Dongbin, overwhelmed yet moved, began working right away. From that moment, the once dismissed operation exploded back into public view. The case led to a full reassessment. Jason was charged with corruption and embezzlement during dungeon subjugations and sentenced for inciting chaos during an active operation. 19 other hunters were suspended. The situation spiraled so far that government officials from multiple countries called for a full audit and inspection of all hunter associations. Days later, Kim visited Minju in the hospital. It was his second visit to her bedside. Minju was surprised and delighted to see him, saying she felt much better. She asked about the hearing, and Kim told her things had gone well. His actions had been deemed lawful self-defense, especially considering Jason's betrayal. Still, Kim reflected privately that crushing Jason's leg might have been excessive. But the issue hadn't resurfaced, likely buried by higher-ups. Minju apologized for not preventing the chaos during the operation. Kim reassured her there was no way she could have foreseen any of it. He also warned her about what was coming. With an incident this massive unfolding during a major operation, they would soon face backlash from other operation leaders. He and Minju might need to prepare for the worst. Before leaving, Kim handed her an envelope. He scolded her for thinking of returning to work while still injured. The envelope held her workers' compensation receipt, and he had already filed her in as sick leave. He urged her to rest and reminded her to apply for a new rank exam after her awakening. Minju, eyes welling with tears, asked if she truly deserved any of it. She blamed herself, believing that if she had been stronger, none of it would have spiraled out of control. But Kim silenced her doubts. She had done her best, and now she was stronger than ever. Just as the moment settled, Kim received a call from Director Dusik. He answered calmly, informing the caller that he was at the hospital and would be there shortly. Minju sensing a shift and asked what had happened. Kim explained that it wasn't anything serious, just a request from Executive Director Dusik Lee to meet. He said he needed to leave. Minju nodded gently, telling him to drive safe. As Kim turned to go, a passing thought crossed his mind. She wasn't even seeing him off this time, but he brushed it aside, reminding himself that she was still recovering from her injuries. Soon after, a young commented on Kim's recent actions. She admitted that while she had asked him to let loose, she hadn't expected him to go so far. The public reaction had exploded, and the cleaning team's popularity had skyrocketed. Kim found it odd that the spotlight was focused entirely on the cleaning team. Ah-young confirmed the buzz, explaining that the internet was flooded with articles praising the team. Even at that moment, new posts continued to pour in. At the same time, Kim's system notified him of several rewards, prompting him to reflect that things weren't turning out so bad after all. He then asked Ah-young if she had handled his previous request. She confirmed that the compensation for the 2 hunters who died during the operation had been processed. Their families had been supported, and the funerals were arranged without issue. She noted that Kim's direct involvement had surprised her, but acknowledged that more casualties might have occurred without his intervention. She pointed out that no one else could have taken on a branch affiliated with the International Association like he did. Despite the risks, she felt relieved that someone like him was still willing to speak up boldly. However, she urged him to be cautious, as the entire association was now watching him closely. Kim reflected inwardly. He had no taste for conflict with people. Fighting monsters was manageable, but clashes with others left behind a bitter feeling. Later, Kim met with Executive Director Dusik Lee, who admitted that things had escalated far more than expected. Kim asked if the International Association had applied any pressure yet. Dusik said not yet, but clarified that it was likely coming. He revealed that some board members were already pushing for Kim to be removed to avoid damaging relations with the International Association. Dusik had managed to delay their demands for now. Kim thanked him, but Dusik warned it was too early for gratitude. He explained that the board had been advancing an important agenda involving the International Association, and Kim had unknowingly disrupted ongoing negotiations. This had placed him squarely on the board's bad side. Kim acknowledged that he had stirred up serious trouble this time. Dusik admitted that he wasn't much better off. By defending Kim, he too had fallen out of favor with the board, though he never had their full support to begin with. Dusik then asked if Kim had heard about the upcoming audit scheduled for the next quarter. Kim responded that it didn't seem like something to worry about. But Dusik advised against letting his guard down, warning that the auditors assumed everyone had secrets to hide. Kim remembered how, before his regression, he had taken down many by exposing their hidden scandals. Back then, he had led the audits. Now, he was the one being investigated. Dusik acknowledged that building influence had been his focus until now, but that alone wouldn't be enough anymore. He needed a new strategy, and he wanted Kim's help. In return, he offered Kim a solid position within the association and asked if he'd be interested in becoming general manager. Kim declined, saying that being a team leader was already more than enough. Dusik urged him to think carefully, reminding him that enemies surrounded him and the road ahead would be difficult if he tried to face it alone. He advised Kim to lay low until the board settled the matter. He also warned that people were watching his every move, especially given that he was still seen as just a cleaner. Kim responded by asking what exactly Dusik wanted from him. Dusik said it wouldn't be anything too difficult. He simply wanted Kim to convince the chairman to return to the association. The chairman had disappeared 3 years ago, and Dusik believed Kim might know his whereabouts. He asked Kim to speak with the chairman and persuade him to come back. Kim questioned why he had been chosen for this task. Dusik replied that Kim was known to be a direct affiliate of the chairman, so there was no one else he could turn to. Internally, Kim was stunned. He had heard such rumors before, but never thought anyone would take them seriously. Maybe that was why Soo-young Lee and Min Cheol-soo had treated him so cautiously. They believed he had real connections to the chairman. Kim then clarified that there had been a misunderstanding. He had no association with the chairman. Dusik was surprised and asked again if he was sure. Kim confirmed it, admitting that he had likely disappointed Dusik. Dusik confessed that he couldn't hide his disappointment. He asked if anyone else knew what Kim had just revealed. Kim said no, this was the first time he had spoken about it openly, and asked if he should come clean to others. Dusik advised against it. If the others found out, it would only lead to more complications. The next day, during the weekly assembly, Pyeon announced that the next operation would also be assigned to team leader Junwoo Kim. Though no one was happy about it, everyone reluctantly agreed without raising objections. Satisfied with the silence, Pyeon concluded the meeting and wrapped up the session. After the meeting, Dong-hui approached Pyeon with a cup of coffee. He casually noted how none of the strategy team leaders were raising questions anymore. Pyeon responded seriously, pointing out that recent events had created too much chaos: disruptions during operations, corruption within the American branch, and a growing conflict with the International Association. With so much happening, everyone was choosing to stay quiet. But what concerned him more was what the future might hold. Dong-hui tried to reassure him, suggesting that all loose ends had already been tied, but Pyeon wasn't convinced. He explained that the board was now in complete disarray, and Junwoo Kim had fallen out of favor with its members. That shift in power meant they were no longer in a safe zone either. If their luck ran out, they could soon follow the same path as Kim. Dong-hui tried to downplay the risk, reminding him that burning bridges at work wasn't exactly rare. Plus, Kim supposedly had connections to the chairman. What could possibly go wrong? But Pyeon wasn't so sure. He hinted that those connections might not be real. Startled, Dong-hui asked what he meant. Lowering his voice, Pyeon told him to keep what he was about to say confidential. During recent job interviews for new recruits, he had spoken to a few directors, only to learn that none of them had ever heard of anyone named Junwoo Kim. Dong-hui hesitated, suggesting that maybe they just weren't familiar with Kim. But Pyeon shut that down quickly. The directors he had spoken to were Eun-young-go and Cheol-sik Song, two of the most influential figures after Dusik Lee. It didn't make sense for them to be unaware of someone with such close ties to the chairman. Pyeon considered that maybe Kim was directly acquainted with the chairman instead. But even then, there were no records of Kim in the industry before he joined the cleaning team. That led him to a chilling speculation. Kim's identity might not be what it seems. At that moment, both Pyeon and Dong-hui turned around to see Soo-young standing nearby, clearly having overheard their entire conversation. Smiling awkwardly, Soo-young pretended he had just returned to pick up his papers, then quickly walked away. His sudden exit left both men stunned and uneasy. They exchanged nervous glances, unsure of how much Soo-young had heard. Dong-hui admitted he had no idea how long Soo-young had been standing there. Shortly after, Soo-young reported everything he had heard to Min Cheol. Upon hearing that Kim might not have any real connections to the chairman, Min Cheol broke into a furious laugh. His anger was barely contained as he began plotting his next move, determined to bring down the man he now saw as a threat: Junwoo Kim. Min Cheol confronted Soo-young, questioning him sternly about Kim's connection to the association president. He demanded to know if Soo-young could truly take responsibility for his words. Without flinching, Soo-young slammed his hand on the table and presented the documents: certified personal records, certificate of family relations, diploma, and more. He explained that he had even conducted a background check to confirm the facts. Everything came up clean. There was no evidence that Kim any ties to the association president. According to Soo-young, Kim was nothing more than a cleaner with exceptional abilities. However, he pointed out that it was strange to claim Kim was acting under the direct orders of the association president. Even during the recent situation involving the International Association, the president hadn't made a single appearance. There was no sign of him anywhere. Min Cheol, after listening carefully, agreed that Soo-young's reasoning made sense, but internally, he was overwhelmed with frustration. The realization hit him hard. They had been outplayed by a mere cleaner and hadn't even seen it coming. He shifted the focus back to Soo-young, pointing at a paper and questioning if he remembered what was discussed during the general meeting a month ago. When Soo-young asked him to clarify, Min Cheol reminded him, the discussion about the possibility of selling the Korean Association to the International Association. Soo-young was shocked. The idea that the International Association might take over their own association left him stunned. Min Cheol confirmed it. Among the independent associations, the Korean branch was the largest, making it an attractive target. He revealed that this was the very reason he had been so preoccupied lately. The potential success of the deal was enormous. Retiring officials could make massive profits. Remaining executives and hunters would be absorbed into the National Association without needing to follow the outdated leadership style of the former president. That president had handed over all authority to Lee Dusik and vanished. In the end, the final consent had to come from Lee Dusik, a man too patriotic to ever agree to such a deal. To overcome that obstacle, Min Cheol had been secretly negotiating with the International Association behind Lee Dusik's back. The plan was to secure an agreement in advance and use it to pressure Lee Dusik into compliance. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until Kim interfered with the branch operations. Now the entire plan lay in ruins. The higher-ups were furious. The situation had turned dire. If they failed to eliminate Kim this time, they would all be cast out into the streets. Soo-young, uncertain and hesitant, admitted her lack of understanding and asked whether it was still possible to sell the association even in the president's absence. Min-cheol confirmed that it was indeed possible, but only if Lee Dusik, the one holding the authority, granted final approval. However, he added that it would still be best to remove Lee Dusik before they ever reached the point of needing him. Soo-young, growing concerned, questioned whether everything would go to waste if the president returned to the association. But Min-cheol scoffed at the thought, pointing out that the president had been gone for 3 years and had no reason to return now. With a twisted grin, he remarked that now that it had been confirmed that Kim Jun-woo had no ties to the president, it was the perfect time to teach the con man a lesson. Wasting no time, Min-cheol called Director Song and asked if the scheduled audit for the next quarter could be brought forward. Director Song, surprised by the sudden request, asked why. Min-cheol explained that he had found a way to deal with Kim and would send a report that could be used as a reference during the audit. Director Song reminded him that not only he, but the entire board of directors was relying on him. Min-cheol assured him he was well aware. Pleased, Director Song promised to do everything he could to move up the audit and told Min-cheol to proceed with his plan. If everything went well, there would be a vacant seat on the board reserved for him. The scene then shifted to Minju's office, where the strategy leaders were working with intense focus. Observing their seriousness, one of Minju's teammates noted they were going overboard. Another added that it seemed like they were trying to inspect every nook and cranny. They both wondered if audits had always been this meticulous, and one of them confirmed this time was unusually fussy. A woman approached Captain Minju and asked if she had personally written all her operation plans over the past few months. Minju, taken aback, confirmed that she had. The woman pressed further, saying she'd heard that Minju had been taking advice from someone else. Minju admitted that she had indeed sought advice after becoming a team captain, asking questions here and there to improve her performance. The woman challenged her response, revealing that other team captains had denied giving any advice to Kim. Furthermore, she pointed out that all the plans seemed suspiciously similar. She accused Minju of using a proxy to write the plans, which was a serious offense. She then asked if Minju had led the previous joint operation and questioned how someone so new to the captain role had been appointed as a project leader. Flustered, Minju explained that the other team captains had boycotted that particular operation. When asked why, she hesitated and admitted she didn't really know, though it seemed they had issues with how the teacher had arranged the clearing schedules. Internally, Minju realized this explanation would only deepen suspicions that she had used a proxy. The woman revealed that she had already heard the boycott was a form of protest against Kim's erratic management of the headquarters schedule. She then coldly asked if Minju had always been close with Cleaner Kim. Minju stayed silent, prompting the woman to conclude that they would leave it at that. She finalized the audit summary, stating that the joint operation incident stemmed from a novice captain taking advice from a cleaner. That was all for the day, and they would be in touch soon. With that, the woman left with her team. In the aftermath, one of Minju's teammates expressed frustration, saying this couldn't even be called an audit. They had already decided their conclusions from the start. Minju, observing the intense level of detail, thought to herself that someone was clearly orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. At the support team's hunter management office, Jun Hyuk questioned Deputy Manager Lee Ah-hyung about why all the Class A equipment had been sent to Operations Team 2 during the last settlement season. Ah-hyung explained it was because the event was a competition, and it seemed natural for the support team to assist the team showing the most passion for operations. Jun Hyuk agreed to an extent, but pointed out that the competition should have been limited to the operations teams, not influenced by the support team, which was supposed to remain neutral. Hearing this, Ah-hyung was stunned by Jun Hyuk's sharp observation. He continued, recalling that despite being outnumbered, Operations Team 2 had achieved second place in the final settlement. The final results were Operations Team 1 with 55 points, Team 2 with 25 points, and Team 3 with 24 points. He remarked that without support, such a result wouldn't have been possible. Ah-hyung, now visibly shaken, asked what he was implying. Jun Hyuk calmly questioned whether, under such circumstances, the results could be considered rigged. At the cleaning team office inside headquarters, a man confronted Section Chief Park after reviewing some reports. He had noticed that the cleaning team's schedule hadn't been prepared by Chief Park himself and demanded to know who had made it. Hearing this, Chief Park grew visibly nervous. Meanwhile, at the control team inside the Operations Command Center, a group of personnel questioned Captain Payan. They expressed their disapproval of his decision to place a cleaner in charge. They also pointed out that the most recent operation had been heavily biased toward Team 2. To them, his actions seemed blatantly partial. When asked for a response, Chang Hyun, disheartened, admitted he had nothing to say in his defense. Back with Jun Hyuk and Ah-hyung, Jun Hyuk connected all the recent violations to one individual, Cleaner Kim. At that very moment, Kim received an urgent message from his personal assistant. The audit team had just completed their probe of the support team, and it was clear they were targeting him next. She warned him to be cautious. Shortly after, Jun Hyuk approached Kim Jun-woo in person, confirming his identity as captain of Cleaning Team 3. Introducing himself as Audit Team Captain Choi Jun-hyuk, he requested Kim's company for a private discussion. Both men sat in silence. For 2 hours, Jun-hyuk reviewed documents while Kim observed. Internally, Kim processed the entire situation. He realized the silence was deliberate, intended to build pressure. He understood their strategy. Rather than confronting him directly, they were isolating those around him. It was a cruel tactic, but undeniably effective. Taking away his phone had been a clever move too, cutting off communication with his teams to amplify his anxiety. Kim knew the psychological impact, how extended silence and isolation breeds overthinking. Doubts would creep in. Questions about his team's status and his own actions would begin to spiral. The anxiety would mount until it shattered rational thinking. Eventually, that pressure would force one to say exactly what the investigators wanted, to take full responsibility. But Kim had seen this tactic before. It was familiar territory. He had once used the same method to take down others. If they expected him to crumble, they would be sorely disappointed. Breaking the silence, Kim commented casually on the audit, noting how inconvenient it must be for the audit team to advance the schedule by several months. The audit, after all, was originally planned for the next quarter. Jun-hyuk seemed confused by the sudden shift in conversation. Kim pressed on, changing topics to Executive Director Song Cheol-shik. He mentioned the director's wife's upcoming birthday and hinted at champagne preferences, specifically a brand called Flame Carlo, offering to recommend a good one. The mention crossed a line. Offended, Jun-hyuk warned Kim to watch his words. Kim laughed, apologizing lightly and promising to stay quiet. Yet as silence resumed, Kim turned his focus to Jun-hyuk's posture. He noticed the subtle trembling in his legs. He knew the effect his words had taken. Kim thought to himself that the more he stayed silent, the deeper Jun-hyuk would drown in his own thoughts. Questions would fester. Suspicions would brew. Who was this cleaner? Did he know something? Could he already be aware of everything? Doubt would fester within Jun-hyuk's mind. And as he connected dots that may or may not exist, he would begin inventing scenarios trapped by his own overthinking. Young confronted Kim with frustration, demanding to know why he hadn't answered her calls and whether the audit team had visited him. She feared he might have taken full responsibility without saying anything. Kim, trying to keep things calm, told her to ask one question at a time. He mentioned that the team simply let him go without a word, and then shifted the topic, asking about the condition of the other team. Young admitted the situation wasn't good. Although no one had been fired, things were still rough. Kim pointed out that not getting fired only meant they would be endlessly hounded. Curious, Young asked why all this was happening. Kim explained bluntly. It was an effort to pressure him into quitting on his own. Young still hoped for another way, but Kim stated that he would simply have to resign. When she reacted strongly, he wondered why she was getting so worked up. Trying to lighten the mood, Kim reassured her that he and Minju would be fine. If they left the association, they could always join a guild. But Young reminded him that the cleaning team would still remain under the association's control, and no one could be sure what might happen to Haeyeon or the others. Kim silently agreed, feeling the same concern. He then called Director Dusik. On the call, Dusik asked why Kim hadn't been answering and informed him that rumors were spreading about his lack of connection to the chairman. Dusik promised to do what he could to stop the gossip. Kim asked if Dusik would be ready to take action when the time came. Dusik confidently confirmed, and Kim ended the call. Turning to Young, Kim asked if she had some time. She asked what for. He told her he wanted her to accompany him somewhere. She hesitated, saying the audit was over so she had time, but still seemed unsure. Kim told her to get dressed and wait in the lobby. As he waited, Kim reflected on the situation. Even though he had experienced this in a previous life, being caught in the chaos firsthand felt overwhelming. Still, he remained determined to settle the score and repay those responsible. Driving together, Young fumed about how uncomfortable her dress felt. Kim asked why she wore it, prompting her to yell. He was the one who told her to dress up. She wouldn't have worn it if she knew they were heading to a mountain. Frustrated, she reminded him she wasn't his secretary, yet she was the one driving. Kim casually remarked that he didn't have a license back then, only angering her more with what she saw as a poor excuse. Upon reaching their destination, Young noticed something in Kim's hands and questioned it. He showed her the ramyeon he brought. She was confused and asked if he planned to camp there. Kim said he didn't want to show up empty-handed. She didn't know who they were meeting, but couldn't believe he brought ramyeon as a gift. He told her to follow closely and watch her step. They walked until they arrived at a secluded house. Exhausted, Young said she couldn't go any further. Kim knocked on the door and asked if anyone was home. Suddenly, an old man stepped out and held a sword to Kim's neck, demanding to know who he was and how he found the place. Kim identified himself as Junu Kim from the Seoul headquarters. He explained that although he knew the old man didn't want visitors, he had an urgent message. Young was stunned to recognize the man. It was none other than Chairman Inbyom Park. Kim recalled that 50 years ago, when dungeons first appeared and there were no associations or guilds, this man had started it all. Along with 5 colleagues, he had paved the way for hunters and later established the current Supernatural Ability Management Association. He had become the head of the Korean Association. Chairman Inbyom, irritated by the visit, ordered them to leave immediately and warned Kim not to speak a word about this encounter. He turned to go back inside. Kim silently noted that the old man hadn't changed at all. Kim then told him about the ramyeon. Hearing that, the chairman stopped. Kim added that it was the spicy kind. The chairman asked how long it would take. Kim replied he only needed 30 minutes. With a brief pause, the chairman agreed and invited them in. Inside the house, Ah-young confronted Kim with anger. She reminded him that he had claimed to have no connections and questioned how he even knew about the place. Kim brushed off the concern, asking if it really mattered. But Ah-young insisted it did. She pointed out that not even the board members knew about this location. Not even her father, the director. At that moment, the chairman arrived with bowls of ramyeon, placing them on the table before sitting down. He reminisced about the old days, saying that 50 years ago, he and his teammates survived on ramyeon for a whole month during their subjugation missions. But now, he had to travel all the way downtown just to buy them. He lamented his aching legs and shifted his focus to Kim, demanding to know who he really was and how he had found this hidden place. He was certain no one knew about it. Kim introduced himself as Junwoo Kim, leader of Cleaning Team 3 under the Seoul headquarters. He added that even if he explained how he discovered the place, the chairman wouldn't believe him. The chairman laughed in disbelief, mocking the fact that it was just a cleaner who had tracked him down. He then turned to Ah-young for her identity, and she introduced herself as Ah-young Lee, deputy manager of the support team. The chairman immediately recognized the name and confirmed whether she was Dusik Lee's daughter, to which she nodded. Turning back to Kim, the chairman asked what brought him here. Kim stated that the board was planning a merger with the International Association, and he had come to ask the chairman to stop it. The chairman replied coldly, saying it wasn't his concern whether the association crumbled. Kim reminded him that he was the one who built the association in the first place. The chairman reflected on the early days when there were no strategy teams, no structure, and no reliable information. Survival itself had been a challenge. It had taken everything he had to bring the association this far, only for it to be taken for granted by those now fighting over power and money. To him, it had become a joke, and he declared that he no longer cared about what happened next. Kim then challenged him, asking why he still held the position of chairman if he no longer cared. If he truly didn't give a damn, he could simply hand it over and spend the rest of his days in peace. Kim accused him of clinging to power without wanting to bear any responsibility. Alarmed, Ah-young tried to stop Kim from speaking further. But the chairman, now furious, asked if Kim had lost his mind. He scoffed at how arrogant people like Kim were being promoted to team leaders. Kim fired back, saying the real problem was the association itself. Safety and subjugation had once been its top priorities. But now those who truly worked for the people were cast aside, while the corrupt and power-hungry rose to leadership. He questioned whether the chairman still thought he was the crazy one after witnessing everything that had gone wrong. Ah-young, surprised, admitted she hadn't realized Kim cared so deeply about the association. But in truth, Kim was just putting on a show. He turned to the chairman again and claimed that if he truly didn't care about the association, then he should submit an official resignation. Kim promised to never return if this was truly how the chairman had envisioned the association's future. But he suspected otherwise. Deep down, the chairman was holding on to power in the hope that things could someday return to how they once were. The chairman paused. He admitted he was old and exhausted. He knew the board was just waiting to take his place, and he felt there was no one left he could trust. Kim reminded him that he still had Director Dusik Lee. The chairman had once granted him full authority because he trusted him, but now he dismissed Dusik as someone who still thought like a high schooler. Despite that, Kim insisted that Director Dusik Lee was the only hope left to restore the association to what it once was. The chairman asked what Kim hoped to gain from all this. Did Dusik promise him a promotion or some kind of reward? Kim admitted that Dusik had made an offer, but he had turned it down. In fact, he was planning to leave the association soon. The chairman was puzzled and asked if Kim was being pressured to quit. Kim said that was partly true, but it wasn't the main reason. In the end, who would care if a cleaner left anyway? As Kim turned to leave, he said his business there was finished. The chairman asked if he was really going to walk away without waiting for an answer. Kim replied that it wouldn't matter. He wasn't expecting a response anyway. As the chairman watched Kim walk away, a thought crossed his mind. He wondered if they had met before. Outside, Ah-young stopped Kim and asked if it was really true that he was quitting. Kim confirmed it. She questioned whether it was because he felt responsible for the recent incident, but Kim denied it. Staying wouldn't do him any good, and besides, he didn't have much time left. Frustrated, Ah-young accused him of being selfish. She asked what would happen to those he was leaving behind. But Kim remained indifferent. Their lives were their own, and he had never taken responsibility for them anyway. As she watched him walk away, Ah-young softly admitted that if he left, things would feel incredibly lonely. The chairman sat quietly, reading a newspaper, lost in thought. He once believed the cleaner was just eccentric, but now he realized the truth. That man was something else. Bold and powerful. The kind who wouldn't back down no matter the opponent. Never before had he seen someone like him. Not only in Korea, but even on a global scale, the cleaner was exceptional. The chairman regretted not meeting him sooner. If he had, he would have never let that man go. Looking at an old photo, the chairman reflected on why he founded the association in the first place, to prevent unnecessary deaths. But now, the very people meant to protect others had turned against each other. 3 years had passed since he stepped down, disheartened by the corruption spreading through the strategy team and the unchecked arrogance of the executives. Just like the cleaner said, his mind had been made up. He was done. 3 years was enough. Inside the Hunter Association, a meeting was underway. Pion informed the group about a joint operation with the Cheongnam Division scheduled for next week. He asked if any team was available to participate. Jion quickly responded that Team 4 was fully occupied that day. Team 5 declined as well. Then the leader of Team 7 mentioned their group wouldn't be joining either due to a scheduled dinner gathering. Another member added that none of them seemed to be available and jokingly suggested assigning the task to Junwoo Kim, as usual. Jion acknowledged the idea, almost forgetting about Junwoo Kim's never say never attitude, and proposed sending Strategy Team 2 instead. The room filled with laughter as the members mocked Kim's sudden disappearance. Despite his unit members dying in the field, he had seemingly vanished. One of them pointed out how predictable it was, especially since they had once trusted a cleaner with managing the schedules. Still, they admitted it was impressive work. Amid the mocking atmosphere, both Minju and Pion looked disappointed. Elsewhere, Cheolsik-song enjoyed a meal while speaking to Mincheol. He expressed confidence in Mincheol's abilities and asked if there was any news about Kim. Mincheol confirmed that Kim had likely fled once the situation turned unfavorable. His team had surely abandoned him, and even if he returned, he'd probably go back to silently cleaning floors. Cheolsik laughed, saying their final step was to complete the merger and acquisition. He congratulated Mincheol, emphasizing that none of it would have been possible without him. Mincheol humbly credited Cheolsik for their progress. However, he raised concern about Dusik Lee, questioning whether they could collect all necessary signatures for the sellout. Cheolsik revealed that a board meeting had already been scheduled. The main agenda would be Dusik's retirement. Mincheol asked if they had any damaging information to force his retirement, but Cheolsik explained that no dirt was necessary. According to the rules, if a chairman stepped down temporarily, the appointed executive's term would be extended until the chairman either returned or officially resigned. But if the chairman failed to fulfill his duties for over 36 months and showed no signs of returning, the board had the right to dismiss him through a vote. Mincheol hesitated and asked if they truly planned to dismiss the chairman. Cheolsik confirmed it, adding that Dusik Lee would be leaving with him, ensuring neither of them left alone. Still concerned, Mincheol questioned whether the vote would go their way, considering some executives might still support the chairman's return. Cheolsik reassured him. They had already offered incentives in exchange for the executives' votes. All Mincheol needed to do was continue his efforts. From now on, he would be recognized as Director Su. Curious, Mincheol asked if Cheolsik had any candidate in mind for the general manager position. Cheolsik hadn't given it much thought, so Mincheol recommended Seong Lee. He praised Lee's recent performance during a major incident and highlighted his consistent work in Team 1, believing he would make a suitable successor. Cheolsik, pleased with the suggestion, approved the idea with a smile, leaving the decision to Mincheol. As everything settled into place, Mincheol quietly celebrated. Their plan had succeeded. Junwoo Kim had been pushed out, and even if he returned, no allies remained to support him. Dusik Lee and the chairman were also about to be removed. It was over. The power within the association now belonged solely to Cheolsik-song. Kim arrived at the Hunter Association headquarters, only to be met with cold stares and harsh whispers. The moment he stepped in, people began murmuring, accusing him of crawling back after the mess he had made. Some regretted ever crossing paths with him, mocking him for thinking he was special just because he had assisted in an operation. Even those who once respected him now kept their distance. Among them, a hunter recognized Kim and greeted him casually, but his teammate quickly silenced him, dragging him away while reminding him they had a subjugation task to handle. Watching all this, Kim wasn't surprised. He had expected this reaction, but the reality still hit hard. Even the teams he once got along with were now avoiding him. Kim then walked into Minju's office. From the chaos, he assumed the audit team had stirred things up, which Minju confirmed. He asked if she was upset, and she admitted being a little mad. When Kim asked if it was because of him, she expressed frustration, pointing out that while the real culprits were out there, he was the one facing the blame. She insisted he had done nothing wrong. Kim doubted others would agree and expected them to turn on him. Minju grew angrier, recalling how everyone once followed his lead, believing he had strong connections. Now those same people were distancing themselves just because he was under pressure from the board. Kim, silently confused by her passionate defense, wondered when he had ever truly looked out for her. Still, he explained that it was only natural. People struggling to survive wouldn't have the energy to care for others. Minju blamed herself, thinking things might have been different if she had acted more responsibly. In response, Kim handed her a document, advising her to get some rest or read it if she had time. She looked at it curiously, and Kim explained it was a summary of yellow-level dungeons and strategic plans expected until the next year. He told her to consider it a farewell gift, acknowledging she didn't need his help anymore. As Kim turned to leave, Minju stopped him, sensing he wasn't just saying goodbye. He confirmed her fears. He warned her of major upcoming changes at the headquarters and internal chaos within the association. He advised her not to get involved or offer help, just focus on her own responsibilities. Suddenly, Young burst into the room, furious. She scolded Kim for never answering his phone, leaving him startled. She informed them that an emergency board meeting had been called to discuss the chairman's dismissal. Both Kim and Minju were shocked. Kim quickly realized the real motive behind the meeting. The plan was not only to dismiss Chairman In Park, but also to end Dusik Lee's term. Kim saw through it. Cheolsik Song was pulling strings to make this happen. The scene shifted to the board meeting. Daehyun-jang addressed everyone, stating that the meeting's agenda was the dismissal of the current chairman. Chairman In Park hadn't fulfilled his duties for over 36 months, and during that time, he remained unreachable. Based on this, the board concluded that he had no intention of continuing his responsibilities. Daehyun then presented the voting results. Meanwhile, Dusik Lee watched carefully, realizing that Cheolsik Song had managed to sway members like Yoon Go and Ilkwon Hong, likely through bribes. He understood that once the chairman was removed, his own position on the board would be at risk. All signs pointed to Cheolsik Song becoming the next chairman, signaling an imminent power shift within the association. Minchol approached Dusik, thanking him for his service and reassuring him that there would still be a place for him in the association, even if not on the board. Jokingly, he suggested a potential opening as the manager of the cleaning team. Internally, Dusik fumed, feeling betrayed after all he had done for them over the years. Back at the front, Daehyun announced the voting results. 32 votes in favor of Chairman In-beom's dismissal. Dusik interrupted, asking if the dismissal would be voided if they presented proof that the chairman still intended to fulfill his duties. Daehyun agreed it would, but pointed out that the vote was already completed. The others laughed, doubting such proof existed, especially since the chairman couldn't even be reached. They mocked Dusik, assuming he was grasping at straws. Just then, Chairman In-beom entered the room, surprising everyone. Calmly, he greeted them, stating it had been a while. He explained that a cleaner had informed him about the interesting developments taking place within the association. His sudden appearance left everyone stunned. Yubin's teammates approached her with concern, suggesting that it might be best to stay away from Junwoo Kim from now on. Rumors had spread that Strategy Team 2 was dismantled simply because they got too close to him. They believed it was safer to distance themselves. Yubin didn't hold back. She reminded them how they had no issue relying on Junwoo's performance when things were going well. But now, just because he had fallen out of favor, they wanted to retreat. She told them to back off if they wanted, but she wouldn't do the same. One of them admitted it felt selfish, but they had no choice. This was their job and they had to prioritize survival. They were ready to turn their backs because of a rough patch. Frustrated, Yubin slammed her sword into the ground and shouted, questioning if they had any pride left. She made it clear that she couldn't walk away. She would make sure they wouldn't suffer because of her decisions. In her thoughts, Yubin affirmed her nature. She always paid back what she received, no matter the situation. Meanwhile, a shift occurred in the atmosphere as everyone was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the chairman. His presence silenced the room. He calmly acknowledged that everyone still had their voices intact. Looking at Dusik, the chairman commented on how it had been a long time and noted that Dusik seemed to have lost weight. Dusik responded dryly, implying the chairman was responsible for that. Internally, Dusik was shocked. Junwoo had claimed to have no ties to the chairman, but now, nothing seemed certain anymore. The future had suddenly become unpredictable. The chairman turned to address the others, disappointed at the chaos that erupted during his absence. He criticized them for trying to seize power so quickly after he vanished, despite everything he had done for them. Pion tried to defend their actions, claiming they were merely following protocol, but the chairman wasn't convinced. He pointed out that they hadn't even informed the subject about his dismissal before proceeding with the meeting. He asked if they genuinely believed he wouldn't find out. Cheolsik argued back, saying no one knew where the chairman had been for 3 years. Without knowing his location, informing him was impossible. But the chairman challenged that claim. If no one knew where he was, how did a mere cleaner manage to find him? This revelation rattled both Cheolsik and Minchil. Minchil began to panic internally, recalling that he had personally investigated Junwoo's background aside from Sooyoung's findings. There was no way Junwoo could have reached the chairman, or so he thought. Dusik pressed the point. If there was a possibility the chairman could be contacted, then holding this board meeting without notifying him was a reckless decision. Cheolsik, now cornered, snapped. He insisted that it no longer mattered. The vote had already taken place and things were set in motion. He urged everyone to just move on, but the room began to turn against him. One by one, others spoke up, blaming Cheolsik. They reminded him that he had guaranteed the chairman wouldn't show up. Regret filled the room. Some admitted they would have voted differently if they knew. Others called the meeting a clear breach of regulation. Many began siding with Dusik, agreeing to call off the decision. They welcomed the chairman's return, grateful that he was safe and back in charge. Cheolsik, desperate, confronted the chairman directly. He demanded to know how it was fair for the chairman to return now, after being absent for over 3 years. Ignoring him, the chairman turned toward Daehyun, asking him what he intended to do next. Daehyun announced that the board meeting would be withdrawn. With the room back under control, the chairman addressed everyone once again. Now that his return was official, he stated he would take charge. He reminded them that the association had no need for parasites who only drained resources. From that moment on, he would be establishing a planning department for a complete restructuring of the organization. He would personally lead the effort. Turning to Dusik, he asked whether he could handle the responsibility. Dusik responded with a smirk, noting that the chairman always gave him roles like this. The chairman clarified that with his return, Dusik would otherwise be dismissed. Taking this role was the only way he could remain part of the association. Accepting the challenge, Dusik slammed his hand on the table. With firm resolve, he declared that it would be his honor to take up the chairman's sword and lead the reformation forward. At the cafeteria entrance, the cleaning team was being denied entry. One of the staff informed Soyeon that they had received strict orders not to allow any cleaning staff inside. Confused, Soyeon questioned the order, but the guard brushed her off, hinting that even if he explained, it wouldn't make a difference. Without further argument, Soyeon and Sang-hyuk grabbed Kim and began dragging him away, joking that they could just eat outside since they never liked the cafeteria food anyway. Inside the cafeteria, Soo-young, who was already seated, saw the scene unfolding and tried to ease the tension. He welcomed them in, reminding everyone that they were all employees and the cleaning team had nowhere else to eat. Reluctantly, they joined Soo-young at the table. Kim turned to him, asking about the orders he'd received. Soo-young confirmed it. Cleaning teams were officially barred from using the cafeteria. Kim questioned the reason behind it. Soo-young calmly stated that there had been complaints from other teams about the cleaning team's odor and hygiene. He emphasized that their constant handling of monster carcasses made others feel uncomfortable. Kim pointed out that even hunters touched monsters, but Soo-young shifted the topic, informing them that his team would now oversee operations previously handled by Team 2. Kim demanded an explanation. Soo-young blamed Kim for writing others' proposals and added that Minju Kim would be replaced as well. Kim defended Minju, clarifying that she was the one who had written all the proposals and that asking for advice shouldn't be a problem. Annoyed, Soo-young dismissed Kim's concerns, telling him to take it up with the audit team. He warned Kim not to concern himself with others, hinting that the cleaning team was facing upcoming cutbacks. As long as Kim stayed in the association, he would never see better days. Kim pressed again, trying to understand what Soo-young was really suggesting. In response, Soo-young dipped his chopsticks in food and wiped them on Kim's clothes. With rising anger, he asked why Kim hadn't just given up and left already. He accused Kim of looking down on him, mistaking kindness for weakness. In a sudden outburst, he threw his plate of food all over the table. The mood turned tense as Soo-young threatened that if Kim said one more word, he'd make sure Kim never worked in the industry again. He mocked Kim for being a cleaner and ordered him to clean the mess. Just then, Soo-young turned around and froze in shock. Standing behind him was the chairman. The moment he recognized him, Soo-young mumbled in surprise. Kim calmly noted the chairman's timely arrival. The chairman explained that the meeting had ended early, giving him time to stop by. Kim expressed concern about the chairman's exhaustion and politely suggested he get some rest instead of visiting, but the chairman stated that it was a good thing he came, as he had witnessed everything that just happened. Without warning, the chairman slapped Soo-young, knocking him to the ground. He told him to shut up and disappear if he wanted to stay in the association. Reflecting on his absence, the chairman regretted being away too long, realizing the kind of mistreatment that had become common. Kim remarked that the chairman was being too kind. The chairman encouraged Kim to reach out to him directly in the future if something like this happened again. He assured that firing unnecessary hunters wouldn't be a problem. With that, he excused himself, promising to have lunch another time. Kim wished him a safe journey. As the chairman walked away, he ordered someone to make sure Soo-young cleaned up the mess once he regained consciousness. Min-cheol approached Kim and apologized. Kim remained silent. Desperate, Min-cheol admitted that Chil-sik-song had pressured him and claimed he had no other choice. Kim responded calmly, revealing that he already knew. Min-cheol, now hopeful, asked if Kim believed him and pleaded for him to put in a good word with the chairman. But Kim declined, stating that such matters were beyond his authority, as he was just a cleaner. The remark stunned Min-cheol. Realizing the situation slipping away, Min-cheol begged for forgiveness, offering to expose all the corruption Chil-sik-song had committed. But Kim questioned why any of it should concern him. Although he admitted that if it were up to him, he would have let Min-cheol off the hook, he reminded him once again that he was only a cleaner. Frustrated, Min-cheol insisted Kim wasn't just a cleaner and praised his competence. Kim coldly replied that despite being looked down on all this time, Min-cheol was now changing his tune. As he turned to leave, Kim made it clear. Min-cheol shouldn't have messed with someone who was only doing his job. Left behind, Min-cheol asked what would happen to him now. Kim simply smiled and walked away, saying only time would tell. Inside the office, Min-cheol stormed in and threw papers at Soo-young in a fit of rage. He yelled at him for claiming that Kim had no ties with the chairman. Soo-young defended himself, saying that based on Kim's profile, he wasn't supposed to have any connections. But now, even he found it strange that Kim knew the chairman's location, something even the board of directors didn't know. Thanks to Kim, the old man was now back at the association. Soo-young's thoughts spiraled. Kim seemed close enough to the chairman to bring him back, and from the way they interacted in the cafeteria, it looked like they had known each other for a long time. Confusion grew. Just who was this man? Trying to regain control, Soo-young asked Min-cheol to calm down. But Min-cheol, teetering on the edge of being fired, couldn't contain his anger. Just then, his phone rang. It was Chulsik. Chulsik furiously demanded answers, blaming Min-cheol for the failure to take care of Kim. Min-cheol tried to shift the blame onto Soo-young, but Chulsik didn't care. Other executives were in an uproar, and he demanded to know how Min-cheol planned to fix the mess. Losing his temper, Min-cheol snapped back, accusing Chulsik of trying to eliminate both the chairman and Dusik. The call escalated as Chulsik shouted back, reminding Min-cheol who he was talking to. The argument intensified. Min-cheol refused to stay silent, while Chulsik dumped all the responsibility on him. Chulsik, enraged, revealed that he knew Min-cheol had manipulated performance records using malignant inventory dungeons. He threatened to expose everything unless Min-cheol covered it up immediately, warning that if not, Min-cheol could lose his job or end up in jail. After the heated call ended, Min-cheol turned to Soo-young and lashed out. He told him that his chances of becoming general manager were gone, and now he himself would probably be fired. Soo-young asked why the blame was being put on him. Min-cheol shouted that it was all because Soo-young had said Junwoo would never be associated with the chairman. Then, without waiting for a reply, he yelled at him to get out. Hearing that, Soo-young rushed out of the office. Outside, he cursed to himself. He had spent his own money digging up information on Junwoo, only for it to all backfire. Now Min-cheol was trying to dump the blame on him. He recalled how Min-cheol had gotten Dongbin fired and swore not to let him walk all over him again. With his back against the wall, Soo-young knew it was now or never. He had to strike before Min-cheol did. Inside Minju's office, Kim and his companions were gathered around the television watching the news. A report revealed that 14 executives were implicated in the association scandal. Chairman In Byung-park had taken this opportunity to announce the need for reform. It was exposed that director Cheol Sik-song had misused lobbying funds through fraudulent purchases, sparking outrage among citizens. Another executive, Min Cheol-soo, was involved in illegal dungeon trading and manipulation of performance records. The whistleblower continued to reveal more layers of corruption. The group was visibly surprised by the unfolding revelations. Minju quietly wondered why everyone had gathered in her office again. Kim reflected on how, in his previous life, Dusik Lee had been the one falsely accused of all these corrupt activities. Now that the real culprits were exposed, Dusik would no longer be framed or dismissed. Kim recalled how he had driven Dusik out with his own hands back then, but in this life, Dusik had succeeded in reforming the headquarters. The irony wasn't lost on Kim. Once he had eliminated those who stood in his way to becoming the first SAS rank hunter, and now he was working alongside those very people. Just then, Dusik entered the office, clearly frustrated, and jokingly scolded everyone for slacking off while he was busy. Kim responded that they were merely waiting for the chaos to settle. Dusik shot back, unimpressed, and then casually suggested they all go out for a drink, now that the problems had been dealt with. Watching him, Kim recalled why the chairman often said Dusik acted like a high schooler. Shifting the tone, Dusik turned to Kim and asked if he was free, mentioning that the chairman wanted to have lunch with him. Kim, who had already planned to visit the chairman, agreed without hesitation. Soon after, the scene transitioned to a restaurant. The chairman welcomed Kim, mentioning he had already placed the order. Kim immediately guessed it was short rib soup. The chairman was impressed by his accuracy, praising his taste and confirming that the soup here was indeed the best. Kim responded knowingly, silently remembering how he had eaten there with the chairman almost every day in his past life. Just the smell of the dish now was enough to make him feel sick. Once the food was served, Kim asked the chairman why he wanted to meet. The chairman explained that although the headquarters were being reformed, Cheol Sik-song's people had started turning on each other. Without any intervention, they were destroying themselves. Cheol-sik had already been dismissed from the board, and Min Cheol-soo was being sent to Uliangdo Island. The chairman admitted he hadn't yet decided what to do with Soo-young Lee. Additionally, the merger with the International Association had officially been cancelled. Kim assumed that outcome. He asked if the International Association had responded, to which Dusik noted they likely didn't consider it a priority. Kim remarked that the chairman must be very busy, and Dusik, half joking, lamented that he hadn't seen his wife in days. Kim replied that having too much to do was still better than having nothing at all. Dusik laughed, recalling how close he had come to being fired just a week ago, and expressed sincere gratitude to Kim, promising to repay him. The chairman then shifted back to serious matters. As per Kim's request, he had returned to the association and pushed for reform. He asked what he should do next. Kim questioned why he was asking that, but the chairman pointed out that it was all part of Kim's plan. So who better to ask? Kim advised against any further reforms for now. Excessive changes could breed dissatisfaction within the association. Since hunters were their most valuable assets, it was crucial not to antagonize them. The chairman understood and agreed, concluding that they should make it clear they were only implementing necessary changes and not trying to stir internal conflict. With business talk wrapped up, he suggested moving on to more personal matters and asked Kim what he wanted. Kim replied with a modest request to raise the cleaning team's wages. The chairman was surprised that was all Kim was asking for. Dusik, amused, remarked that Kim had always been like that. The chairman found Kim fascinating and said he would have returned earlier if he'd known this. He then offered Kim a promotion to division director, stating that no one was more suited to the role. However, Kim respectfully declined. He added that although it wasn't the right moment to bring it up, he might not have another chance. Kim then handed over his resignation letter, stating that he would resign effective immediately. Dusik flinched in surprise, reacting to Kim's sudden announcement. He quickly offered to fix any issues Kim might have, eager to change his mind. But Kim clarified that it wasn't about any problem. He had a personal goal to pursue. Kim silently reflected on the situation. With the merger now cancelled, all ties with the International Association had turned to ashes. Remaining in the Korean Association wouldn't get him any closer to his objective. It was finally time to prepare for his move toward the International Association. The chairman acknowledged Kim's decision. Though disappointed, he accepted it, noting that Kim had clearly made up his mind and expressed hope to work with him for the remaining month as director of the strategy team. Kim agreed without hesitation. Yet the chairman added one last remark, pointing out that resigning immediately after submitting a letter was a violation of the Labor Standards Act. Just then, Dusik approached Kim with another request, calling it lucky timing. Kim asked what it was about. Dusik explained that one serious matter still needed to be addressed and asked if Kim was free that night. The scene then shifted to Paris, at the subsidiary of the International Hunters Association, Perfect Balance Corporation, also known as PB Corp. Inside, the Hunter Balance Adjustment Team leader, Mark, was furious. The failure to retrieve the time stone during the joint operation with the Korean Association had put their entire mission in jeopardy. He was shocked that they had failed while the merger had been cancelled. Kane, the leader of the International Conquest Token Retrieval Team, blamed the failure on one incompetent individual, emphasizing the massive loss they now faced. Kane then confronted Jason, demanding to know if he had any excuses or was simply speechless. Mark turned to Chloe, asking why the retrieval of the time stone had failed during their collaboration with the Korean Association. Chloe explained that someone on the Korean side had figured things out, forcing them to abandon the mission to avoid exposure. Mark pressed her further, asking what exactly had been discovered, their identity or their intent to obtain the time stone. Chloe admitted she wasn't sure. When asked who had caught on, Chloe revealed it was a cleaner from the Seoul headquarters. Mark could hardly believe what he was hearing. Their entire mission had failed because of one cleaner? He found the idea absolutely ridiculous. Kane questioned the timing of the merger cancellation, pointing out that it was the Korean Association who had initially proposed it. Chloe speculated that the decision must have been made after the missing chairman suddenly returned. This caught Kane off guard, prompting him to ask how the chairman had come back. Chloe stated that, according to reports, the same cleaner had convinced the chairman to return. Now furious, Mark demanded to know who this person really was. They had agreed to the merger only to secure the time stone, and yet this cleaner had somehow managed to block their entire plan. Chloe added that after the recent events, the Korean Association had undergone internal changes, and that same cleaner had been promoted to Director of Strategy. Mark was stunned. A cleaner promoted to such a high position? He demanded more information, but Chloe reported that there wasn't much else. His education, background, and career were all average. However, there was one unusual aspect. His combat power was measurable, he had mastered his skills, and he possessed abilities far beyond the average hunter. This only raised more questions for Mark. He asked if the man was registered in the official hunter rank system. Chloe confirmed that he wasn't. Now shouting, Mark pointed out the absurdity of a powerful skill user not being ranked and working as a cleaner. None of it made any sense. Suddenly, a woman seated nearby offered her own interpretation. She declared the man to be an irregular who now possessed the time stone. She demanded to know how they planned to handle the situation. Chloe responded that she had already considered an alternative. Since retrieving the time stone through legal means was no longer possible, they would have to choose a different method. She suggested using the dimension stone. The woman noted the risk. If the irregular already knew about the time stone, he might anticipate this move as well. She then asked if they had any information on the newly restructured Korean Association. Chloe replied that they had nothing so far. Without delay, the woman instructed the hunter standing behind her, Minho Yang, to assist Chloe and retrieve the time stone from the irregular. Minho, known as Korea's #1 freelance hunter, accepted the order without hesitation. She gave him one final task, to take care of the skeleton beside him. With a swift move, Minho crushed the skeleton's skull and casually mentioned he needed a new one anyway. He immediately crafted a new skull from the remains. As the meeting concluded, the woman announced she would report everything to the Secretary General. She wrapped up the discussion with a stern reminder. The irregular was now their enemy. At a lively gathering, Kim arrived at the party arranged by his teammates. Everyone was enjoying themselves, drinks in hand, laughter echoing through the space. But while the others celebrated, Kim quietly observed the scene. He reflected in silence, realizing that this was the serious matter Dusik had mentioned. The group was having a blast, completely carefree, while he was weighed down by the pressure of time. Kim knew he didn't have much time left. Ever since he gained the karma skill after dying in that ambush, a new mission had taken hold of his life. The condition to unlock karma was clear. He had to become the Secretary General of the International Association. His first suspicion had fallen on Juntae Park, the prime suspect team leader. But something didn't fit. Park had never seemed like the kind of person to commit such a betrayal. Kim had considered other potential culprits within the association. However, none of them possessed the power or influence to orchestrate something that big. Eventually, he reached a conclusion. The person responsible had to be someone with even greater influence than the Korean Association itself. He glanced at the time remaining, 4 years and 10 months. If nothing changed, extermination was inevitable. But not all hope was lost. Kim had acquired a decent set of skills along the way. His efforts were paying off, and he had even secured a promise for a salary raise for the cleaning team. The last piece of the puzzle was clear. He had to find a path into the International Association. While he sat alone in thought, Ah-young approached him. She reminded him that he was the guest of honor that night. Though Kim was surprised, she explained that the celebration wasn't just for him. Her father had simply wanted to throw a party. But once everyone heard Kim was okay, they had all come together. Even Ah-young, who didn't usually enjoy drinking, had joined in for the occasion. Kim acknowledged the fun, and for a brief moment, let himself enjoy the atmosphere. He reflected on how, in his past life, these very people had once looked at him with resentment, hatred, and anger. Yet now, they had all gathered to celebrate him. He realized that maybe, just maybe, it was okay to enjoy himself every once in a while. In the year 2025, chaos erupted as a red-rank underwater dungeon suddenly appeared at Incheon Port. The time limit for subjugation was only 30 minutes. Inside the dungeon, a hunter reported via radio, urgently calling for help. The rising water levels had made the mission even harder, and with the dungeon's exit vanishing, retreat was no longer an option. Ah-young responded swiftly, acknowledging the emergency and vowing to identify the cause quickly. She immediately inquired about the current locations of team leader Minju and guild leader Cha Hyun-suk. Meanwhile, Minju was engaged in a fierce battle against a massive snake. The snake struck her with its tail, sending her crashing into the water. Her teammates watched in shock and panic as Minju struggled. The snake then unleashed a devastating beam from its mouth, killing several of Minju's comrades instantly. Despite her injuries, Minju clung to the snake's body, barely holding on. Her condition was dire. She recalled her teacher's guidance, realizing she had reached her limit despite following the instructions faithfully. Back at the base, Minju's surviving teammates, filled with fear, reported through the radio that contact with Minju had been lost. They were unable to provide support, as they had been ordered to stay put in case the dungeon exit reappeared. At the same moment, Kim contacted Ah-young over the radio. She urgently explained that Operation Team 1 was in a critical situation, with only 30 minutes remaining. Kim reassured her that they were en route to the subjugation area. Driving toward the site, Kim wrestled with disbelief. The operation was failing, something he had never expected. He reflected on the new recruits from the International Association, preparing himself mentally to rely on them. Suddenly, a truck appeared out of nowhere and rammed into his car. In the chaos, a mysterious figure appeared, smiled, and snapped his fingers. The truck exploded instantly, sending a shockwave through the area. 2 weeks later, after the incident known as the Association Gate, the situation had drastically changed. Kim now sat in his office working quietly, having become the new head of the operation team. Since the Gate incident, the association had undergone several major and minor changes. The individuals responsible, Seo Min-chul and Lee Soo-young, had been demoted to provincial posts. Kim Min-ju had taken over as the new leader of the reorganized Operation Team 1. It was a remarkable rise for someone who had been a B-rank hunter just 6 months earlier. Now she led the association's top elite unit. The dungeon cleaning teams had expanded to 10 in total. However, both Moon So-yeon and Han Sang-hyuk had refused the offer to lead any of them. Meanwhile, Han Yubin had dyed her hair and continued to work with the support team. Due to the Gate incident, Kang Hyun-suk was removed from her position as head of the support team. Lee Ah-young took her place and assumed authority. The more Kim thought about the reorganization, the more confusing it seemed. He found it strange that someone could be promoted to head and then resign just a month later. To clarify, he had even asked if it was really possible to step down after a month. He was told that unless an incident occurred, resignations, or rather peaceful retirements, would indeed be allowed. Now determined to enjoy a peaceful final month, Kim focused on his work. Numerous system windows appeared in front of him, reminding him of the benefits that came with his new position. Most of his skills had been unlocked, yet one particular skill remained inaccessible. It was one of the most powerful abilities from his previous life, the demon skill. But the unlock condition was extremely difficult, forcing him to give up on acquiring it in this lifetime. The system notified him that he had reached S rank. Initially, Kim had considered registering in the official rankings. After all, his original goal was to unlock his abilities and become a hunter again. But now that his responsibilities had broadened, the need to be a hunter no longer seemed necessary. As he sat in thought, someone knocked on his door and asked to enter. Kim granted permission. His aide, Shin Suji, stepped in and presented him with the subjugation plan for the next month's operations. She handed over the approval documents, expecting him to review them thoroughly. However, Kim signed them swiftly, prompting Shin to nervously request a proper review before authorization. Kim calmly asked if there was anything else to report. Shin informed him that the support team had proposed expanding the item research facility. They aimed to begin researching timestones, but the current conditions weren't suitable. Additionally, the estimated budget for this project exceeded 500 billion won, and she suggested rejecting it. Kim inquired about the current budget available at headquarters. Shin responded that around 82 billion won remained. Despite the large gap, Kim approved the project. Shocked, Shin reminded him that doing so could jeopardize next month's budget, but Kim dismissed the concern. He instructed her to bring forward the next quarter's budget and provide the dungeon cleaning teams with all new equipment. He had checked their gear earlier and found it in terrible condition. Since they were already discussing upgrades, Kim decided to replace the control team's equipment as well. With frequent communication failures and mapping errors, it was clearly time for a major overhaul. Determined, Kim reflected on his decision. With only 1 month left in his position, he considered this his revenge for being forced into this role. He assured Shin that he would speak with the association chairman himself and authorized her to move ahead. Just then, Pyeon, Kim's team leader assistant, entered and requested a moment to speak. Kim asked if there was an issue. Pyeon, visibly tense, confirmed that there was a serious problem. Many hunters had quit following the recent reorganization. With the current manpower, they would begin facing operational issues as early as next week. After running an internal analysis, they concluded that recruiting at least 32 more hunters was essential to maintain stability. To make matters worse, they had recently detected an S-rank gate near Incheon port. At the current pace, subjugating the red-level underwater dungeon would be impossible. Kim quickly acknowledged the urgency and agreed to immediately begin scouting guilds and freelancers to fill the gap. Pyeon, relieved, thanked him. Ah-young turned toward Shin, startled by the unexpected news. She was shocked that he had agreed, considering the proposal involved a massive budget. She asked if Shin had even read through the details. Shin admitted she only skimmed the surface and was equally surprised by the approval. Ah-young laughed softly, commenting on how different that person was. The support team's research had always been dismissed as unnecessary expenses and rejected time and again. Yet now, he wasn't just approving it. He was offering major backing for both the control and cleaning teams, even pulling in funds from the next quarter's budget. Shin noticed her laughter and asked what made her suddenly smile. Ah-young said she had just remembered something. Back then, she found his actions reckless and random, something she couldn't fully understand. But now she realized he was never the type to act without deep thought. Shin replied that sometimes, that's how people are. Ah-young agreed, but pointed out that he was on a whole different level. He always seemed to be looking far ahead, seeing things others couldn't. During his time in the cleaning team, he had treated his colleagues with care and protected them from harm. He couldn't stand injustice. With both the skill and the heart, he was clearly someone special. Shin hesitated and then asked if Ah-young had feelings for Director Kim. With a small smile, Ah-young replied that she admired him as a person. Shifting the focus, she expressed her excitement about the approved expansion of the research facility. She had been waiting eagerly to begin her work, especially her research into the time stones. Meanwhile, Kim was driving, deep in thought. The recent emergence of an underwater dungeon weighed on his mind. It was exactly what it sounded like, a dungeon located beneath the ocean. With so few hunters capable of underwater breathing, the subjugation level was extremely high. And even after the dungeon was cleared, the cleanup and investigation posed serious challenges. Every detail of the operation had to be meticulously planned in advance. Still, the timing of this dungeon's appearance seemed odd to him. Something didn't feel right. Soon after, Kim arrived at the towering headquarters of the top domestic guild, Ares. Inside, he introduced himself to the group gathered before him. He was the director of operations for the sole branch of the Hunters Dimension Association. The vice guildmaster, Cha Seok-hyun, extended his hand, acknowledging Kim's reputation and referencing his past as a cleaner. Sitting beside him, the guild leader Jang expressed his curiosity. Kim had risen to the director's position in just 3 months, an impressive feat considering the veteran competition. Jang wanted to know what kind of accomplishments Kim had achieved to make it that far. Kim modestly claimed there was nothing noteworthy. But Jang disagreed. Kim's growing reputation said otherwise. Referring to Kim's message, he noted that Kim was in the process of scouting. Kim sensed that Jang already had something specific in mind. He confirmed that due to internal issues, the association was currently short on operation personnel. Jang responded cautiously, suggesting that they shouldn't rush to fill vacancies just for the sake of it. Kim reassured them. There were no immediate issues with the upcoming subjugation, but intel from the control team indicated that an underwater dungeon would soon appear near Incheon port. Since resource allocation was inevitable, he was preparing in advance. Jang asked why their guild had been selected. Kim responded that it wasn't really a choice. Ares was undeniably the top guild. Jang admitted they had assumed they were out of the association's favor due to past conflicts with a former guild leader. But Kim stated that he always separated work from personal matters. Satisfied with the conversation's direction, Kim handed over a contract, stating that it came with favorable conditions. He even invited them to suggest potential candidates for transfer. But before Kim could finish, Jang cut him off. Without hesitation, Jang tore the contract in half. He firmly stated that the guild had no interest in entering into any contract with the association and asked Kim to leave immediately. Kim was stunned by Jang's sudden rejection. Zhang had refused the association's scout offer without hesitation, making it clear that his guild had no intention of signing any contracts. Kim tried to reason with him, mentioning that such favorable conditions wouldn't be found elsewhere, but Zhang dismissed the idea. For him, it wasn't about money. Instead, Zhang questioned whether Kim had plans to scout other guilds too. Kim admitted there were no such plans for now, but that only made Zhang's stance firmer. Accepting the offer alone would isolate them. The relationship between the association and the guilds had always been rocky, and recently, that tension had worsened. Zhang reminded Kim of the years of mistreatment the guilds had suffered at the hands of the association. Kim couldn't entirely deny the claim. While private guilds weren't officially under the association's control, they weren't fully independent either. They were only assigned leftover dungeons after the association had picked through them. The guilds handled the risky cleanup without paying fees and still got nothing if no dungeons remained. To secure even one dungeon, guilds had to bow to the association. That power imbalance had caused resentment to fester. A hierarchy Minchiol had ensured stayed intact. Zhang emphasized that accepting the association's offer would make them enemies of the entire guild network. As the top-ranked guild, they couldn't afford to turn everyone else against them. Kim, trying to counter, pointed out the irony of a for-profit guild preaching commercial ethics. But Zhang snapped back, arguing that Kim wasn't in a position to talk about ethics at all. Realizing there was no room for negotiation, Kim stood up to leave. He acknowledged there was nothing more to discuss and walked away. But before he could exit completely, Zhang warned him that the atmosphere among Seoul's guilds was volatile. Approaching another guild might not bring the response Kim was hoping for. Kim thanked him for the advice and walked off. Once Kim was gone, Minho appeared behind Zhang, placing a hand on his shoulder. With a mocking tone, Minho questioned whether Zhang had tried joining the association without telling him, pretending to be upset. Seokyun was shocked to see Minho there and wondered when he had entered. Minho, unfazed, summoned 2 skeletons to intimidate Seokyun. He declared that the association had little time left. Their general manager was just a former janitor. For a top-ranked guild like theirs, there was nothing to gain by aligning with the association. He urged them to join his plan, claiming that everyone involved would benefit. But he warned there wasn't much time. His plan was already in motion. Zhang, however, was suspicious. From what he'd heard, Minho's plan sounded more like an excuse to spark conflict under the guise of unity. He wanted to know what Minho really stood to gain. After all, Minho wasn't even part of a guild himself. Minho, growing impatient, insisted that he had waited long enough. Whether they joined him or not, the association was doomed, and those who ignored his offer would regret it. Before leaving, he threw out a final threat, warning Zhang to watch his words. Once Minho was gone, Seokyun turned to Zhang and asked what they would do next. Zhang admitted the choice ahead would determine their guild's future. Siding with Minho might benefit not just them but other guilds as well. Still, he couldn't fully trust Minho's true intentions. On the other hand, the association's offer was tempting. But their guild had to factor in how the rest of the community would respond. One thing was certain. Junu Kim was not like Minchiol So. Seokyun wondered if that meant Kim could be a potential ally. Zhang wasn't sure. But he noted that Kim didn't seem entirely corrupt. Despite being insulted and watching the contract torn up, Kim hadn't even reacted. Minchiol would have never let such a slight go unanswered. Zhang reflected on his own misjudgment. He had looked down on Kim for once being a part of the cleaning team, but today's meeting had changed his view. Kim's calm, composed aura hinted at someone above petty matters. His annoyed tone, his quiet strength. It all suggested he wasn't ordinary. People like him usually fell into one of 2 categories, either military officials ready to retire, or individuals with much bigger plans in motion. Seokyun doubted Kim could fall into the first category, especially since he'd only become general manager a week ago. That left only one possibility, that Kim had something far bigger planned. Their speculation was interrupted when Jiyu suddenly arrived, visibly out of breath. She asked Zhang why he hadn't been answering his phone. Urgently, she revealed that something major was happening. Right now, the guilds in Seoul were launching a large-scale dungeon interception. Hearing this, both Zhang and Seokyun were stunned, the weight of the situation immediately sinking in. Kim sat in his car, lost in thought. He had visited several guilds after leaving Ares. Some guilds claimed their masters were absent, while others outright refused to let him make an appointment. In the past, he would have cut them off completely, but now, that kind of action would only distance him further from a peaceful retirement. It would be nothing less than a declaration of war against the guilds. Still, he couldn't understand why they kept bringing up their grievances with the association. After all, he wasn't the one who mistreated them. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Pion. Kim answered, confirming they hadn't managed to complete something. But Pion cut straight to the point. The situation was urgent. Interceptions were happening all across Seoul, 18 in the last 2 hours alone, and the attacks were still ongoing. Reports indicated that the private guilds in Seoul were behind the incidents. It wasn't just 1 or 2 guilds. Almost every guild in the city seemed involved. This wasn't a coincidence. It was an organized declaration of war. Just then, Kim saw an explosion through his car window. The sight deepened his concern. If this really was a declaration of war from the private guilds against the association, what were they thinking? More importantly, Why did it have to happen now? Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Yonghyun Son, the guildmaster of Chilseong, spoke to Minho over a call. He confirmed they had just completed the interception operation in Sangam. Minho asked if the association had responded, but Jonghyun had heard nothing. Minho found it strange. The association wasn't known for staying silent. Maybe they had overestimated the new general manager. He hadn't expected him to be so hesitant. Jonghyun expressed concern. If the association demanded compensation for damages, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Despite everything, the association still held considerable power. But Minho dismissed his worry, accusing him of still being under their control. He reminded Jonghyun of the time he gave up his pride and begged for dungeon access. Jonghyun insisted that wasn't the case, but admitted this situation felt excessive. Minho continued, warning him not to expect help from the association just because it was reformed. The new general manager used to be a cleaner. He was inexperienced, newly appointed, and didn't understand the game. This was the weakest the association had ever been. If all the guilds rose up now, the general manager would be forced to negotiate. That was the moment to secure dungeons. Minho repeated what he had said before. Everyone had to fight for their own share. If Jonghyun missed this opportunity, he'd be dependent on the association forever. Was that really the life he wanted? Jonghyun denied it. Minho told him to keep going and show the association their strength. After the call ended, Jonghyun turned to his team. They needed to move to the next point quickly. The delay had cost them time, and now they had to hurry. At that moment, Minju appeared on the scene. From their uniforms, she identified them as members of the Chilseong Guild. Jonghyun asked who she was. Minju introduced herself as Minju Kim, leader of the association's Supernatural Ability Strategy Team 1. She warned them to end the operation immediately, before she was forced to intervene. Tension surged through the call as Pyong Kim raised his voice, declaring the situation to be nothing short of a declaration of war. It wasn't just a minor incident, it was a direct challenge to the association. He emphasized that someone was taking advantage of the disarray following the recent reorganization, making bold, calculated moves. This was no time to cower. They had to face the reality that an armed conflict might become unavoidable. Kim, hearing this, was shaken. The words armed conflict echoed in his mind, the weight of them almost too much to process. Before he could respond, Pyong shifted gears, suggesting they first address the legal implications of the interceptions that had occurred so far. He decided to report it to the association chairman, but hesitated midway. Kim quickly intervened, questioning whether involving the chairman was really necessary. The man was already overwhelmed with responsibilities. But Pyong, now riled up, insisted that they couldn't afford to let this slide. The financial damage was climbing fast, possibly into the hundreds of billions, and the legal team was already mobilizing to gather evidence. Kim, meanwhile, mulled over the possible consequences. If the legal team got involved, the situation would escalate. If the chairman found out, his own resignation could be on the line. With a firm tone, Kim instructed Pyong to hold back the legal team and not to report anything to the chairman for now. He would try to de-escalate matters personally. Pyong acknowledged his orders, although reluctantly. He understood that Kim had his reasons, but reminded him that from their side, continued losses were unacceptable. Kim reassured him and promised to get back in touch soon. Without wasting time, Kim contacted Yubin and asked for her location. She replied that she had just completed a dungeon near Jumsil. Kim informed her of the ongoing interception and asked her to remain on standby. Yubin, frustrated and eager to go home, complained. But Kim pleaded, asking her to do this one thing for him. In response, Yubin, annoyed, hurled a few curses before Kim cut the call. Left alone with his thoughts, Kim reflected on the growing resentment the guilds harbored against the association after all these years. He could even understand why someone like him, who had risen from the cleaning team, might be looked down upon. But that still didn't justify a large-scale interception. He felt the weight of his age and weariness pressing down on him. Something about the entire situation felt off. No matter how he tried to piece it together, he couldn't find a reason why the guilds would benefit from provoking the association like this. The pieces just didn't fit. The scene shifted to Sangam, where tensions were rising. Honghyun confronted Minju, demanding to know if the strategy team truly intended to use force against civilian guilds. Without hesitation, Minju confirmed it. If necessary, they wouldn't hold back. Honghyun accused her of engaging in illegal actions, but Minju remained conflicted. Her master hadn't given her direct orders yet, but she couldn't allow the opposing side to leave freely. For now, all she could do was delay them. With steely resolve, she asked if Honghyun was prepared to handle the compensation for damages. He flatly replied that he had no intention of paying. Minju called him shameless, to which Honghyun fired back, questioning if the association had any right to speak of shame, after everything it had done over the years. Even so, Minju pointed out that if they had so many complaints, there were official channels for filing them. But Honghyun exploded with frustration. They had tried, sent numerous letters with no response. Yet the moment they intercepted a dungeon, the association came rushing. They should have taken action much earlier. Minju acknowledged his anger, but insisted they come with her for now. Just then, Honghyun transformed into his beast form and refused. A system window appeared before Minju, showing she had acquired the skill Incomparable Strength, greatly boosting her physical power. She gave a final warning, urging them to come peacefully while they still could. Jonghyun stepped forward, rejecting the offer. He dared them to try and stop him. In an instant, Jonghyun launched a powerful strike toward Minju, but she swiftly dodged it. Both sides readied themselves for battle as their teams prepared to clash. Meanwhile, the scene transitioned smoothly to the Aries Guild. There, Kim questioned Jang about the situation. He was baffled that the top-ranked guild hadn't even noticed the unfolding crisis. Jang admitted his embarrassment. They had suspicions, but never imagined the rebels would organize such a large-scale interception. Kim asked if the Aphrodite Guild was also unaware. Jang confirmed they and the Aries Guild were the only ones left out of the scheme. Kim found it odd. If this was such a major operation, why hadn't the rebels sought support from the top and fifth-ranked guilds? He asked Jang if there had been any recent conflicts, but Jang denied any tension. They'd maintained good relationships with all the guilds. If the guilds had truly conspired, he was certain they would have known. This only deepened the mystery. Kim noted that there were over 20 guilds in Seoul alone, totaling more than 1,000 members. When Jang questioned if Kim was accusing him, Kim quickly clarified the opposite. He trusted Jang completely. A man who valued commercial ethics wouldn't stoop to such tactics, and besides, Jang didn't have the time to carry out such an operation himself. Kim suspected it was the work of someone outside the guild system. Jang then asked what Kim planned to do. Was he considering legal action? Kim admitted that's what others in the association wanted, but Jang pressed further. What about Kim himself? Kim's thoughts revealed his deeper motive. He needed to handle this situation personally to ensure his own safe resignation, so he declared his intent to negotiate. After all, someone had to manage the dungeons. Did it matter who, as long as they were handled? He knew that conflict between the association and the guilds could stir unrest among civilians. For the sake of public peace and his own smooth retirement, it was best to resolve things calmly, without escalation. Those around him were stunned. Jang was struck with admiration. To him, Kim seemed like a true hero. Minho's offer paled in comparison. That a man like this could exist within the corrupt association shocked him. Just then, a woman rushed in with urgent news. There was a clash between the Chilseong Guild and the strategy team near Sangam. Alarmed, Kim realized he had to intervene immediately. Without wasting a moment, he dashed off. After his departure, Jang turned to his teammate. He couldn't ignore what he'd just witnessed. Even as general manager, Kim was personally heading to the site. Jang made up his mind. They would side with Junwoo Kim. With a man like him, they could find a solution that worked for everyone. Back at Sangam, the fight between Minju, Jonghyun, and their teams raged on. Suddenly, Kim made a dramatic entrance, leaping into the middle of the battlefield. The impact threw Jonghyun back, forcing him out of his beast form and back into his human state. Kim addressed the group calmly. They were all adults. Was this chaos truly necessary? He introduced himself as Junwoo Kim, the general manager of the association's strategy division, and announced that he was now the one in charge. In his mind, Kim acknowledged Minju's efforts. She had been buying him time. He thanked her for it, and Minju, surprised and flustered, silently wondered if he had just complimented her. Jonghyun approached Kim with a mocking smirk. So the general manager had come in person? What was his intention? Was he here to arrest them and throw them into jail? With a deadly glare, Jonghyun challenged him. They wouldn't go quietly. If the association wanted a fight, then so be it. He was ready to end it, once and for all. Kim's expression hardened. He had come to resolve the conflict through dialogue, but if the opposition insisted on hostility, he wouldn't hold back either. Jonghyun reacted with a twisted grin, taunting Kim for finally revealing his true nature. But Kim stood firm and unapologetic. Without warning, Jonghyun dropped to the ground, sprawled out on the dirt. His voice dripped with provocation as he shouted, daring Kim to go ahead, kill them all if that was his plan. He screamed repeatedly, inviting death, calling for blood. The display pushed Kim to his limit. Frustration surged within him. Jonghyun, watching the theatrics, grew irritated and wrestled with his impulse to strike. For a moment, he considered ending it right there, killing this maddening man on the spot. Suddenly, a voice crackled through Minju's walkie-talkie, cutting through the rising tension. The report was urgent. Strategy Team 1 was being contacted for immediate response. An incident had occurred near Jamsil. One guild had intercepted an orange-level dungeon, but something had gone wrong. Multiple rescue requests were coming in. It appeared the team had been attacked by the boss monster. As the message ended, Jonghyun's expression shifted instantly. Panic took over. His voice trembled as he realized the truth. The dungeon near Jamsil was the same one his wife's guild had entered. Dread gripped him. The earlier fire in his eyes vanished, replaced by fear. Kim snatched the walkie-talkie from Minju and immediately issued an order instructing all strategy teams within the association to assemble. A rescue operation was now in motion. The scene then shifted to Jamsil, where a recent explosion had left the area in chaos. A girl, running in panic, tripped and fell to the ground. Just as a massive monster lunged toward her, Yubin arrived in time and sliced off the monster's claw, saving her. At the same time, Kim and Pyeon reached the scene. Pyeon quickly assessed the situation. It was confirmed as an orange-level dungeon, highly dangerous. The association had been planning a careful subjugation due to the threat level. However, a guild team had attempted to intercept it prematurely. The control team had confirmed their entry an hour earlier, but since then, there had been complete silence. It appeared the guild members had been wiped out. Kim internally acknowledged the consequences of reckless ambition. This was the price of overestimating their capabilities and underestimating the dungeon. Suddenly, Jonghyun appeared, furious and restrained by his teammates. His frustration erupted as he demanded to know what Kim planned to do inside such a perilous dungeon. He emphasized how dangerous it was without a proper plan. Kim walked over calmly and punched Jonghyun across the face to snap him out of his panic. He told him to stay calm, explaining that rushing in blindly would only increase casualties. But Jonghyun, still burning with emotion, shouted back, questioning if Kim intended to let everyone inside die and if he believed this was simply the result of the guild's own arrogance. Kim admitted that Jonghyun wasn't entirely wrong. This was indeed the result of crossing the line. But he clarified that abandoning the trapped members was not an option. They were going in, and he urged Jonghyun not to escalate the situation further. Just then, Pyeon called out to Kim, prompting a response. Pyeon raised a critical concern. There seemed to be no logical reason for the association to involve themselves. Attempting a rescue could lead to additional casualties among the strategy team. Moreover, the operation would be resource-intensive and, even if successful, would bring no clear benefit or profit. Kim considered the argument. It was a fair and practical point. Yet he made his decision. He addressed Strategy Team 1, confirming that they were moving in. All areas around the dungeon were to be restricted immediately. The association could not afford to let other guilds rush in upon hearing about the incident. Given the seriousness of the situation, there was no time to hesitate. Kim would take command of the mission himself, urging everyone to stay alert and follow his lead. On the other side, the U.S. branch support team leader Chloe watches a screen that displays Kim and his team in action. Speaking through a call, she informs Minho that the guilds appear to have entered an orange-level dungeon by mistake. She suspects that someone may have intentionally leaked false information. She questions if this was also part of Minho's plan. Minho admits it openly. Causing death was the easiest way to trigger conflict. According to him, a clash with the guilds was the most effective way to weaken the association's authority. Chloe reminds him that she had specifically warned against escalating things to this level. Such actions could expose their intentions. She informs him that the Korean Association has already initiated a rescue operation, and that General Manager Junwoo Kim is personally leading it. Minho mocks the idea. He finds it ironic that a former cleaning staff member is now in charge of handling an orange-level dungeon. He doubts that such a dangerous dungeon can be subdued by an ordinary individual. To him, the association only cares about its own interests and questions whether they would really risk so much just to save a guild that went rogue. Chloe, however, warns him not to underestimate General Manager Kim. He's not just any irregular. She declares that if this mission fails, she'll be forced to use the Dimension Stone. With a firm warning to follow her orders and take their plan seriously, she ends the call. Left alone, Minho mutters to himself, wondering what Junwoo Kim is really up to. He finds Kim surprisingly entertaining. Back inside the dungeon, Kim strikes a monster with a powerful punch using his destroyer skill. A voice over the walkie-talkie asks for his location. Kim reports that they've reached what appears to be the entrance to the boss room. The team relays the only known detail about the boss, its name, Black Tiger Dragon. Kim immediately notes that it's a dragon, and airborne enemies are always more challenging. They inform him they'll reach out again once more information becomes available. Without delay, Kim instructs his teammates to prepare for entry. Together, they step into the dark and ominous boss room. Once inside, Kim orders a cautious search of the surroundings. Minju soon calls out, saying she's found weapons that seem to belong to guild members. Kim asks whether they're stained with monster blood, but Minju replies that while there's no blood, a strange, slimy substance coats the weapons. It might be from the monster. Suddenly, Kim shouts at Minju to look behind her. A giant spider-like creature lunges toward her, but Kim quickly activates his Hellfire skill and strikes the monster's arm. Looking up, Kim realizes the creature is a massive spider that has captured several hunters. Fortunately, they're still alive. Kim immediately shifts priorities, instructing the team to focus on rescuing the trapped hunters instead of subjugating the monster for now. Minju activates her Blade Dancer skill, Iron Judgment, and slices through the spider's webbing that entangles the hunters. Simultaneously, Kim uses his Hyper Boost skill to move swiftly, grabbing each of the hunters and pulling them to safety. The spider, enraged by their efforts, reacts aggressively. Just then, Minju alerts Kim to another spider above him. This second creature attacks with a strange liquid substance. Kim realizes this explains how the previous team was wiped out. They weren't dealing with just one spider. The viscous liquid strikes Kim directly, shocking the entire team. Standing back up, Kim mocks the spider's audacity for hitting him with its disgusting vomit. He immediately activates his Uriel skill, sprouting angelic wings from his back and lifting into the air. As he takes flight, he unleashes his passive skill, OCD, and with a deadly glare declares his vengeance on the spider monsters. Outside the dungeon, Yubin sat fuming with frustration. Sangyeok, noticing her mood, tried to break the tension, but her thoughts drifted to an earlier moment. She recalled walking alongside Kim, excited to finally participate in an operation again after spending so long on cleaning duties. That excitement quickly faded when Kim told her to stay behind. The sudden dismissal left her stunned. Back in the present, Sang-hyuk reminded her that it was a rescue mission, not a subjugation, and Junwoo usually allowed her to take the lead in real combat. Yubin lashed out in anger. She argued that true subjugations required strategic planning, and in her eyes, Kim wasn't worthy of the general manager position. Instead of ending their shift, he had them all waiting on standby, which she saw as a poor way to treat his team. Pyeon stepped in, attempting to explain the situation. He clarified that the operation's success was critical, both financially and reputationally. If it failed, the association would bear the consequences, and Kim's position would be in jeopardy. Yet, despite those risks, Kim prioritized saving lives and entered the dungeon himself. Pyeon passionately defended Kim, declaring him the most suitable leader and vowing unwavering loyalty to him. Privately, Pyeon prayed for Kim's safe return. Inside the dungeon, Kim faced the monstrous spiders with unwavering resolve. Covered in the creature's disgusting attack, he prepared for battle. He instructed Minju to evacuate the hostages, choosing to handle the threat alone. Minju hesitated, reminding him of his earlier order to prioritize the rescue, but Kim firmly changed the plan, demanding immediate action. Minju rallied her team and began guiding the hostages out, recognizing Kim's decision as a move made for their safety. As they fled, Kim activated his destroyer skill, following it with divine judgment, striking down one of the giant spiders. However, the second spider ignored Kim and targeted the fleeing group, launching a liquid attack in their direction. Kim realized the creature's intelligence and struck back with hellfire. Suddenly, small spiders from the ground grabbed his hands with their webs, restraining him. He looked at them with annoyance, recognizing the growing threat. Just as the spider's liquid attack was about to hit Minju and her team, Kim grabbed the web strands binding his arms and flung the smaller spiders into the air. With a flap of his wings, he wiped them out mid-air, then activated his divine protection skill, shielding Minju's group from the incoming attack. Seeing the narrow escape, Minju seized the moment and urged everyone to run toward the exit. Inside the dungeon, Kim stared down the massive spider and challenged it head-on, but instead of fighting, the spider turned and fled. Kim watched it retreat and taunted its escape. Without wasting time, he activated over-immersion and combined it with the Grand Mage's gesture. In a swift, devastating move, he sliced the spider clean in two, ending its threat instantly. However, as the beast collapsed, a surge of liquid burst from its body and splashed onto Kim, sparking his irritation. Outside the dungeon, Minju and her team successfully guided the survivors to safety. The moment they stepped out, Pyeon and the rest of the team rejoiced at their safe return. Yubin immediately asked about Kim's whereabouts. Minju assured her that the operation had gone smoothly and that Kim would emerge soon. As expected, Kim stepped out shortly after, visibly annoyed by the gathering crowd. He immediately requested something to clean himself and ordered medical personnel to provide first aid to the survivors and escort them to the hospital. Without pause, he instructed Yubin to handle the cleanup inside, then summoned Guildmaster Jong-hyun. Jong-hyun, startled and defensive, confronted Kim. He accused him of saving the victims only to shield himself and the association from potential backlash. In his thoughts, Jong-hyun admitted that he felt trapped by financial burdens and the threat of compensation. His frustration spilled out as he criticized Kim's heroism, claiming that someone in Kim's position had ulterior motives. Before the tension could escalate, Jang appeared and struck Jong-hyun on the head. Stepping forward, Jang apologized to Kim on behalf of the guild. He acknowledged Kim's courage in risking his life to save Jong-hyun's wife and condemned Jong-hyun's shameful behavior. Jang praised Kim's selflessness, recognizing that even in such a critical situation, Kim prioritized saving lives over the reputation or benefit of the association. He expressed admiration, stating that Kim's actions were an inspiration not just to him, but also to Vice Guildmaster Cha and Guildmaster Yu. He believed other guilds would share the same respect. Encouraged by Jang's words, other hunters joined in with praise. They admitted they had underestimated Kim, expecting him to ignore the danger. Some recalled reading articles about his days as a cleaner and never imagined he would become someone so capable. They begged him to remain with the association for life, declaring that he far exceeded the standards set by the previous general manager. Surrounded by unexpected praise, Kim silently wondered what had gotten into everyone. Jang lowered his head in gratitude and acknowledged Kim's efforts. He then turned to Jong-hyun and reminded him that his wife had survived only because of Kim's actions. While there were differences, he didn't believe their intentions had been entirely wrong. Shifting focus, Jang addressed Kim directly. He mentioned how the association had mistreated guilds for a long time and hinted at hoping Kim understood the context. But Kim interrupted him coldly. He mocked the idea and made it clear he wasn't naive. He declared he was fully aware of the association's past deeds, but that didn't excuse the guild's crimes. He couldn't just let it go. Despite the losses they caused, they expected understanding under the excuse of having no choice. Kim reminded them that they weren't running a charity. Frustrated, Jong-hyun yelled, questioning what Kim thought drove them to such lengths. Kim replied bluntly. He questioned whether having a hard life gave them permission to act however they wanted. He emphasized that they weren't the only ones struggling in this world. In his thoughts, Kim admitted he didn't care about their reasons for the interception. He was just counting the days until he could leave. Covering it up would only invite future incidents. What mattered now was their relationship going forward. Without consequences, the same mistake might happen again. Kim then explained the consequences. If they filed an official compensation claim, the guild would go bankrupt. So instead, they had to earn it back. Until the damages were paid off, all guild members would have to participate in association-led conquests. He revealed a contract and held it out to them. Jang reacted in disbelief. He asked if Kim was telling them to carry out all subjugations for free. Jonghyun followed, questioning if this meant becoming Kim's puppets. But Kim hadn't finished yet. He clarified the full terms. After the damages were compensated, the guilds would receive guaranteed monthly subjugation rights. The only condition was sharing a portion of the profits from those subjugations. Jang was surprised. He repeated the words almost in disbelief. Guaranteed subjugation rights. Kim confirmed it. He said he wanted a fair contract between the association and the guilds. The association couldn't handle all subjugations alone anymore. Jang expressed his doubt. In the past, the association had ignored all their requests. He asked whether such a contract could even become reality if the higher-ups disapproved. Kim dismissed that concern. He declared himself the current general manager and said the higher-ups' opinions didn't matter to him. Jang reflected silently. After everything, he realized Kim was on a different level. Kim had handled the large-scale interception, rescued survivors, and offered a solution that could satisfy everyone. Jang began to believe this man might actually change things. Jang then asked Kim if he could speak privately. Kim agreed, handed over responsibility of the area to Minju, and jokingly asked Yubin why she hadn't gone to clean up yet. Yubin playfully complained about being overworked, while Minju assured Kim that she would handle everything. Later on a quiet roadside, Jang shared something serious. He revealed that he knew the person behind the interception. Kim asked who it was. Jang revealed a name. Minho Yang. Hearing that name triggered a flood of memories for Kim. In his past life, Minho had been the second-ranked hunter in Korea, just behind Kim. But more than a hunter, he had been a fixer, someone who handled the darkest and dirtiest jobs without hesitation. Originally a mage, Minho had unlocked a forbidden skill and transformed into something unnatural, a black mage. After that, his name was erased from the official hunter rankings, and Kim had forgotten about him. Though he'd once ranked below Kim, Minho was now someone Kim couldn't afford to take lightly. Jang continued. He had heard from a rescued Earl Grey guild member that Minho had deliberately misreported the dungeon's level. His goal had been to trigger a fatality that would spark conflict between the guilds and the association. Anger flared in Kim's thoughts. He couldn't believe Minho would go as far as killing someone just to cause chaos. Kim demanded to know Minho's current location. Jang admitted Minho was skilled at hiding his identity, but he knew of a place where Minho occasionally appeared. On a news channel, headlines flashed announcing that Junwoo Kim, the general manager of the Association of Supernatural Ability Management, had personally entered a dungeon and successfully carried out the Earl Grey Guild rescue operation. Watching the news, a boy expressed his admiration for the association's efforts. A girl beside him agreed, noting how things seemed different now and expressing hope that Kim would continue as general manager. Elsewhere, Minho slammed his hand against a wall in frustration. His thoughts burned with anger toward Junwoo, who had not only succeeded in the subjugation but also managed to recruit the guilds. Minho realized he needed to contact Chloe and start planning their next operation. At that moment, Kim arrived and confronted him, asking where he was heading. Minho responded with a casual smile, pretending not to recognize Kim. But Kim stepped forward, warning him firmly. He made it clear that playing with people's lives crossed a line. Though this time he was letting Minho off with a warning, any future interference would not end the same way. Minho, unfazed, mocked Kim's authority. He claimed Kim held no meaning for him and questioned what power a former cleaner could possibly have alone. He hinted that things might unfold unpredictably. Kim moved in, ready to attack. But two girls nearby witnessed the scene and commented on the fight, wondering if they should call the police. Hearing this, Kim paused and chose to walk away, leaving Minho with one final warning. Cross the line again, and it would be his end. Meanwhile, Jang was driving while talking to his young daughter on the phone. She asked when he would return, and he gently told her he'd be late due to a distant business trip. He promised to bring her candied fruit and reminded her to behave for her mother. She happily agreed, asking him to return safely. Jang reassured her before ending the call. As Jang focused back on the road, he noticed a girl sitting in the middle of the street. Quickly reacting, he swerved the car to avoid her, veering off the road and over a cliff. However, he managed to jump out of the vehicle in time and survive. Confused, Jang stared at the spot where he had seen the girl. He couldn't understand why a child had been on the road. Moving closer to check on her, he suddenly realized the figure wasn't a child at all. It was one of Minho's skeletons, which lunged at him instantly. Minho then appeared before Jang, taunting him. He reminded Jang that he had been warned and accused him of choosing to serve the association like a loyal dog. He admitted he hadn't expected such a decision from Jang. Jang, calm and steady, replied with a smile, saying he had merely chosen a path that would bring happiness to everyone. But Minho dismissed the idea, stating that Zhang wouldn't be part of that everyone. Just as Zhang prepared to launch a holy light attack toward Minho, the enemy struck first. Minho's sudden attack disrupted Zhang's attempt. As Zhang staggered back, Minho laughed and muttered to himself about how interesting Junwoo Kim was turning out to be. Inside the Korea Association of Supernatural Ability Management building, Pyeon presented a detailed report to the team. He explained that the losses from last week's interception were significant due to the scale of the incident in Seoul. However, the overall outlook remained positive. The enthusiasm shown by the newly affiliated guilds was remarkable, and compared to the previous week, subjugation rates had increased by 40%. Considering the strategy team's limited capacity of 100 subjugations per month, this surge had eased their workload, while also securing 5% of the profits for the association at no extra cost. At this rate, the accumulated gains would soon offset any prior losses. Pyeon also noted a significant rise in public support for the association. The incident had strengthened the general manager's position. Now that all soul-based hunters, aside from freelancers, were affiliated with the association, there would no longer be a personnel shortage. Kim acknowledged the update with satisfaction and asked the support team about their progress on the Timestone research. Ah-young responded that she would show him the results personally. Kim suggested bringing just the report next time. Reflecting privately, Kim reminded himself that only 3 weeks remained before his resignation. Despite the looming exit, he had met all his objectives. With no signs of Minho since their last encounter, the situation seemed settled. Only one final task remained before he could walk away completely. If he could get through that, he would finally be free. Bringing the meeting back on track, Kim shifted focus to the next agenda, the underwater dungeon scheduled to appear at Incheonport. Later at the shooting range, Kim met Ah-young and questioned why she had chosen such an unusual location. Before he could finish, she drew a gun and fired toward the range, catching Kim off guard. He warned her about the danger. Ah-young casually replied, referencing movie-style one-handed shooting. Kim questioned the method, but she challenged him to teach her how to shoot properly, revealing it was her first time handling a gun. Kim found her expression difficult to handle. Ah-young then revealed her actual reason for calling him there. She was researching weapons crafted from fragments of the Time Stone. The stone held immense condensed power, something Kim already understood well. In loop dungeons, one remains trapped in a time loop until certain conditions are met, and that power likely originated from the Time Stone itself. Her theory suggested that its application might extend beyond space to affect objects and even human bodies. Although the current prototype was still in its beta phase and hadn't reached full power, deeper research could unlock new possibilities. She believed that understanding the Time Stone's mechanics might even make time travel possible. Kim considered her words. If a bullet infused with the Time Stone had struck him during his past life, it would explain his regression. Based on this theory, only one organization at that time had the technological capability to produce such a weapon, the International Association. However, this raised a disturbing contradiction. The association had offered him a position back then. Why would they use the Time Stone to kill him? Just then, Shin arrived with urgent news. She reported that Guildmaster Zhang of the Ares Guild was dead. At Zhang's funeral, his daughter stood silently, gazing at his photo. She turned to her mother and asked when her father would return, saying she missed him deeply. Her mother didn't respond, the weight of the moment too heavy for words. Nearby, Kim turned to Pyeon and asked what had happened. Pyeon explained that Zhang had reportedly fallen to his death while returning home after a dungeon conquest. Since Pyeon had been occupied with preparations for the Incheonport dungeon, Assistant Manager Hwang had gone to the scene instead. It was said that Zhang had been on the phone with his daughter when the accident occurred. Considering his exhaustion after the subjugation, the incident was being treated as an accidental death. As Kim listened, a troubling thought surfaced. Hunters never know when death might come, but for the country's top guild leader, second-ranked domestically and first among supporter-class hunters, to die like this felt wrong. Kim remembered that he had barely interacted with Yule, both before and after his regression. Still, Yule hadn't seemed like someone who would fall so easily. Just then, Vice Guildmaster Sokyeon Cha approached Kim and asked for a moment of his time. As they walked together, Kim noted that Sokyeon seemed far more composed than expected. Sokyeon replied that he had seen many colleagues die, including the Guildmaster before Zhang. He had read the official notice Kim sent, requesting support for the upcoming dungeon at Incheonport. Kim acknowledged the timing wasn't ideal, but stressed the urgency of the request. Sokyeon agreed to support, but with a condition. He wanted the culprit caught. His anger simmered as he declared that the incident was clearly the work of a particular individual. As much as he wanted to abandon due process and handle it himself, he restrained that impulse. Kim accepted the condition and assured him that the subjugation operation would commence soon. He advised Sokyeon to be ready. As Kim left, his mind turned to Minho. The signs were pointing to him as the culprit. Though Minho had remained quiet recently, this move was a serious escalation. Kim couldn't understand how Minho had grown so bold. He then recalled a past conversation with Zhang where Zhang had warned him that someone powerful might be backing Minho. Kim had asked if someone else was truly behind Minho. Zhang had explained that Minho's goal appeared to be weakening the association. Even as Korea's top hunter, Opposing the association required more than personal strength. Zheng suspected that Minho had received instructions from someone else during their first meeting and concluded that a force greater than the association was supporting him. Returning to the present, Kim began connecting the dots. A powerful force operating beyond the association's reach. At the same time, an underwater dungeon had suddenly spawned at a different time than it had in his previous life. Considering all possibilities, the most likely scenario was that someone had used a dimension stone to forcibly create the dungeon. To do that, they would need facilities capable of managing bank items, along with a large team of experts. Only one organization matched those criteria, the International Association. Their motive seemed clear. Either they wanted to take over the Korean Association or had failed to retrieve the time stone through the US branch. Unlike in Kim's previous life, events were unfolding differently now. It made sense that they had hired Mincho, a freelancer and Korea's strongest hunter, to carry out their agenda. Kim knew they had to start preparing. Gathering his allies, Kim announced that the operation must begin immediately. Everyone needed to get ready. Meanwhile, at Incheon Port, 2 workers stood by the river, watching the surface. Something stirred beneath the water. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from below, shaking the ground. From headquarters, Chloe observed the disturbance and confirmed that the dungeon had been successfully created. Through a call, another woman noted that it had been a while since the Dimension Stone was last used and asked about the current situation. Chloe reported that the dungeon was stable and predicted it would last for more than a week. When asked about its level, Chloe replied that it was classified as red. The woman then questioned the plan moving forward. They had used the Dimension Stone, but what was the link between creating this dungeon and retrieving the Time Stone? Chloe explained that for now, they would wait for the Korean Association to begin its subjugation operation. The woman suggested using that opportunity to steal the Time Stone. Chloe acknowledged the possibility but emphasized caution. She said there was no need to resort to force unless absolutely necessary. Exposing themselves to an organization like the Korean Association carried significant risk. If possible, they would proceed legally and intended to use the dungeon as bait for a hostile takeover. Hearing this, the woman remarked on Chloe's cunning, calling her a scarier woman than she had imagined. Chloe responded coolly and then brought up a concern. Junwoo Kim. According to team leader Mark, Kim had become too well known among the public. Chloe suggested it would be wise to monitor him longer due to his unpredictability. The woman agreed but advised having a contingency plan in case of unexpected developments. Her suggestion was simple: eliminate him if necessary. All the key players had assembled for the upcoming operation. The Ares Guildmaster, Seok-hyun, stood before the group, explaining that he had selected only the most talented individuals. Including himself, their team counted 10 members. Echoing his statement, Ji-yu, the Guildmaster of Afro Guild, confirmed her team was also ready. Minju arrived next with her own squad, announcing the presence of Strategy Team 1. Not long after, Strategy Team 2 joined them, completing the lineup. Kim took charge and addressed everyone. The target was the Incheon Harbor Red Level Dungeon, a mission packed with unpredictable variables and extreme danger. He began the operation briefing, emphasizing the dungeon's high-risk nature. It was an underwater dungeon, meaning a successful subjugation would be difficult in a single attempt. Everyone was warned not to overexert themselves and to retreat at the first sign of trouble. Minju was appointed as the operation leader. She and Strategy Team 1 would lead the charge, while the strategy teams handled the front lines. The Guild Union would bring up the rear. Kim stressed the importance of maintaining formation and communication. Given the many risk factors, their best strategy was to split the attack into phases. Any unforeseen events had to be reported immediately through the radio. The dungeon's boss, known as the Immortal Python, had yet to be located, and the dungeon layout remained unmapped. The team would need to discover the boss's location during the mission. Since it was a one-way dungeon, there would be no exit until the operation was completed. If anyone lacked sufficient information or clarity, they were instructed to follow Minju's commands. With the briefing concluded, they waited for the equipment to arrive. Seok-hyun then approached Kim and requested to ask a question. Kim agreed. Seok-hyun expressed curiosity, revealing that he initially believed Kim was just a civilian due to his background in the cleaning team. But Kim didn't seem ordinary. His eyes were sharp like a beast's, and he had previously taken charge of a rescue operation inside an orange-level dungeon. No typical civilian would have dared such a mission alone, regardless of their confidence. Kim admitted that he had been awakened. Seok-hyun, unsurprised, asked about his rank. Kim explained that he had never registered as a hunter. There hadn't been a need for it yet, but he planned to do so if necessary. Seok-hyun chuckled and brushed off the need for ranks, eager to see Kim's skills firsthand in this operation. At that moment, Ah-young arrived with the special underwater combat equipment. She informed everyone that the suits they had requested had finally arrived. These were high-tech Goliath suits designed to reduce water resistance and tailored specifically for underwater combat. Due to a tight production schedule and limited availability, they had only managed to secure enough suits for the operation participants. No extras were available. Kim asked what she meant by that. Ah-young reminded him not to consider jumping into the operation midway. She pointed out that he had a habit of rushing in whenever his subordinates were in danger. She advised him not to get involved in any dangerous situations and to take things easy for once, reassuring him that no one would blame him for stepping back. Slightly embarrassed, Ah Young turned to the group and instructed everyone to suit up, load their equipment, and prepare for departure. Internally, he wondered if she was mocking him, since he never considered himself someone who acted recklessly. As the final preparations were underway, Minju looked back at Kim with a farewell. Kim, slightly annoyed, reminded her that they weren't marching to their deaths. Minju, unfazed, asked what she should say if she truly believed this mission might be her last. Kim replied with firm encouragement, stating that they would be giving instructions from the control room. Even if the situation felt dire, she should just keep moving forward without hesitation. Yubin, full of energy, cheered that it had been a while since they had taken on such a large operation. Kim, surprised to see her, wondered why she was even present since her participation hadn't been requested. He reminded her that the cleaning team was not part of this operation and warned that there was no guarantee of success on the first attempt. He instructed her to leave, promising to provide guidance from the control room. As Minju began to leave, she offered a quick goodbye. Kim stopped her for a moment, saying he had something he wanted to ask her. At the headquarters, Chloe monitored Kim's team closely. One of her subordinates reported that the Korean strategy team had reached the vicinity of the dungeon and estimated that they would enter within 40 minutes. Without delay, Chloe called Minho and asked if he had reviewed the operation plan she had sent. Minho confirmed he had read it thoroughly. He admitted that when Chloe first mentioned destroying the Korean Association, he expected an all-out war. But now, realizing it was just a hostile takeover, he remarked how mundane and unimpressive the strategy felt, like something only office workers would come up with. Chloe, keeping her tone sharp, reminded him of his position. As a member of the PB Corporation under the International Association and part of the Hunter Balance Adjustment Team, this operation now fell under his jurisdiction. She urged him to take his responsibilities seriously, adding that Emma would be disappointed if she heard such dismissive words from him. The scene transitioned to an informative segment about the Hunter Balance Adjustment Team. This group, affiliated with PB Corporation, a subsidiary of the International Hunter Association, operated as a secret unit. Led by their adjustment team leader Mark, their core mission was to maintain balance among individuals with supernatural powers. These powers, mysterious and unexplained, had emerged along with the appearance of the dungeons. In the name of world order, their job was to regulate these abilities and secretly eliminate superhumans whose power surpassed acceptable limits. With branches scattered globally, this covert organization had been quietly managing the balance of power among gifted individuals for years. Minho Yang, under the guise of maintaining order, had used this position to unlock forbidden skills. He did so by sacrificing the very superhumans who had been marked for elimination. Despite personal differences with Chloe, Minho agreed with her on one matter. They needed to eliminate Junu Kim. The potential behind Kim's abilities was too dangerous and too tempting to ignore. As they continued discussing, another operative informed Chloe that the Korean team was now nearing the dungeon's entrance. Responding swiftly, Chloe ordered the suspension of the Dimension Stones operation once the team entered. Meanwhile, Minju and her group approached the dungeon. Communicating over radio, Minju reported to Kim that they had reached the designated coordinates. Kim instructed her to report again once they were inside. With their underwater suits equipped, the entire team plunged into the river and swam toward the dungeon entrance. Shortly after, Minju confirmed their successful entry into the dungeon. Kim reminded them to report immediately if anything seemed off. However, as Kim continued the communication, he noticed disruptions. Minju's voice came through the radio, but it was faint and unclear. Alarmed, Kim told her that the signal was weak and urged her to check the communication gear. At that moment, a staff member rushed in with a critical update. Communication with the strategy team had been entirely cut off. Even the signal from their suit-based location trackers had vanished. In the final shocking twist, the dungeon itself had disappeared. Inside the dungeon, Minju and her team successfully entered the submerged interior. Through the radio, she informed Kim that the subjugation team was inside and would begin mapping the dungeon from Sector A3. Kim acknowledged the update, but his response arrived distorted and broken. Observing the interference, Minju wondered if the underwater environment was affecting the signal quality. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed from behind. Hunters near the entrance warned everyone that something was wrong and urged them to step away from the area immediately. Within moments, the dungeon entrance vanished completely. Startled, Minju questioned the bizarre turn of events. The boss monster hadn't been defeated, yet the entrance had disappeared. She couldn't believe such a scenario was even possible. One of the hunters informed her they had lost connection to headquarters, and water was rapidly rising due to the impact. Seokyun, assessing the worsening situation, noted that things couldn't get any worse, especially with monsters now approaching. Facing the threat, Seokyun activated one of his skills, summoning a robot puppy. The cute creature brought a brief moment of joy to Minju and the other hunter, who were visibly amused by its appearance. Without hesitation, Seokyun instructed the puppy to self-destruct. It exploded instantly, shocking both Minju and the hunter. Unfazed, Seokyun prepared to summon another robotic puppy. But before he could proceed, Minju intervened and urged him to stop. Back at headquarters, Ah-young reported to Kim that the dungeon entrance had vanished. There was no trace on the surveillance cameras nor any detection of supernatural energy waves. Concerned, Kim inquired about the subjugation team's status. Realizing the situation, he thought anxiously to himself. The severed communication confirmed the dungeon had closed. In all his experience, he had never encountered a case where a dungeon closed before the subjugation was completed. He feared the team was now trapped inside, unable to escape until the dungeon reappeared. That wait could last weeks, or even months. From what he recalled, this particular dungeon wasn't expected to reappear for another year. The thought of more than 50 people being left to survive for an entire year underwater felt impossible. Losing such a large team during his operation was unthinkable. The dungeon's sudden appearance, followed by its abrupt closure, couldn't be a coincidence. Someone was clearly manipulating the dungeon. Kim concluded there was only one place capable of such interference: the International Association. This act, in his eyes, was a declaration of war. He realized the enemy was deliberately targeting the Korean Association, fully aware that he was in command. Turning back to Ah-young, Kim asked about the Goliath suits worn by the subjugation team and the maximum duration they could breathe underwater. Ah-young responded that the average was 4 hours, but that number would drop significantly during combat. 2 hours would already be cutting it close. Without wasting time, Kim instructed Ah-young to handle things at headquarters. As he departed, he thought urgently to himself. If he could reactivate the Dimension Stone within the remaining time, there was still a chance to rescue the team. But first, he had to find a way to contact the International Association. As Kim drove at high speed, he urgently called the chairman and demanded that the board of directors be convened immediately. The chairman asked if something had gone wrong, to which Kim responded that a confrontation with the International Association might be inevitable. The chairman assured him that preparations would be made. Kim's frustration boiled internally. He couldn't understand why the International Association would use the Dimension Stone in such a reckless manner. Thoughts raced through his mind. Was this retaliation for rejecting the merger, or perhaps revenge for exposing corruption in their U.S. branch? Before he could process more, a truck rammed violently into his car. From the truck emerged Minho, watching Kim's wrecked car with a satisfied expression. He thought to himself that Junwoo Kim shouldn't have bragged, especially when he was going to die so easily. Minho expected more resistance, but found it embarrassing that someone so reputed turned out so weak. Despite being a superhuman, Kim was still human. His body wasn't immortal. Without skills or gear, even hunters were vulnerable. Minho reflected that hunters often fell victim to ambushes due to their arrogance and lack of caution. To him, this was just another successful mission. With a snap of his fingers, a flare lit up inside Kim's car. As Minho walked away, he muttered that he would return for Kim's skull after reporting the incident. But then, Kim's voice echoed behind him. He announced that he was far too busy to die right now. Stepping out of the wrecked vehicle, Kim revealed he had used his auto-guard skill to survive. He expressed his deep hatred for trucks and mocked Minho for walking into his own demise. Minho was stunned. He had been certain the ambush was successful. The only explanation was that Kim had activated his defense skill in advance. Kim confirmed his preparedness, citing several major incidents in his past that taught him to stay alert. He reminded Minho of his previous warning. He wouldn't let him go unpunished if they met again. Minho, undeterred, retorted that he had no reason to obey Kim. Still, he couldn't understand how someone from the cleaning team could constantly keep a defense skill active. He questioned Kim's true identity. Kim, unfazed, said he was someone ready to teach Minho a lesson. The fight began. Minho charged forward, activating his corrosion skill and striking at Kim. Kim quickly used the car door as a shield, but Minho's hand melted through it with ease. Kim realized that Minho could corrode anything he touched, making this fight more dangerous than he anticipated. Minho then activated his decay skill and dared Kim to block the next strike. As the attack came, Kim swiftly dodged it. Minho pursued him relentlessly, forcing Kim to retreat and evade further. Frustrated, Minho taunted Kim for running away despite all his bravado. Kim, instead of responding to the insult, calmly asked one thing. He mentioned that the skull Minho carried seemed familiar and asked who it belonged to. Minho responded with a sinister smile. The name he uttered was Zhang. Minho's floating skulls launched beams of light toward Kim, but Kim swiftly dodged them and activated his hyper boost skill. Using the speed to his advantage, he raced forward and almost landed an attack from behind. However, Minho quickly activated his Moss skill, forcing Kim to retreat a few steps. Kim realized he was wasting too much time. Without wasting another second, he shouted out to Minho, offering to spare his life if he let him go now. But Minho smiled confidently, stating that he too was currently working. Kim deduced that someone must have ordered his assassination. Minho dismissed the idea of revealing anything, emphasizing that secrecy was vital in their line of work. In response, Kim activated both his polymorph and over-immersion skills, declaring that as a cleaner, it was his job to eliminate trash like Minho. Minho found the remark amusing. He mocked Kim by calling himself a cleaner as well, and warned him that this arrogance wouldn't last long. Meanwhile, deep inside a dungeon, Minju was locked in battle. Her sword slashed through the relentless swarm of snake monsters. Seokyun, fighting beside her, warned her not to overuse her awakening skill. Minju replied that she was fine, though she privately regretted not saving the skill for the boss fight. Suddenly, more snake monsters began to flood the area. Minju analyzed the situation. The awakening skill demanded extreme focus and drained her physically. She had intended to reserve it for the boss, but the tight battlefield and the monster onslaught had forced her hand. With the dungeon rapidly filling with water and oxygen levels dropping, their exhausted team stood on the brink of collapse. At this pace, they had less than an hour before they would all be wiped out. The situation was becoming unsustainable. Without hesitation, Minju declared her intention to take down the boss herself. Her fellow hunters called the plan reckless, pointing out that communications were down and the exit was blocked. It was far too dangerous. Minju acknowledged the danger but insisted someone needed to stay behind to seize the opportunity and escape if the exit reopened. One of the hunters objected, reminding her this was a red-level dungeon. Going alone was suicidal. They should all go together. Minju countered with brutal logic. If they all went and failed, the entire team would be doomed. Seokhyun broke the tension, stating there was no need for everyone to take the risk. He then stepped forward, asking Minju if she was trying to hog all the action, and declared he was going with her. Jiyu quickly volunteered as well. Minju warned them that they could really die, but Seokhyun brushed it off. Jiyu added that they were probably going to die anyway, so she'd rather go down fighting the boss. Minju realized there was no stopping them. A remaining hunter agreed to hold the front until they returned. Minju entrusted the defense to them and prepared to leave. Seokhyun summoned a robotic dog using his skill. Then he, Minju, and Jiyu climbed onto it. As they rode off, Minju reminded them of the briefing. The boss was an immortal python, a giant snake-type monster. Given its classification, they could expect it to be powerful even among other red-level bosses. Just then, the massive serpent made its terrifying appearance. Minho was seen holding back a massive container that had nearly crashed down on him. Despite the impact, he muttered that it wasn't enough. Above him, Kim stood on a high platform hurling multiple containers at Minho using his skill. Kim analyzed the situation. Minho's abilities were lethal at both close and long range. He needed to create an opening. With a sudden leap, Kim vanished from sight. Minho sensed movement behind him and instinctively launched an attack using one of his skulls. But his attack hit nothing. Shocked, Minho looked around in confusion, realizing he had been tricked. He muttered in frustration, searching for Kim. Just then, Kim emerged from inside the very container Minho had blocked earlier. Wearing a creepy smile, Kim remarked that Minho's misfire had given him the perfect opening. Minho couldn't believe it. Kim had risked everything by hiding inside a container box. He had escaped the skull attack by relying on that desperate move. It was a dangerous gamble. Before Minho could recover, Kim activated his destroyer skill and struck him directly. The force of the attack sent Minho crashing into a wall. Stunned, Minho struggled to believe what had just happened. A former cleaner had inflicted damage on him, the top hunter in the country. Rage took over as he screamed in defiance. Kim stood firm, calling out Minho's arrogance. He pointed out that Minho believed he had no weaknesses simply because he had never faced someone like Kim before. He explained that skilled fighters like Minho often had fragile endurance. They couldn't sustain long battles and relied on ambush tactics, hiding and waiting for the right moment. Kim deduced that Minho had likely lured opponents into close combat and had originally started out as a mage. Minho was shocked by the accuracy of Kim's analysis and demanded to know how he knew. Kim clarified that Minho could have dodged his attack, but as expected from mages, he didn't move much. Despite that, Minho had held up well, which explained why he was ranked number 2 in the country. Minho shouted in denial, claiming he was ranked first. In response, Kim reactivated his destroyer skill and coldly corrected him. Minho was second because the rankings didn't include him. Park was seen sitting with the cleaning team, enjoying a meal together. He felt a rare sense of relaxation, appreciating the moment they all could share. Though he wished Kim could have joined them. Soyeon pointed out that Kim was busy with work and there wasn't much they could do about it. Sang-hyuk reflected on Kim's rapid rise. Just 6 months ago, Kim had been the newest member of their team. Now, he was the general manager of the strategy division. When Soyeon asked if he was feeling envious, Sang-hyuk admitted he would be, if he believed they were on the same level. But Kim was in a completely different league. Noticing something off, Park asked about Yubin, who hadn't looked well. Sang-hyuk explained that she was simply disappointed after being denied permission to skip cleaning and join the operation. Park expressed hope that the operation would end without trouble, to which Sang-hyuk confidently replied that with Junwoo leading, there was nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Yubin recalled an earlier conversation with Kim before the operation began. As the other hunters moved out on their mission, Kim had approached her with a concern. He suspected a connection between Yuljong's death and the International Association. Kim asked if people who got in the association's way often ended up dead. Yubin admitted that while she wasn't sure about Yul's specific connection, such incidents weren't unheard of. Being a hunter always involved risk, so many dismissed these cases as conspiracy theories. She even mentioned an urban legend: unranked hunters or those seen as threats were eliminated without mercy. Kim had taken her words seriously. He suspected the International Association was targeting him next. Bigger conflicts were on the horizon. When Yubin asked for clarity, Kim didn't respond. Returning to the present, Yubin now processed that warning. If Kim was right, they all needed to be cautious. The International Association would likely start by monitoring everyone close to him. Park asked if there was any way they could help Kim. Sang-hyuk answered that staying low was the best way to support him. Soyeon shared her concern for Kim's safety. Park, smiling, reassured her that Kim wouldn't go down easily. Sang-hyuk, however, was more worried that Kim might kill someone. Elsewhere, Kim was locked in combat with Minho. He landed a heavy punch to Minho's face using his destroyer skill. As Minho tried to call for a halt, Kim struck again, pointing out that it was Minho who had initiated the fight. He wasn't about to stop now. After unleashing a flurry of punches, Kim paused, calling Minho weak. Dazed, Minho struggled to understand how he was losing despite being the top-ranked hunter. Kim reminded him once again that he was ranked second. Kim hadn't been registered yet, and that was the only reason Minho was at the top. He demanded Minho understand that simple fact. Surveying the aftermath, Kim noted that the car was completely destroyed. The fight had taken more time than expected, but he wasn't concerned. In fact, the delay might work in his favor since the connection had come directly to him. Kim turned back to Minho and demanded he call the client who had commissioned the attack. Minho feigned ignorance, but Kim wasn't fooled. He struck him again, calling out the absurdity of Minho pretending the attempted murder was just a coincidence. Kim wanted to hear the voice of the person behind the plan. Minho warned that contacting those people could bring trouble for Kim. Without hesitation, Kim placed his foot on Minho's face and ordered him to stop talking and make the call. Minho called Chloe, but before he could speak, Kim took over the call and responded instead, saying the target had been taken care of. Chloe was shocked to hear Kim's voice. Kim continued pressing for answers, demanding to know her true identity and intentions. He warned her that silence wouldn't protect her, and then used his skill, Like of Blood, on Minho, forcing him to scream in pain. Kim told Chloe that either she or the screaming Minho would eventually speak. When she still remained silent, Kim laid out his theory. Someone was manipulating dungeons using the Dimension Stone, most likely either the International Association or a related group. He questioned what kind of grudge they held against the Korean Association that justified such actions. The only conclusion he could reach was that they were after the Time Stone. Chloe finally responded, mocking his theory, but Kim wasn't finished. He explained that bank items couldn't be transferred between associations. The only way to obtain them would be by force or by completely taking over another association. Since using force risked exposing their identity, a hostile takeover was the more likely strategy. Based on this, Kim accused them of opening dungeons and attempting to kill Korean hunters to weaken the association. Chloe, now uneasy, asked who he really was. At that moment, Minho's screams echoed again through the call. Kim issued a final warning. Open the dungeon. Chloe denied everything, calling his theory a fantasy. But Kim calmly declared that she still didn't understand the situation. He warned her that if the dungeon wasn't reopened in 10 minutes, he would come find her himself. After the call ended, Chloe reflected on the danger. Minho had been captured, and if he revealed anything about PB Corporation, the entire operation and its employees would be exposed. With urgency, she ordered her team to activate the Dimension Stone again. A subordinate questioned her decision, but she snapped, commanding him to carry out the order. She then gave additional instructions. Make Junu the top priority target for the balance adjustment team, target everyone close to him, jam tracking signals, discard their USIMs, and reset all data. Back on Kim's side, he saw a blinding flash of light and immediately contacted Kim Ah-young, requesting B-rank hunters and an escort vehicle at the location he shared. Meanwhile, Minho laughed and warned Kim that he had messed with the wrong people and now everyone around him would suffer the consequences. Kim, unfazed, grabbed Minho by the hair and reminded him of his earlier confession about killing Yuljang. He promised to finish what he started and talk later. But then, Minho's face suddenly transformed into a skull, catching Kim completely off guard. A brilliant light erupted as Kim's system alerted him. His passive skill had been activated, Soul Sacrifice. A protective shield formed around Kim. The system explained the effect. Soul Sacrifice granted a one-time damage immunity buff even if the supporter was already in a spirit state. Realizing what had just happened, Kim thought about Zhang and quietly acknowledged the favor. Though Minho had already escaped, Kim didn't panic. What happened today was humiliating. But Kim vowed to make it right and avenge Zhang no matter what. Minju unleashed her thousand-armed deity skill, striking the massive snake monster with her sword. But even after the attack, she realized her power was too weak. She had already exhausted much of her energy earlier using her awakening skill. Suddenly, the snake monster swung its tail at her, landing a direct hit that sent Minju crashing into the water. Seeing this, Seokhyun was visibly shaken. Minju's condition had deteriorated badly, and things were quickly spiraling out of control. Seokhyun assessed the dire situation. A red-level boss was clearly too powerful for just the three of them. He knew they were in no shape to fight. Not only were they underpowered, but they were also trapped in the worst possible location with little to no information about the boss's abilities. Even at full strength, defeating it would have been unlikely. Now, they had all reached their limits. It was a desperate fight for survival. Struggling to stand, Minju quietly said she only needed 5 seconds. Jiyu asked her what she meant, and Minju explained that if they could hold the monster down for just 5 seconds, she'd launch one last attack using the remnants of her strength. But her body was already at its breaking point. If the snake moved even slightly, Her final strike could miss. Ji-yu warned her that it was reckless. Minju's body had already endured too much. Seo-kyun agreed to give it one last shot but acknowledged this would be their final attack. Minju, unwavering, assured them she would end it this time. Seo-kyun summoned a steam golem and muttered that Minju was just like her master, far from ordinary. With no time to spare, all three launched their coordinated assault on the snake monster. During the intense battle, Minju struggled to even lift her sword, but she remained determined to succeed. From a distance, Ji-yu aimed her gun and activated her death assault skill, opening fire on the creature. Seo-kyun called out to Minju, but before they could finish their plan, the snake fired a powerful beam from its mouth. The blast destroyed the steam golem completely, draining all of Seo-kyun's built-up energy. Still holding on, Minju activated her thousand-armed deity skill once again, leaping toward the snake for a final strike. She knew she had to hold on just a moment longer, but her body gave out. Her sword slipped from her hands. With her energy fully depleted, Minju began to fall. As she descended, thoughts of regret filled her mind. She apologized to her master, remembering how she had tried to keep moving forward as instructed, but it seemed this was her limit. She had wanted to show him how strong she had become. Just then, a glowing spear pierced through the snake monster. The sudden attack came from Kim. He caught Minju in his arms, holding her safely. He had arrived just in time. Inside the Korean Association headquarters, tension was rising among the executives. Several members voiced their frustration, demanding to know why Kim hadn't contacted them for 2 hours. The delay angered many who felt disrespected and questioned whether Kim considered board meetings a joke. Their prior praise for him now felt misplaced. Just then, Kim entered the room, visibly drenched. His unexpected appearance sparked confusion, with people asking why he was soaking wet. Calmly, Kim explained he had gone for a swim, brushing aside their concerns. The chairman immediately asked for an update on the operation. Kim reported that the subjugation was successful. The boss had been defeated with just 3 members. Other than Minju, no one was injured, and even she wasn't seriously hurt, so there was no need for concern. This revelation shocked the room. A red-level boss defeated by only 3 hunters was hard to believe. The chairman moved on to the critical issue. He asked about Kim's claim that they might face conflict with the International Association. Kim explained that during the operation, his subordinates were attacked by forces linked to the International Association. While technically another related organization had carried out the attack, he was certain of its connection. This news left the chairman stunned. Kim clarified that though he lacked solid evidence, the circumstances made the attack clear. The chairman pointed out that without proof, it was still just suspicion. Kim acknowledged this but insisted they couldn't afford to remain passive. Preparations were necessary for whatever might come next. The chairman raised concerns about their current limitations. Confronting the International Association without sufficient power was risky. Internally, Kim reflected on the reality. Even if they allied with guilds, those alliances were limited to field operations. Guilds offered little help in broader conflicts. He knew they had become targets because of the time stone. As long as they possessed it, the attacks would continue. Knowing their intent, Kim resolved to prepare for the battles ahead. He then voiced the need to grow stronger. For that, the association needed to expand. The chairman agreed. Even as the largest independent association, they stood alone. He asked how Kim planned to increase their influence. Kim proposed overseas expansion. Acquiring other independent associations and establishing international branches was their best path forward. Immediately, opposition erupted. One board member shouted that such a move would be seen as provocation. It wasn't just about confrontation anymore. This would make the International Association their outright enemy. He declared his firm opposition. Another member echoed the concern, questioning whether the attack even happened. Without evidence, it was foolish to act. Overseas expansion, to him, was absolutely out of the question. The chairman acknowledged their concerns. He agreed that turning the International Association into an enemy based on suspicion was dangerous. There was a real risk of backlash and collapse, but he also understood that Kim wouldn't propose such a plan without good reason. He asked Kim to share that reason. Kim confirmed he had one. Without hesitation, the chairman gave Kim the green light. Regardless of what happened to the association, he would take full responsibility. Some protested again, warning against making emotional decisions. But the chairman stood firm. He had disliked the International Association from the start. That's why he had formed the Korean Association independently. Now his hunters had nearly died because of those very people. Whether it was the International Association or someone else, remaining passive was no longer an option. He told Kim to go ahead, expand overseas, do whatever was needed, and show the world the consequences of challenging them. Kim accepted the decision. He admitted that he would have taken the lead, but their agreed deadline had passed. The responsibility would now need to fall to someone else. The chairman reassured him. Anticipating this situation, he had prepared in advance. A notice had already been posted. While this move wasn't permitted under standard procedures, he had made an exception just for Kim. Kim had been granted another month. 2 hunters were walking together, still shaken from their last mission. One of them admitted feeling dazed, convinced the operation could have been his last. He recalled how their survival hinged entirely on the intervention of their boss and the general manager. Despite their safety, he expressed regret over the incident. mentioning the rumors that the general manager's term was nearing its end. Just then, Kim appeared from the front. Both hunters greeted him with a polite good morning. Kim looked visibly irritated but still returned the greeting before walking past them. The hunters exchanged uneasy glances, questioning whether it really was a good morning. They wondered if they had unknowingly done something wrong. Kim arrived at his office and sat down, seething with frustration. He thought bitterly about how his resignation had been delayed by a month. In his mind, he felt that when he had expressed his intention to leave, he should have been allowed to go. He was tired of being held back. Part of his reason for resigning and quickly handing over responsibilities was that he no longer wanted to be involved. But more than that, he had unfinished business with the International Association. He suspected them of being behind his death in his past life. Their actions had enraged him. Remaining in his current position made it nearly impossible to confront them head-on. He knew they would strike again. Their failure to secure the time stone had only made things worse. Kim expected them to come after him eventually. There was even a chance he would face the same attacker who had previously shot a titan in his head. These enemies had once been willing to sacrifice 50 hunters for a hostile takeover. That meant anyone around him could be a potential target. As long as he remained in the association, others would always be in danger. In the worst case, someone might lose their life. He admitted to himself that he had grown soft, caring about people who had no personal connection to him. Still, he had made up his mind. Once everything was settled, he planned to leave the association and work independently. The chairman had already picked up on this intention and told him he could resign once the matter at hand was properly resolved. Even so, Kim found it frustrating that he still had to go on a business trip at this point in his career. At that moment, Shin entered his office carrying analysis data regarding the Vietnam Association, which Kim had previously requested. She asked about his departure schedule. Kim responded that he would be leaving within the week. Shin then said she would book the flight for the day after tomorrow and asked if he had someone in mind to accompany him. Kim said he would decide and inform her by the end of the day. Before leaving, Shin mentioned that she had just received a call from the hospital. Team leader Minju had regained consciousness. She wondered if Kim planned to visit. He replied that it wasn't necessary. Shin reminded him that Minju had nearly died. Kim remained firm, saying she hadn't died, so there was no need. Hearing this, Shin silently looked at him. Kim, noticing her expression, told her not to look at him like that. He had already visited Minju once. Inside the hospital, Minju was seen reading a handwritten note left by Kim. A soft smile appeared on her face as the message lifted her spirits. Just then, her teammates entered the room. Seeing them, Minju acknowledged their visit, aware they must be busy with the cleanup after the Incheonport dungeon operation. Yubin casually mentioned she'd be going on vacation the day after tomorrow now that the operation was over. She suggested Minju take a break too, noting how relentlessly the general manager had worked her. She joked about ignoring any calls from him during her break. Soyeon chimed in, echoing the same sentiment. Minju had been pushing herself too hard. Sang-gyeok joined in, warning her to take it easy while she was still young or risk paying the price later. Then Seokhyun raised a curious observation. He wondered aloud whether Minju was really just an A-rank hunter, noting how her combat performance had nearly reached S-rank levels. He speculated if the ranking system had made an error. Ji-yu added that if Minju had just a bit more stamina, she could have finished the dungeon boss on her own. The fact that the general manager stepped in at the end didn't change much. It was practically her victory. Hearing this, Minju looked a little startled. Seokhyun continued, recalling how the dungeon had opened while they were fighting. When their subordinates informed Kim that they were subjugating the boss, he had rushed over immediately. After the subjugation, he asked who issued the order, and upon hearing it was Minju, he simply said, "Well done." That memory made Minju blush, prompting Sang-gyeok to tease her, comparing her face to a tomato. Flustered, Minju denied it, though her expression betrayed her embarrassment. At that moment, Shin arrived and asked how Minju was feeling. She quickly moved to more pressing matters, mentioning that the general manager would be leaving for a business trip soon, specifically the day after tomorrow. He wanted Minju to pack in advance. The trip was important, and he had already chosen Minju and team leader Yubin to accompany him. Yubin appeared shocked by this sudden development. Shin repeated the departure date and reminded them both to prepare. Minju, however, was visibly angry at the news. 2 days later, the scene shifted to Incheon Airport. Kim and Minju, both wearing sunglasses, prepared to depart. Kim handed Minju a pair and suggested they enjoy the moment since they were already on the way. As they walked forward, Kim reflected on his strategy. Given the current situation, expanding overseas seemed like the best course of action. Forming alliances would strengthen their position against the International Association. However, he acknowledged there was a complication. His thoughts drifted back to a previous conversation with Ah-young. She had pointed out that expanding under the Korean Association's name wasn't about alliances. It was about acquiring independent associations. Kim had confirmed this. Ah-young noted that if successful, they could rival the International Association itself, but if they failed, they'd all end up unemployed. Still, she found it typical of Kim and was willing to go along with it. Kim had jokingly added that they wouldn't even be able to dream about severance pay, so they should start hunting for other job options just in case. Ah-young had asked whether he'd support her if she ended up jobless. But when Kim didn't respond, she brushed it off as a joke and asked about the first overseas branch location. Kim had answered, Vietnam. She had approved, remarking that Vietnam's association was relatively new and its operational infrastructure still lacking. If conditions aligned, the plan could work. But Kim had also mentioned a major hurdle. There was barely any budget left. All their resources had gone into the recent operation and supporting the Timestone research. Ah-young was taken aback, wondering how they planned to acquire anything with no funds. Kim had simply stated that they'd figure something out. Returning to the present, Kim walked on, determined. He reminded himself that he could deal with the logistics once he arrived. After the Vietnam mission, he planned to resign anyway. Just laying the groundwork was enough of a contribution. What happened with the budget after that wasn't his concern. He trusted that they would figure it out somehow. Kim reflects on the progress made within just a week of initiating the Vietnam project. The biggest challenges were the high cost and long time required to build a road system across the country. So, the team initially targeted regions with high dungeon spawn rates. After making the best possible repairs to the existing infrastructure, they installed heliports at key locations. Simultaneously, they established a smartphone-based reporting system allowing hunters to instantly report newly discovered dungeons from anywhere. Minju took charge of the strategy team, personally joining their subjugation missions and training them on the spot. As the subjugation rate improved, Yubin led the cleaning teams, effectively generating profit from monster byproducts. This allowed the budget to grow, speeding up project development and attracting more investors. Once profits exceeded 15 times the original investment, Kim used the money to form a dedicated support team. He reached out to the Korean Association for the required manpower and equipment. This expansion of the support team led to growth in the strategy team as well. Operational efficiency improved drastically, triggering a positive chain reaction across all departments. With the scale increasing and the system settling into place, the association became self-sustainable. A month later, the Korean Association Vietnam branch officially established its Hanoi operation headquarters. Following this milestone, Minju shared that dungeon subjugations would now be possible throughout the country. All other teams were functioning smoothly, without direct support. Yubin expressed relief, mentioning how she hadn't slept more than 3 hours a day in the past month. Kim acknowledged the hardship and said they had barely enough people to keep things running. Minju provided an update on the logistics hub. Construction was underway and a company had been secured for handling distribution. Meanwhile, Huyn had successfully completed negotiations with neighboring associations. Kim pointed out that implementing tolls on previously free routes would surely stir resistance. Still, Minju reminded him that causing such a disruption was always part of the plan. Kim then thought about the bigger picture. The creation of the Vietnam branch and its trade hub gave them a strong leverage point against the international association. With this foundation, they could finally keep the association in check while protecting their own interests. Their mission in Vietnam had now been completely fulfilled. Kim noted they'd soon be able to return to Korea. Minju informed him that Ah-young had already arrived back home. Surprised, Kim realized she hadn't even told him. Minju explained that Ah-young was extremely busy and had said her goodbyes already, though she was upset. Kim brushed it off, calling it immature, and suggested they begin wrapping things up. He instructed Minju to send a message to Beat, requesting the sales resolution and the account where he wanted his payment. As Kim mentally prepared for the final steps, he focused on the last tasks, to receive what they were owed and provide what was promised. Once done, they would finally head back to Korea. As the scene shifts, one of Huyn's men arrives and hands him the weekly operation plan for 5 teams. He requests Huyn to review it and make any necessary adjustments. Huyn immediately begins analyzing the report. He decides to place Team 4 at the bottom of the schedule since they had handled a subjugation just 2 days prior. Instead, he moves Teams 2 and 7 to the top of the list. He then inquires about the status of the cleaning team. The subordinate informs him there are no issues. The cleaning team can proceed with the next operation as long as they follow the current rotation cycle. Satisfied, Huyn instructs the support team to continue sending status updates regularly, just to be cautious. Reflecting for a moment, Huyn admits he still finds it hard to believe what has been accomplished. The association had been rebuilt from scratch in just a month. When Kim first spoke about creating a new organization, Huyn had assumed it would just involve pouring in huge amounts of money. But instead, Kim focused on resolving the core problems. He refined the operational structure based on their actual conditions, which triggered a self-correcting response across the entire association. Huyn acknowledges the brilliance of prioritizing the cleaning team first, then scaling up the rest. It was a move he would never have thought of himself. Kim not only provided them with tools, but also taught them how to use those tools effectively. As someone who had witnessed every step up close, Huyn couldn't help but feel awe. Initially, he had assumed Korea had sent over their least valuable personnel, but in reality, they had sent someone who became their savior. Now that the Korean team was preparing to return, Huyn couldn't help but feel a bit of sadness. He recalled how they had even attempted to ransom those same people when they first arrived. The subordinate then asks if Manager Kim would stay behind to lead the Vietnam branch. Huyn explains that he thought so too, but Kim had made it clear he would never take on that role. The subordinate, curious, asks who will then manage the branch. At this, Hein, slightly embarrassed, points to himself. The subordinate lights up with happiness and congratulates him warmly. Hein humbly responds that he simply followed in Kim's footsteps. Just then, Beat walks into the office, commenting that Huyn seems to be doing well lately and even looks cheerful. Huyn greets him and asks what brings him here. Beat smirks and remarks that Huyn's sense of respect seems to have vanished now that he's under the Korean Association. Beat calmly takes a seat in front of Huyn and places an envelope on the table. Huyn, surprised by the gesture, asks what it is. Beat dismisses the question, instructing him to sneak the envelope into Kim's office without asking further. Shocked, Huyn raises his voice, accusing Beat of trying to take all the money now that the plan has succeeded. Beat responds coldly, admitting he never imagined Kim's plan would work so well. He challenges Huyn, asking if the task is really too difficult. It won't harm him after all. But Huyn still hesitates, unsettled by the idea. Beat's tone hardens. He reminds Huyn that they are in Vietnam, where no one can defy his orders, including Huyn. Rising from his chair, Beat questions who Huyn will be closer to once the Koreans leave, him or the association. He warns Huyn not to let the comfort of a new office deceive him. Despite the changes, his fate remains under Beat's control. No matter how big the association grows or what position Huyn holds, he cannot escape Beat's grip. Beat urges him to obey. If he does, his position will remain untouched. As the scene transitions, Beat enters a car. His bodyguard, concerned, questions if it's wise to go against the Koreans. Beat immediately shuts him down, asking if he's doubting his judgment. The bodyguard backs off, denying any doubt. Beat then explains that the hub being developed in the north by the Korean team is projected to generate $100 million annually, an impressive $8.3 million each month. The bodyguard reminds Beat that Kim had agreed to give him 50%, a solid $4 million monthly. Beat acknowledges the amount but asks if it's really enough. If given a chance to take the full $100 million, why settle for just half? Still skeptical, the bodyguard questions whether Huyn will follow through. From his view, Huyn already seems influenced by Kim and might just discard the documents. Beat disagrees. He admits he actually likes Huyn. He's educated and too timid to try anything reckless. To Beat, that makes him easy to control, like a dog that's simple to train. The bodyguard points out that the dog now belongs to someone else, but Beat smirks and says that's exactly why he gave the task to Huyn himself. Nothing reclaims a fearful dog better than a direct warning. If Huyn sees those documents once, he'll understand what it means if they appear again in his own office. The documents contain evidence of a treasonous plan, one designed to monitor Vietnam's one-party system through the establishment of a local branch, development of infrastructure, and nurturing of domestic hunters. If Huyn fails to act, the next time, those papers could be used to end his life. No matter how loyal Huyn has become to Kim, fear for his own survival will outweigh any loyalty. In Beat's eyes, Huyn has no real choice, betray Kim or die in his place. And logically, survival will always win. Back at the office, Kim enters Huyn's room and casually asks about the hub's construction progress. But then he notices something surprising. Huyn is tearing up the documents. Huyn stands firm, declaring that he has lived like a dog his whole life, obedient and submissive. But now, he is ready to bare his teeth. Not out of defiance, but to protect something far more valuable. He's determined to eliminate the master who held him back. Placing his life on the line, Huyn pledges loyalty to Kim, offering to become his faithful companion. Kim is caught off guard, stunned by Huyn's words. He's left wondering what exactly just happened. Hyun stared at the documents, stating the agenda clearly. To keep the one-party system in check by establishing a Vietnam branch, building infrastructure, and nurturing local hunters. Shockingly, the documents carried Kim's signature, signifying they had been approved under his name. They detailed a plan to frame the director and others as corporate spies, cancel the merger and acquisition, and seize all shares of the Vietnam Association. Kim, taken aback, asked where the document came from, then corrected himself, demanding to know who made it. Hyun revealed that Chief Beat had visited earlier and instructed him to plant the papers in Kim's office. The police were scheduled to search the office the next day, and if the document was found, Kim would be arrested for sedition. All of Kim's ongoing business operations would be brought to an end. Hearing this, Kim clenched his fists in anger. He had warned Beat, but greed had still consumed him. Kim always knew Beat couldn't be trusted, but he hadn't imagined betrayal to go this far. He turned to Hyun, asking why Beat would entrust such a dangerous task to him, knowing he might reveal everything. Hyun admitted Beat probably didn't believe he had the courage to speak up. Assigning him the task was a warning in itself. If Hyun didn't comply, he'd be the next target. He had once bent over backwards for Beat, but fear had gripped him too tightly to resist. He had to consider his options, terrified of what might happen next. Confused, Kim asked why he was being told all this. Hyun, slightly embarrassed, reminded him of what Kim had once said, that they needed a capable leader. He confessed that he was sentimental, a feeler more than a thinker. Kim sighed heavily, realizing he had almost reached his goal, but this move from Beat proved the man was ready to destroy everything if it meant getting his way. Kim thought bitterly that he never caught a break. Despite clear warnings, Beat had gone ahead with his scheme, still trying to sabotage Kim's work. Kim burned with the desire to confront him, but he knew this wasn't Korea. Now that Beat was on the offensive, negotiation was off the table. Worse, Beat held real power in this country. Any use of force against him could trigger a full-scale war. Turning to Hyun, Kim reminded him of a previous conversation about the need to potentially go against one's boss. He instructed Hyun to repair the torn documents. Kim wanted to see their contents firsthand. When Hyun hesitated, asking if he meant all of them, Kim confirmed it firmly. After all, Hyun was the one who tore them. The next day, Beat's bodyguard arrived with officers and confronted Kim. They presented the same agenda, to preserve the one-party system by fostering local hunters. They had even found evidence of an attempt to destroy the documents. As the current head of the Vietnam Association, Kim was told he was under arrest and advised to come quietly. Kim turned to Minju, Yubin, and Hyun, instructing them to carry out his orders. Then, without resistance, he raised his hands and told the officers to hurry. He was a busy man. They escorted him to the Vietnam Ministry of Public Security. Kim observed his surroundings with suspicion, noting how grim the interrogation room looked. He didn't like the feel of it. Eventually, he was brought before Beat, who dismissed the others and showed Kim the document, claiming he had approved it. Kim sat down in the chair before him and responded with calm detachment, admitting he had never seen the paper before. Beat challenged him, asking how it ended up in his office. Kim replied casually that he didn't know. Beat then accused him of trying to escape responsibility by destroying the document, warning that they could easily recreate another copy. Kim chuckled at the accusation and told Beat he was the one who was mistaken. Beat demanded to know if Kim found the situation amusing. Kim shot back with a cold stare, saying he never expected to walk away freely. He declared he would sign whatever Beat wanted. He formally announced the withdrawal of the Korean Association's offer to acquire the Vietnam Association. Beat was visibly shaken by the sudden declaration. Kim continued without pause, stating they wouldn't seek any reimbursement. Suspicious, Beat asked what Kim was up to. Kim clarified that he was handing over the entire association and the hub. That's what Beat had wanted all along. Beat responded that it sounded more like a desperate move to escape. Kim admitted he wasn't wrong. He was indeed offering the association in exchange for the safety of his colleagues and himself. Beat mocked the sentiment, calling it camaraderie and labeling Kim a gentleman. Kim accepted the backhanded compliment with ease. Beat finally agreed, noting that it wasn't a bad deal for either side. Kim acknowledged that Beat had finally understood his position. Beat handed over a paper for Kim to sign. As Kim signed, he reminded Beat that he was now responsible for the Vietnam Association and asked him to uphold his end of the agreement. But just as Kim finished, Beat suddenly raised a gun to Kim's head. With a cold smile, Beat confessed. He didn't like leaving loose ends. Kim observed the chaos unfold around him, his thoughts cutting through the noise. Deep inside, he reflected coldly. This man didn't have a single honest bone in his body. Beat let out a wicked laugh, mocking as he muttered there wasn't a single honest bone in his body. He sneered, expressing his twisted gratitude for the money earned. Just then, one of Beat's bodyguards rushed in, visibly shaken and stammering in panic. He interrupted the conversation, urgently calling out to Beat, but Beat, annoyed, brushed him off, stating he was busy. The bodyguard, however, insisted the matter was far more serious. He informed Beat that a call had just come in, from the International Association. Beat, startled, repeated the name with disbelief and demanded to know why they had called. The bodyguard explained that the International Association had threatened to take strong national-level action against the Vietnam Association for unilaterally raising the hub fees. Even worse, the rest of the region seemed to be supporting this move. Shocked, Beat questioned the very idea of increasing the fees, claiming they hadn't done anything of the sort. The bodyguard hesitated, admitting he wasn't entirely sure of the details himself. Beat's suspicion immediately shifted to Kim. He turned toward him sharply, flipping a nearby bench in rage, accusing Kim of orchestrating everything. His voice trembled with fury, pointing at Kim and stammering with disbelief. Kim didn't respond. He simply smirked, his mind drifting back to the previous night. In that memory, Minju had confronted Kim, asking if he was really handing over the association. She warned him not to risk imprisonment over a single acquisition. Instead, they would surrender control of the association and the hub, hoping that would keep external forces away from them. Minju questioned if Kim was truly giving in, but Kim challenged her to suggest a better alternative. Yubin, enraged, called their enemies freeloaders and reminded them of the hard work they had poured into the organization. Kim then revealed his plan. They wouldn't simply hand everything over. He ordered all three of them to contact associations across Southeast Asia immediately. He wanted them to announce a tripling of the hub distribution fees. On top of that, the Vietnam Association would now claim 5% of the distributed byproducts. If anyone resisted, they would be prepared for armed conflict. Minju protested in disbelief. Negotiations had already been completed, and such a sudden move would provoke severe backlash from neighboring associations. Yubin questioned Kim's sanity, sarcastically blaming it on the lunch noodles. Even Hyun hesitated, uncertain about Kim's intentions. Kim remained silent but firm, thinking to himself that Beat still wasn't full despite everything he'd been given. Then they would simply feed him more. He only hoped the man wouldn't end up with a stomachache. Back in the present, the tension reached its peak. Beat pointed a gun at Kim's head, furious, accusing him of orchestrating the entire crisis. He ordered Kim to fix the situation immediately. But Kim rose calmly from his chair, grabbed the gun from Beat, and smirked. Leaning in close, he coldly reminded Beat that he didn't know what Beat was talking about. After all, Beat was the one in charge of the Vietnam Association. It was his job to resolve the situation. Kim refused to shoulder the blame, making it clear that Beat alone was responsible for the chaos. The scene shifts to the Malaysia branch director of the International Association, Ismail, who reacts with fury. He questions whether the Vietnamese branch is trying to provoke a war. Despite having agreed to the hub project, he is outraged by their recent actions. From Cambodia, branch director Milier shares the same frustration, accusing Beat of growing greedy now that Vietnam has started to show some progress. In Thailand, director Perseid declares that Beat's greed is finally leading him towards self-destruction. The narrative then transitions to France, the headquarters of the International Hunter Association. This organization is the first to introduce the hunter rank system and oversees 52 branches globally, making it the top authority in managing and registering hunters worldwide. Inside the headquarters, a woman approaches Secretary General Wesley with urgent news regarding the Vietnam Association. Before she can speak, Wesley confirms that he's already aware. The Vietnam Association has established a new hub and sharply increased distribution fees. Wesley notes that these decisions are bound to provoke a strong reaction from the Southeast Asian branches and are disadvantageous for the organization overall. Wesley reflects on how he had previously ignored Vietnam's growth, especially after their merger and acquisition plans were blocked by the government last year. Yet in just 1 month, the Vietnam Association had achieved sudden and impressive development. He suspects Beat couldn't have orchestrated this alone and must have found strong support. The woman informs him that PB Corporation reports point to the Korean Association backing the Vietnam Association. About a month ago, General Manager KM from the Seoul headquarters had arrived in Vietnam. According to Team Leader Kane, the Korean Association seems to have its eyes set on expanding through Vietnam. Wesley concludes that the Korean Association is likely attempting to establish an overseas branch. He recalls Korea's Junwoo Kim, a figure who appeared frequently in intelligence reports following the American branch incident. Wesley had always thought Kim was unusually sharp. Backed by the International Association, Kim had successfully brokered mutually beneficial deals, even offering hub fees that didn't cross any red lines. Wesley is certain that someone else is behind the sudden and irrational increase in distribution fees. Realizing the truth, Wesley states that Beat must have betrayed Kim. The woman agrees. Wesley acknowledges the difficult situation. Killing Beat would only help South Korea seize control of the Vietnam Association, while doing nothing would trigger backlash from the Southeast Asian branches and cause significant financial damage. When asked what course of action to take, Wesley replies that they must retreat for now. Even if they kill Kim, they won't be able to prevent Vietnam from falling under Korean control. However, he believes the Korean Association still needs to be warned. He instructs the woman to call team leader Mark. Meanwhile, Beat is seen furiously yelling at Kim. In a sudden burst of anger, Kim shoves Beat to the ground. Beat, still defiant, threatens Kim's life, claiming that one word from him would be enough to end Kim's career. Kim stares down at him and states that he had already warned Beat. Greed would cost him both money and allies. Then, without hesitation, Kim throws Beat's bodyguard to the ground. Pressing his foot on the guard's chest, Kim coldly declares that now Beat might also lose his position as chief. An officer rushed in, visibly panicked, informing Beat that they were in serious trouble. He had just received urgent calls from the Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand branches. Each of them threatened to seal their borders and resort to military force unless the increased hub fee was lowered. The officer warned that, at this rate, the situation could escalate into a real war. Beat, shaken by the news, tried to shift the blame. He instructed the officer to tell them it wasn't his doing and pin everything on Kim instead. But the officer admitted he had already told the branches that they were unaware of the situation, though it made no difference. The branches refused to listen. Kim then addressed Beat directly. He explained that such backlash was a natural result of Beat's actions. Beat had always viewed the association solely as a means to generate money, without caring for the broader implications. Kim warned that continuing down this path would only bring more enemies. He added that Beat might one day die without even realizing who killed him. Offended, Beat accused Kim of threatening him. But Kim calmly clarified it wasn't a threat, it was sincere advice. Worse than death, Kim added, was dying without knowing the identity of one's killer. Just then, Vietnam's Secretary General Phan burst into the room, furious. He yelled at Beat, accusing him of trying to sell the entire country just because Phan had previously turned a blind eye to his actions. Beat, still trying to manage the situation, claimed he could resolve everything by visiting the branches himself. Phan responded by punching Beat square in the face. He shouted that the situation was far too serious for such half measures. A mere visit wouldn't solve anything. Phan then turned to Kim and confirmed his identity as a representative from the Korean Association. He asked Kim if he was the one who initiated this entire project. Kim acknowledged that he was. Phan, overwhelmed by the crisis, declared that they could no longer manage the situation. Since Kim had started it, He demanded that Kim take full responsibility and assume control. Kim said he was willing, but indicated that some paperwork still stood in the way. Without hesitation, Fan ripped up the documents and stated that it was settled. He told Kim to take over and warned him not to get involved with Vietnam again. As Fan left, he made it clear that from this point on, Kim would be responsible for the situation. Fan declared his complete withdrawal, metaphorically washing his hands of the affair. Kim, watching him go, reflected on the boldness of Fan's move. For someone in such a high position, it was a striking decision. Yet it meant that Kim's leadership would now be officially recognized, and the Vietnam Association was being acknowledged as an independent and reputable institution under new management. Meanwhile, Biet, consumed by anger, grabbed a gun and confronted Huynh. He accused Huynh of betrayal, demanding loyalty. He ordered Huynh to tell the Secretary General that Kim had forced him to act this way. Desperately, Biet offered to double whatever Kim had promised. He insisted Huynh obey immediately. Huynh replied coldly, saying Biet talked too much. With a swift motion, Huynh slashed at Biet with his sword. The strike didn't kill him, but it cut through the badge on Biet's suit, a badge that bore the flag of Vietnam. Huynh stated that Biet no longer deserved to wear that flag on his chest. As Huynh walked away, he left Biet with one final declaration. He was no longer Biet's puppet. Kim reflected on the events that followed. From that point onward, they pushed forward aggressively to resolve the hub crisis. As anticipated, Biet was disgracefully dismissed from his position. He faced multiple accusations of corruption, but what shocked the public most was the revelation that he had embezzled all the support funds using the Ghost Association for an entire year. The scandal led to a swift trial, and on his way to court, angry citizens went so far as to rip out the last of his hair. Immediately after Biet's dismissal, Kim convened a council meeting. He gathered the heads of the neighboring branches to renegotiate the terms surrounding hub distribution. With a high-ranking official like Biet receiving such thorough punishment, some of their anger seemed to subside. Kim hoped that renegotiating the contract with favorable terms as an apology would prevent further conflict and ensure their cooperation. As the negotiations proceeded, Kim concluded the presentation by stating that the new contract offered fair terms. He believed the conditions were reasonable and beneficial to all parties. However, Prazid immediately declined the offer. Their demands were firm: complete exemption from distribution costs for 1 year and a freeze on those costs for the next 10 years. He warned that if the negotiation failed, none of the Southeast Asian branches would continue using the hub. Kim questioned if this meant the branches would stop submitting byproducts to the International Association. He doubted the headquarters would approve such a move, but Prasid clarified that it was a direct order from the headquarters. If negotiations failed, submissions from Southeast Asia would be completely halted. The headquarters was furious, and he warned Kim to be cautious going forward. After leaving the negotiation room, Kim began to think deeply. He wondered why the headquarters had chosen to intervene in this matter. Considering the economic growth the hub project promised, freezing costs for 10 years was an extremely unfavorable condition. He regretted having given them a reason to demand such terms. Though he never wanted things to escalate this far, he now realized he had no other option. It was time to seek help from the chairman. Just then, Kim received a video message on his phone. The footage showed Huynh and his companions, who had been kidnapped and were now held captive. A paper was shown in the video demanding that 100 billion be brought to the Thay border checkpoint. The message left Kim visibly shocked. In the same scene, one of the kidnappers turned to Mark and asked what they should do with the hostages. Mark gave a cold response. Once their purpose was fulfilled, they would kill them.